done? As long as she could be questioned, coerced, if necessary, should they conclude that she actually might be able to stop the Aurora? Meanwhile, the judge was looking at him, shaggy eyebrows raised. "Do it," Frank said. "I'll tell Terry. If this Rheingold agrees, we can have a skull session either here or at the station tonight." "So you won't—" The judge cleared his throat. "You won't take any immediate steps?" "For this afternoon and tonight, I'll just keep a car posted near the prison." Frank paused. "Beyond that, I can't promise, and even that depends on Norcross not trying anything funny." "I hardly think—" "But I do." Frank gravely tapped a finger against the hollow of his temple, as if to indicate thought processes hard at work. "Position I'm in right now, I have to." He thinks he's smart, and guys like that can be a problem. To others and to themselves. Looking at it that way, your trip to Coughlin is a mission of mercy. So drive carefully, Judge. "At my age, I always do," Judge Silver said. His entry into the Land Rover was slow and painful to watch. Frank was on the verge of going to help him when Silver finally made it behind the wheel and slammed the door. The engine roared to life, Silver gunning it thoughtlessly, and then the lights came on, cutting cones through the drizzle. Ex-FBI, and in Coughlin, Frank marveled. Wonders never ceased. Maybe he could call the Bureau and get an emergency federal order enjoining Norcross to let the woman go. Unlikely, with the government in an uproar, but not out of the question. If Norcross defied them then, no one could blame them for forcing the issue. He went back inside to give the remaining deputies their orders. He'd already decided to send Barrows and Wrangle to relieve Peters and that Blast kid. He and Pete Ordway could start making a list of guys, responsible ones, who might form a posse, should a posse be needed. No need to go back to the station, where Terry might show up. They could do it right here at the diner. 7. Judge Oscar Silver rarely drove anymore, and when he did, he no longer exceeded 40 miles an hour, no matter how many cars stacked up behind him. If they began to honk and tailgate, he found a place to pull over and let them go by, then resumed his stately pace. He was aware that both his reflexes and his vision had declined. In addition, he had suffered 3 heart attacks, and knew that the bypass operation performed on his failing pump at St. Teresa's 2 years ago would only hold the final infarction at bay for so long. He was at peace with that, but he had no wish to die behind the wheel, where a final swerve might take 1 or more innocent people with him. At only 40, less within the city limits, he thought he would have a fair chance to apply braking and shift into park before the lights went out for good. Today was different, however. Once he was beyond Ball's Ferry and on the old Coughlin Road, he increased his speed until the needle hovered at 65, territory it hadn't explored in 5 years or more. He had reached Rheingold on his cell, and Rheingold was willing to talk, although the judge, a crafty old soul, hadn't wanted to discuss the subject of their confab on the phone. Probably a needless precaution, but discretion had ever been his byword, and that was good news. The bad news, Silver suddenly found that he did not trust Frank Geary, who talked so easily about gathering a bunch of men and storming the prison. He had sounded reasonable enough back at the Olympia, but the situation was utterly unreasonable. The judge didn't care for how practical Frank made such a move sound, when it ought to be an absolute last resort. The windshield wipers clicked back and forth, clearing the thin rain. He turned on the radio and tuned in the all-news station in Wheeling. "Most city services have been shut down until further notice," the announcer said, "and I want to repeat that the 9 o'clock curfew will be strictly enforced." "Good luck with that," the judge murmured. Now, recapping our top story. So-called blowtorch brigades, goaded by internet-fueled fake news that respiration exhaled through the growths, or cocoons, surrounding the sleeping women is spreading the Aurora plague, have been reported in Charleston, Atlanta, Savannah, Dallas, Houston, New Orleans, and Tampa. The announcer paused, and when he resumed, his flat twang had become more pronounced, folksier. "Neighbors, I'm proud to say none of these ignorant mobs have been operating here in Wheeling. We all have women folks we love like mad, and killing them in their sleep, no matter how unnatural that sleep may be, would be a terrible thing to do." He pronounced terrible as terrible, Judge Silver's Land Rover was nearing the outer limits of Dooling's neighbor, Maylock. Reingold's house in Coughlin was on the other side, a drive of another 20 minutes or so. The National Guard has been called out in all the cities where those brigades have been at work, and they have orders to shoot to kill if those superstitious fools won't cease and desist. I say amen to that. The CDC has repeated that there is no truth whatsoever to... The windshield was fogging up. Judge Silver leaned to his right, never taking his eyes from the road, and flipped on the defroster. The fan whooshed. On its wind, clouds of small brown moths spewed from the vents, filling the cabin and circling the judge's head. They lit in his hair and battered his cheeks. Worst of all, they spun before his eyes, and something one of his old aunts had told him long ago, when he was just an impressionable boy, recurred to him with the brilliance of a proven fact, like up is up and down is down. "Don't ever rub your eyes after touching a moth, Oscar," she had said. "The dust from their wings will get in there and you'll go blind." "Get away!" Judge Silver yelled. He took his hands off the wheel and beat at his face. Moths continued to pour from the vents, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. The Land Rover's cabin became a swirling brown mist. "Get away! Get away! A huge weight settled on the left side of his chest. Pain hammered down his left arm like electricity. He opened his mouth to cry out, and moths flew in, crawling on his tongue and tickling the lining of his cheeks. With his last struggling breath, he pulled them down his throat, where they clogged his windpipe. The Land Rover veered left. An approaching truck veered right just in time to avoid it, ending up in the ditch, canted but not quite toppling. There was no ditch to avoid on the other side of the road, just the guardrail separating the door's hollow bridge from the open air and the stream beneath. Silver's vehicle snapped the guardrails and pitched over. The Land Rover went end for end into the water below. Judge Silver, by then already dead, was ejected through the windshield and into Door's Hollow Stream, a tributary of Ball Creek. One of his loafers came off and floated downstream, shipping water and then sinking. The moths exited the overturned vehicle, now bubbling its way down into the water, and flew back toward Dooling in a flock. 8. "I hated to do that," Eve said, speaking not to her guests, Clint felt, but to herself. She wiped a single tear from the corner of her left eye. "The more time I spend here, the more human I become. I had forgotten that." "What are you talking about, Evie?" Clint asked. "What did you hate to do?" "Judge Silver was trying to bring in outside help," she said. "It might not have made any difference, but I couldn't take the chance." "Did you kill him?" Angel asked, sounding interested. "Use your special powers and all?" "I had to. From this point forward, what happens in Dooling has to stay in Dooling." "But," Michaela rubbed a hand down her face, "what's happening in Dooling is happening everywhere. It's going to happen to me." "Not for a while," Evie said. "And you won't need any more stimulants, either." She extended a loose fist through the prison bars, extended a finger, and beckoned. "Come to me." "I wouldn't do that," Rand said, as Garth overlapped him, saying, "Don't be stupid, Mickey." He grabbed her forearm. "What do you think, Clint?" Evie asked, smiling. Knowing he was giving in, not just to this, but to everything, Clint said, "Let her go." Garth released his grip. As if hypnotized, Michaela took 2 steps forward. Evie put her face against the bars, her eyes on Michaela's, her lips parted. "Lesbo stuff!" Angel crowed. "Turn on the cameras, freaks! The muff diving comes next!" Michaela took no notice. She pressed her mouth to Evie's. They kissed with the hard bars of the soft cell between them, and Clint heard a sigh as Eve Black breathed into Michaela's mouth and lungs. At the same time, he felt the hairs stand up on his arms and neck. His vision blurred with tears. Somewhere Jeanette was screaming, and Angel was cackling. At last, Evie broke the kiss and stepped back. "Sweet mouth," she said. "Sweet girl. How do you feel now?" I'm awake, Michaela said. Her eyes were round, her recently kissed lips trembling. I'm really awake. There was no question that she was. The purple pouches beneath her eyes had disappeared, but that was the least of it. Her skin had tightened on her bones, and her formerly pallid cheeks had taken on a rosy glow. She turned to Garth, who was staring at her with slack-jawed amazement. I'm really awake. Holy shit, Garth said. I think you are. Clint darted his spread fingers at Michaela's face. She snapped her head away. Your reflexes are back, he said. You couldn't have done that 5 minutes ago. How long can I stay this way? Michaela clasped her shoulders, hugging herself. It's wonderful. A few days, Evie repeated. After that, the weariness will return, and with interest. You'll fall asleep no matter how much you struggle against it, and grow a cocoon like all the rest. Unless, that is, unless you get what you want, Clint said. What I want is immaterial now, Evie said. I thought you understood that. It's what the men of this town do with me that matters, and what the women on the other side of the tree decide. What? Garth began, but then Jeanette hit him like a left tackle intent on sacking the quarterback, driving him into the bars. She shouldered him aside and grasped the bars, staring at Evie. Do me! Evie, do me! I don't want to fight it no more. I don't want to see the Bud Man anymore, so do me! Evie took her hands and looked at her sadly. I can't, Jeanette. You should stop fighting it and go to sleep like all the others. They could use someone as brave and strong as you are over there. They call it our place. It can be your place, too. Please, Jeanette whispered, but Evie let go of her hands. Jeanette staggered away, squashing spilled peas underfoot and crying soundlessly. I don't know, Angel said thoughtfully. Maybe I won't kill you, Evie. I'm thinking maybe, I just don't know. You're spiritual. Plus, even crazier than me, which is going some. Evie addressed Clint and the others again. Armed men will be coming. They want me because they think I may have caused Aurora, and if I caused it, I can put a stop to it. That's not exactly true. It's more complicated than that. Just because I turned something on by myself doesn't mean I can turn it off by myself. But do you think angry, frightened men would believe that? Not in a million years, Garth Flickinger said. Standing behind him, Billy Wettermore grunted agreement. Evie said, They'll kill anyone who gets in their way. And when I'm not able to awaken their sleeping beauties with a wave of my fairy godmother magic wand, they'll kill me. Then they'll set fire to the prison and every woman in it, just for spite. Jeanette had wandered into the delousing area to resume her conversation with the Bud Man, but Angel was paying close attention. Clint could almost hear her mood lift, like a generator first thumping to life and then whirring into gear. They ain't gonna kill me. Not without a fight. For the first time, Evie looked piqued. Clint thought that whatever she'd done to awaken Mickey Coates might have drained her battery. Angel, they'll wash over you like a wave over a child's sandcastle. Maybe, but I'll take a few with me. Angel did a couple of rusty kung fu moves that made Clint feel an emotion he had never before associated with Angel Fitzroy. Pity. Did you bring us here? Michaela asked. Her eyes were bright, fascinated. Did you draw us here, Garth and me? No, Evie said. You don't understand how powerless I am. Little more than one of the drug man's rabbits hung on a line, waiting to be skinned or set free. She turned her gaze fully on Clint. Do you have a plan? I think you do. Nothing so grand, Clint said, but I might be able to buy some time. We've got a fortified position here, but we could use a few more men. What we could use, Tick interrupted, is a platoon of Marines. Clint shook his head. Unless Terry Coombs and that guy Geary can get outside help, I think we can hold the prison with 12 men, maybe as few as 10. Right now we number just 4. 5 if we can get Scott Hughes on board, but I don't hold out much hope of that. Clint went on, speaking mostly to Mickey and the doc she'd brought with her. He didn't like the idea of sending Flickinger on a life-or-death mission. Nothing about how he looked or smelled disagreed with Evie's pronouncement that he was a big-time doper. But Flickinger and Janice Coates' daughter were all he had to work with. The real problem is weaponry, and the big question is who lays hands on it first. I know from my wife that they've got quite the armory at the sheriff's station. Since 9/11 and all the domestic terrorism threats afterward, most towns dueling size do. For handguns, they've got Glock 17s, and I think Lila said Sig something or others. Sig Sauer, Billy Weddermore said. Good weapon. They've got M4 semi-autos with those big clips, Clint went on, and a couple of Remington Model 700s. Also, I believe Lila said they have a 40mm grenade launcher. Guns, Evie spoke to no one in particular. The perfect solution to any problem. The more you have, the more perfectly they solve the problem. Are you shitting me? Michaela cried. A grenade launcher? Yes, but not for explosives. They use it with tear gas. Don't forget the bulletproof vests, Rand sounded glum. Except at super close range, those things will stop a Mossberg slug, and the Mossies are the heaviest armament we've got. This sounds like a punting situation, Tig remarked. Billy Weddermore said, I sure don't want to kill anybody if I don't have to. Those are our friends, for God's sake. Well, good luck, Evie said. She went to her bunk and powered up Assistant Warden Hicks's phone. I'm going to play a few games of Boomtown, then take a nap. She smiled at Michaela. I won't be taking any further questions from the press. You're a wonderful kisser, Mickey Coates, but you've worn me out. Just watch that she don't decide to sick her rats on you, Angel said to the group at large. They do whatever she wants. It's how she got Hicksy's cell phone. Rats, Garth said. This keeps getting better. I need you folks to come with me, Clint said. We need to talk, but it has to be quick. They'll have this place locked down soon enough. Billy Weddermore pointed to Jeanette, now seated cross-legged in the shower alcove of the delousing station, and talking earnestly with someone only she could see. What about Thorley? She'll be fine, Clint said. Come on. Go to sleep, Jeanette. Let yourself rest. Without looking at him, Jeanette said a single word. No. 9. To Clint, the warden's office had an archaeological appearance, as if it had been abandoned for years instead of less than a week. Janice Coates lay on the couch, wrapped in her cerements of white. Michaela went to her and knelt down. She stroked the cocoon with one hand. It gave off crackling sounds. Garth started to approach her, but Clint took his arm. Give her a minute, Dr. Flickinger. It was actually more like 3 before Michaela got to her feet. What can we do? She asked. Can you be persistent and persuasive? Clint asked. She fixed him with eyes that were no longer bloodshot. I came to News America as an unpaid intern at 23. By 26, I was a full-time correspondent, and they were talking about giving me my own evening show. She saw Billy giving a look to Tig and Rand and smiled at them. You know what they say around here, don't you? It ain't bragging if it's the truth. She returned her attention to Clint. Those are my references. Are they good enough? I hope so, Clint said. Listen. He talked for the next 5 minutes. There were questions, but not many. They were in a bad corner, and all of them knew it. Chapter 6. 1. Alexander Peter Bear, the first baby to be born on the other side of the tree, son of a former dueling inmate named Linda Bear, breathed air for the first time a week after Lila and Tiffany returned from the wreck below Lionhead. It was another few days before Lila made his acquaintance at a small gathering in Elaine Nutting Geary's repaired home. He was not a traditionally attractive infant. The stacking of his many jowls produced an association not with the Gerber baby, but with a bookie that Lila had once arrested who had been known as Larry Large. However, baby Alexander had an irresistibly comic way of rolling his eyes around, as if he were anxiously attempting to gain his bearings amid the flowering of female faces that loomed above him. A plate of slightly crispy, though still pretty tasty, scones was passed around. Between bouts of the strange vertigo that afflicted her, Nadine Coombs had baked them in an outdoor oven. The oven itself had recently been hauled from the ruins of the Lowe's in Maylock using sledges and Tiffany's horses. It flabbergasted Lila sometimes, the rate of progress they were making, the speed and efficiency with which problems were solved and advancements made. At some point, Lila ended up with the baby. "Are you the last man on Earth or the first?" she asked him. Alexander Peter Bear yawned. "Sorry, Lila, he doesn't talk to cops." Tiffany had sidled up beside her in the corner of the living room. "That's so. We teach 'em young around here," Tiffany said. Since their adventure, they'd become odd friends. Lila liked how Tiffany rode around town on her horses, wearing her white cowboy hat, insisting that children come over and stroke the animals' necks and see how soft and warm they were. 2. One day, with nothing better to do, Lila and Tiffany searched the dueling YMCA, not knowing exactly what they were looking for, only knowing it was one of the few places that hadn't been investigated. They found plenty of stuff, some of it interesting, but nothing they really needed. There was toilet paper, but supplies of that in the shopwell were still plentiful. There were also cartons of liquid soap, but over the years it had hardened into pink bricks. The pool had dried up. Nothing remained but a faint, astringent odor of chlorine. The men's locker room was damp and dank. Luxuriant growths of mold, green, black, yellow, spanned the walls. A varmint's mummified corpse lay at the far end of the room, its legs stiff in the air, its face frozen in a savage death gape, lips stretched away from rows of sharp teeth. Lila and Tiffany stood for a moment in silent contemplation of the first urinal in a row of 6. "Perfectly preserved," said Lila. Tiffany gave her a quizzical look. "That?" pointing at the varmint. "No, this." Lila patted the top of the urinal, her wedding ring clicking against the porcelain. "We'll want it for our museum. We can call it the Museum of Lost Men." "Ha," Tiffany said. "Tell you what, this is a scary fucking place. And believe me, that is saying something because I have toured some real dungeons. I mean, I could write you a guidebook of the sweaty, drafty, fucked up meth caves of Appalachia, but this is truly unpleasant. I knew men's locker rooms were creepy places, but this is worse than I could ever have imagined." "It was probably better before it got old," Lila said, but she wondered. They used hammers and chisels to break the combination locks off the lockers. Lila found stopped watches, wallets full of useless green paper and useless plastic rectangles, dead smartphones thus rendered stupid, key rings, moth-eaten trousers, and a caved-in basketball. Tiffany's haul wasn't much better. An almost full box of Tic Tacs and a faded photograph of a bald man with a hairy chest standing on a beach, with his little laughing daughter perched on his shoulders. "Florida, I bet," Tiffany said. "That's where they go if they got the scratch." "Probably." The photo made Lila think of her own son, which she increasingly felt was counterproductive, not that she could keep from doing it. Mary had filled her in on Clint, stalling to keep the officers at the prison, and Jared, hiding their bodies, our other bodies, she thought, in the attic of the show house up the street. Would she hear any more about either of them? A couple of other women had appeared since Mary, but none of them knew anything about her 2 guys, and why would they? Jared and Clint were on a spaceship, and the spaceship was getting farther and farther away, so many light years, and eventually they'd slip from the galaxy entirely, and that would be the end. Finito. When should she begin to mourn them? Had she already started? "Aw," said Tiffany. "Don't." "What?" But Tiffany had read her face, somehow, seen right through to the hopelessness and the muddle. "Don't let it get you." Lila returned the photo to its locker and shut the door. In the gymnasium upstairs, Tiffany challenged her to a game of horse. The prize was the almost full box of Tic Tacs. They pumped up the basketball. Neither of them had any talent for the game. Clint's daughter, who had turned out to not be his daughter, would have dispatched them both with ease. Tiffany shot everything granny style, underhanded, which Lila found annoyingly girly, but also cute. When she had her coat off, you could see her pregnant stomach protrude, a bulb at Tiffany's waist. "Why dueling? Why us? Those are the questions, wouldn't you say?" Lila trotted after the basketball. Tiffany had shot it into the dusty bleachers to the right of the court. I've got a theory. You do? Let's have it. Lila hurled the basketball from the bleachers. It missed the basket by a couple of car lengths and bounced into the second row of the opposite set of bleachers. That was pathetic, Tiffany said. You're one to talk. I'll admit that. We've got a couple of doctors and a few nurses. We've got a veterinarian. We've got a bunch of teachers. Kaylee knew her way around a circuit, and although she's gone, Magda isn't bad. We've got a carpenter. We've got a couple of musicians. We've got a sociologist who's already writing a book about the new society. Yeah, and when it's done, Molly can print it with her berry juice ink, Tiffany snickered. We've got that retired engineering professor from the university. We've got seamstresses and gardeners and cooks out the yin-yang. The book club ladies are running an encounter group so women can talk about the stuff they miss and get out some of the sadness and grief. We've even got a horse whisperer. See? Tiffany retrieved the basketball. See what? We're all we need, Lila said. She had descended from the bleachers and stood with her arms crossed at the baseline of the court. That's why we were chosen. Every basic skill we need to survive is here. Okay, maybe. Could be. Sounds about right to me. Tiffany took off her cowboy hat and fanned herself with it. She was plainly amused. You are such a cop, solving the mysteries. Lila wasn't done, though. So how do we keep things going? We've already got our first baby. And how many pregnant women are there? A dozen? 8? Could be as many as 10. That enough to jumpstart a new world, you think? When half of 'em's apt to be girls? I don't know. Lila was riffing now, her face feeling hot as ideas came to her. But it's a start. And I bet you there's cold storage facilities with generators that were programmed to run and are still running. You'd have to go to a city to find one, I'd guess, but I bet you could. And there would be frozen sperm samples there. And that would be enough to get a new world, going. Tiffany stuck her hat on the back of her head and thumped the basketball off the floor a couple of times. New world, huh? She could have planned it this way. The woman, Eve, so we could start over again without men, at least at the beginning, Lila said. Garden of Eden with no Adam, huh? Okay, Chief, let me ask you a question. Sure. Is it a good plan, what that woman set up for us? A fair question, Lila thought. The inhabitants of our place had discussed Eve Black endlessly. The rumors that had started in the old world had been carried into the new world. It was a rare meeting when her name, if it was her name, did not come up. She was an extension and a possible answer to the original questions, the great how and why of their situation. They discussed the likelihood that she was something more than a woman, more than human, and there was increasing unity in the belief that she was the source of everything that had happened. On the one hand, Lila mourned the lives that had been lost, Millie, Nell, Kaylee, Jessica Elway before them, and how many others, as well as the histories and existences from which those that still lived had been separated. Their men and boys were gone. Yet most, Lila definitely among them, could not deny the renewal before them. Tiffany Jones with full cheeks and clean hair and a second heartbeat. In the old world, there were men who had hurt Tiff, and badly. In the old world, there were men who burned women, thus incinerating them in both realities. Blowtorch brigades, Mary said they were being called. There were bad women and there were bad men. If anyone could claim the right to make that statement, Lila, who had arrested plenty of both, felt that she could. But men fought more. They killed more. That was one way in which the sexes had never been equal. They were not equally dangerous. So yes, Lila thought it was probably a good plan. Merciless, but very good. A world restarted by women had a chance to be safer and fairer. And yet, I don't know. Lila couldn't say that an existence without her son was better. She could conceptualize the idea, but she couldn't articulate it without feeling like a traitor to both Jared and to her old life. Tiffany nodded. How about this, then? Can you shoot backwards? She turned away from the basket, bent her knees low, and flipped the ball over her head. It went up, caromed off the corner of the square, caught the rim, and fell off. Bounce, bounce, bounce. So close. 3. An ochre gush belched from the tap, A pipe clanked loudly against another pipe. The brownish flow sputtered, stopped, and then, hallelujah, clean water began to pour into the sink. "Well," said Magda Dubček to the small assembly around the work sink set against the wall of the water treatment plant, "there it is." "Incredible," said Janice Coates. "Nah, pressure, gravity, not so complex. We be careful, turn on one neighborhood each at a time. Slow but steady win the race." Lila, thinking of the ancient note from Magda's son Anton, undoubtedly a dope and a coxman, but pretty damn sharp about the ways of water in his own right, abruptly hugged the old lady. "Oh," said Magda. "All right. Thanks." The water echoed in the long room of the Dooling County Water District plant, hushing them all. In silence, the women took turns passing their hands through the fresh stream. 4. One of the things everyone missed was the ability to just jump in a car and drive somewhere instead of walking and getting blisters. The cars were still there, some in pretty good shape from being parked in garages, and at least some of the batteries they found in storage still held juice. The real problem was gasoline. Every drop had oxidized during the in-between period. "We'll have to refine some," the retired engineering professor explained at a committee meeting. Not more than 150 miles distant, in Kentucky, there were storage wells and refineries that might be restarted with work and luck. They immediately began to plan another journey. They assigned tasks and selected volunteers. Lila scanned the women in the room for signs of misgivings. There were none. Among the faces, she took special note of Celia Frode, the only survivor of the exploration party. Celia nodded along with the rest of them. "Put me on that list," Celia said. "I'll go. Feel a need to put on my rambling shoes." It would be risky, but they would be more careful this time. And they would not flinch. 5. When they got to the second floor of the demo house, Tiffany announced that she wasn't climbing the ladder to the attic. "I'll wait here." "If you're not coming up, why'd you come at all?" Lila asked. "You're not that pregnant." "I was hoping you'd give me some of your Tic Tacs, Ringer. And I'm plenty pregnant enough, believe me." Lila had one horse and the mints. "Here." She tossed the box to Tiffany and climbed up the ladder. The Pine Hills show house had, ironically, proved to be better constructed than almost every other structure on Tremaine, including Lila's own. Although dim, small windows smudged by the passage of seasons, the attic was dry. Lila paced the space, her footfalls drawing puffs of dust from the floor. Mary had said that this was the one where she and Lila and Mrs. Ransom were, back there, wherever back there was. She wanted to feel herself, to feel her son. She didn't feel anything. At one end of the attic, a moth was batting against one of the dirty windows. Lila walked over to release it. The window was stuck. Lila heard creaking as, behind her, Tiffany climbed the ladder. She moved Lila aside, took out a pocket knife, worked the point around the edges, and the window went up. The moth escaped and flew away. Below, there was snow on the overgrown lawns, on the busted-up street, on her dead cruiser in Mrs. Ransom's driveway. Tiffany's horses were poking their noses around, nickering about whatever it was that horses nickered about, switching their tails. Lila could see past her own house, past the pool that she had never wanted and that Anton had tended, and past the elm tree that he had left her the note about. An orange animal trotted from the shadowy edge of the pine woods that backed the neighborhood. It was a fox. Even at this distance, the luster of its winter coat was evident. How had it got to be winter so soon? Tiffany stood in the middle of the attic. It was dry, but also cold, especially with the window open. She held out the box of Tic Tacs for Lila to take back. "I wanted to eat them all, but it would have been wrong. I've given up my life of crime." Lila smiled and put them back in her own pocket. "I declare you rehabilitated." The women stood about a foot apart, looking at each other, breathing steam. Tiffany pulled off her hat and dropped it on the floor. "If you think that's a joke, it's not. I don't want to take anything from you, Lila. I don't want to take anything from anybody." "What do you want?" asked Lila. "My very own life. Baby and a place and stuff. People that love me. Lila closed her eyes. She'd had all those things. She couldn't feel Jared, couldn't feel Clint, but she could remember them, could remember her very own life. It hurt, those memories. They made shapes in the snow, like the angels they'd made as children, but those shapes became fuzzier every day. God, she was lonesome. That's not so much, Lila said, and reopened her eyes. It seems like a lot to me. Tiffany reached out and drew Lila's face to hers. 6. The fox trotted away from the Pine Hills development, across Tremaine Street, and into the thick stands of winter wheat that had grown up on the far side. He was hunting for the smell of hibernating ground squirrels. The fox loved ground squirrels. Crunchy, juicy. And on this side of the tree, unbothered for so long by human habitation, they had grown careless. After a half-hour's search, he discovered a little family of them in a dugout chamber. They never awoke, even as he was crushing them between his teeth. So tasty, he said to himself. The fox went on, entering the deep woods, making for the tree. He paused briefly to explore an abandoned house. He pissed on a pile of books scattered on the floor and nosed fruitlessly around in a closet full of rotting linens. In the kitchen of the house, there was food in the refrigerator that smelled deliciously spoiled, but his attempts to bump the door ajar accomplished nothing. "Let me in there," the fox demanded of the fridge, just in case it was only pretending to be a dead thing. The fridge loomed, unresponsive. A copperhead slid out from under the wood stove on the far side of the kitchen. "Why are you glowing?" it asked the fox. Other animals had commented on this phenomenon and were wary of it. The fox saw it himself when he looked into still water and saw his reflection. A gold light clung to him. It was her mark. "I've had some good fortune," the fox said. The copperhead wriggled its tongue at him. "Come here. Let me bite you." The fox ran from the cabin. Various birds heckled him as he loped beneath the canopy of gnarled and tangled bare branches, but their petty jibes meant nothing to the fox, whose belly was full and whose coat was thick as a bear's. When he emerged into the clearing, the tree was there, the centerpiece of a leafy, steaming oasis in the fields of snow. His paws crossed over from the cold ground to the rich, warm summer loam that was the tree's forever bed. The tree's branches were layered and blended in countless greens, and beside the passage in the bowl, the white tiger, flicking its great tail, watched him approach with sleepy eyes. "Don't mind me," said the fox. "Just passing through." He darted by, into the black hole, and out the opposite side. Chapter 7. 1. John Peters and Eric Blass had yet to be relieved at the West Lavin roadblock when a banged-up Mercedes SL 600 came trundling toward them from the prison. Don was standing in the weeds, shaking off after a leak. He zipped up in a hurry and returned to the pickup that served as their cruiser. Eric was standing in the road with his gun drawn. "Stow the cannon, Junior," Don said, and Eric holstered his Glock. The driver of the Mercedes, a curly-haired man with a florid face, pulled to an obedient stop when Don raised his hand. Sitting beside him was a good-looking woman. Make that astoundingly good-looking, especially after all the zombie chicks he and Eric had seen the last few days. Also, she was familiar. "License and registration," Don said. He had no orders to look at drivers' IDs, but it was what cops said when they made a stop. "Watch this, Junior," he thought. "See how a man does it." The driver handed over his license. The woman rooted around in the glove compartment and found the registration. The man was Garth Flickinger, M.D., from Dooling, with a listed residence in the town's fanciest neighborhood, over on Briar. "Mind telling me what you were doing up at the prison?" "That was my idea, officer," the woman said. God, she was good-looking. No bags under this bitch's eyes. Don wondered what she'd been taking to keep her so bushy-tailed. "I'm Michaela Morgan, from News America." Eric exclaimed. "I knew I recognized you." It meant jack shit to Don, who didn't watch network news, let alone the blah-blah crap they put out 24/7 on the cable, but he remembered where he'd seen her. "Right! The squeaky wheel. You were drinking there." She gave him a high-voltage smile, all capped teeth and high cheekbones. "That's right. A man gave a speech about how God was punishing women for wearing pants. It was very interesting." Eric said, "Could I have your autograph? It would be something cool to have after you—" He stopped in confusion. "After I fall asleep," she said. "I think the bottom may have fallen out of the autograph market, at least temporarily, but if Garth, Dr. Flickinger, has got a pen in his glove compartment, I don't see why—" "Forget that," Don said harshly. He was embarrassed by his young partner's lack of professionalism. "I want to know why you were up at the prison, and you aren't going anywhere until you tell me." "Of course, officer." She spotlighted him with her smile again. "Although my professional name is Morgan, my real name is Coates, and I'm from right here in town. In fact, the warden is—" "Coates is your mother?" Dawn was shocked. But once you got past her nose, which was arrow-sharp while old Janice's honker was crooked, he could see the resemblance. "Well, I hate to tell you this, but your mother isn't with us anymore." "I know." No smile now. "Dr. Norcross told me. We spoke to him on the intercom." "The man is an asshole," the Flickinger guy said. Don grinned, just couldn't help it. "I'll double down on that." He handed back the paperwork. "Wouldn't let her in," Flickinger marveled. "Wouldn't even let her say goodbye to her own mother." "Well," Michaela said, "the complete truth is that wasn't the only reason I persuaded Garth to take me up there. I also wanted an interview with a woman named Eve Black. I'm sure you've heard the chatter about how she sleeps and wakes. It would have been quite a scoop, you know. The outside world doesn't care about much these days, but it would care about that. Only Norcross said she was inside a cocoon, like all the rest of the inmates." Dawn felt compelled to set her straight. Women, even women reporters, it seemed, could be painfully gullible. "Pure bullshit, and everybody knows it. She's different, special, and he's holding on to her for some crazy reason of his own. But that's going to change." He dropped her a wink, ponderous enough to include Garth, who winked back. "Be nice to me, and I might get you that interview once we spring her." Michaela giggled. "I better look in your trunk, I guess," Dawn said, "just so I can say I did." Garth got out and wrenched open his trunk, which rose with a weary squall. Geary had taken a few swipes here as well. He hoped this clown wouldn't check beneath the spare tire. It was where he had sequestered the baggie of purple lightning. The clown didn't bother, just took a quick look and gave a nod. Garth closed the trunk. This produced an even louder squall, the sound of a cat with its paw caught in a door. "What happened to your car?" Eric asked as Garth got back behind the wheel. Garth opened his mouth to tell the lad that a crazed animal control officer had laid into it, then remembered the crazed animal control officer was now, according to Norcross, the acting sheriff. "Kids," he said. "Vandals. They see something nice and they just want to destroy it, don't they?" The clown bent down to look at the pretty lady. "I'm heading down to the Squeak when my shift is over. If you're still awake, I'd love to buy you a drink." "That would be wonderful," Michaela said, just as if she meant it. "You guys drive carefully and have a good evening," the clown said. Garth dropped the transmission into drive, but before he could turn onto the main road, the kid shouted, "Wait!" Garth stopped. The kid was bending down, hands on his knees, looking at Michaela. "How about that autograph?" There was a pen in the glove compartment, it turned out, a nice one with Garth Flickinger, M.D. stamped in gold on the barrel. Michaela scribbled, "To Eric with best wishes," on the back of a drug rep's business card and handed it over. Garth got rolling while the kid was still thanking her. Less than a mile down Route 31 toward town, they spotted a town cruiser coming toward them, moving fast. "Slow down," Michaela said. As soon as the cruiser disappeared over the hill behind them, she told him to step on it. Garth did. 2. For 2 years, Lila had pestered Clint to add her various contacts to his own, in case of trouble at the prison. 6 months ago, he had finally done it, mostly to get her off his case, and now he thanked God for her persistence. First, he called Jared and told him to sit tight. If all went well, he told his son, someone would be along to pick him up before dark, possibly in an RV. Then he closed his eyes, said a brief prayer for eloquence, and called the lawyer who had facilitated Eve Black's transfer to the prison. After 5 rings, as Clint was resigning himself to voicemail, Barry Holden answered. "Holden here." He sounded uninterested and exhausted. "This is Clint Norcross, Barry. Up at the prison?" "Clint." "No more than that. I need you to listen to me, very carefully." Nothing from Barry Holden. "Are you there?" After a pause, Barry replied in that same uninterested voice. "I'm here." "Where are Clara and your daughters?" 4 girls, ages 12 to 3. A terrible thing for the father who loved them, but maybe a good thing for Clint, awful as that was to think of. He didn't have to talk about the fate of the world, only about the fate of Barry's female hostages to fortune. "Upstairs, sleeping." Barry laughed. Not a real laugh, though, just ha ha ha, like a dialogue balloon in a comic book. "Well, you know, wrapped up in those things. I'm in the living room with a shotgun. If anybody shows up here with so much as a lit match, I'm gonna blow them away. I think there might be a way to save your family. I think they could wake up. Does that idea interest you?" "Is it the woman?" Something new crept into Barry's voice, something alive. "Is it true, what they're saying, that she can sleep and then wake up? If it's only a rumor, be straight with me. I can't stand to hope unless there's a reason to." "It's true. Now listen. 2 people are coming to see you. One's a doctor, the other is Warden Coates's daughter." "Michaela's still awake, even after all this time?" Barry had begun to sound like his old self. "Not impossible, I guess. Gerda, my eldest, held out until last night, but still pretty remarkable." "She's not just awake. She's totally awake, unlike every other woman in the Tri-Counties who's still got her eyes open. The woman we've got in custody up here did it. Just breathed down her throat and woke her up. If this is a joke, Norcross, it's an extremely bad You'll see for yourself. They're going to tell you everything, then ask you to do some pretty dangerous stuff. I don't want to say you're our only hope, but..." Clint closed his eyes, rubbed at his temple with his free hand. "But that might be what you are, and time is very short." "I would do anything for my wife and girls," Barry said. "Anything." Clint allowed himself a long exhalation of relief. "Buddy, I was hoping you'd say that." 3. Barry Holden did indeed have a shotgun. It wasn't new, having been handed down through 3 generations of Holdens, but he had cleaned it and oiled it, and it looked lethal enough. He listened to Garth and Michaela with it laid across his thighs. Beside him, on an end table decorated with one of Clara Holden's lace doilies, was an open box of fat red shells. Talking turn and turn about, Michaela and Garth told the lawyer what Clint had told them, how Eve Black's arrival roughly coincided with Aurora's first reported victims, how she had killed 2 men with her bare hands, how she had allowed herself to be taken into custody without a struggle, saying it was what she wanted, how she had banged her face repeatedly into the protective mesh of Lila's cruiser, how the bruises had healed with magical speed. "Besides fixing me up, she knew things about me she couldn't possibly have known," Michaela said. "And they say she can control the rats." "I know that's hard to believe, but..." Garth interrupted. "Another prisoner, Fitzroy, told us she used rats to get the assistant warden's cell phone. And she does have a cell phone. I saw it." "There's more," Michaela said. "She claims to have killed Judge Silver. She claimed..." She paused, reluctant to say it, but Clint had told them to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. "Remember that he may be grieving," Clint had said, "but he's still a lawyer, and a damned good one. He can smell a lie at 40 yards, even upwind." "She claimed she did it using moths, because Silver was trying to bring in someone from out of town, and that's not allowed." Michaela knew that a week ago, this was where Barry Holden would have decided they were either sharing a pernicious delusion or trying on the world's worst and most stoned prank, and invited them to leave his house. But it wasn't a week ago. Instead of telling them to get out, Barry handed his grandfather's shotgun to Michaela. "Hold this." There was a laptop on the coffee table. Barry sat on the couch, also liberally decorated with his wife's needlework, and began tapping away. After a moment, he looked up. "Bridger County Police are reporting an accident on the old Coughlin Road. 1 fatality. No name, but the vehicle was a Land Rover. Judge Silver drives a Land Rover." He regarded Michaela Coates. What they were telling him, essentially, was that the fate of every woman on planet Earth depended on what happened here in Dooling over the next few days. It was mad, but Warden Coates's daughter, sitting there in Clara's favorite bentwood rocker and looking at him earnestly, was the best argument that it was true. Possibly an irrefutable argument. A news report on CNN that morning had said that less than 10% of the world's women were estimated to still be awake on Aurora Day 5. Barry didn't know about that, but he would have been willing to bet Grandpa Holden's shotgun that none of them looked like Michaela. "She just, what, kissed you? Like when the prince kissed Princess Aurora in the cartoon?" "Yes," said Michaela, "like that. And she breathed down my throat. I think that's what really did it. Her breath." Barry switched his attention to Garth. "You saw this?" "Yes, it was amazing. Mickey here looked like a vampire after a fresh transfusion." And when he caught Michaela's frowning stare, "Sorry, darling, maybe not the best metaphor." "That was actually a simile," she said coldly. Barry was still trying to get his mind around it. "And she says they'll come for her, the cops, the townies, and that Frank Geary's in charge?" "Yes." Michaela had left out everything Evie had said about the sleeping women having to make their own decision. Even if true, that part was out of their hands. "I know Geary," Barry said. "I never defended him, but he's been in district court a couple of times. I remember a case where a woman complained that he threatened her for not keeping her Rottweiler on a leash. He has what you'd call anger issues." "Tell me about it," Garth murmured. Barry looked at him, eyebrows raised. "Never mind," Garth said. "Not important." Barry took back his shotgun. "Okay, I'm in. For one thing, I've got nothing else to do with Clara and the girls gone. For another, I want to see this mystery woman with my own eyes. What does Clint want from me?" "He said you have a Winnebago," Michaela said, "to go camping in with your wife and girls." Barry smiled. "Not a Winnebago, a Fiesta. Sucks a ton of gas, but it sleeps 6. The girls squabble almost non-stop, but we had some good times in that old thing." His eyes abruptly filled with tears. "Some very, very good times." 4. Barry Holden's Fleetwood Fiesta was parked in a small lot behind the old-fashioned granite block of a building where he kept his office. The RV was a monstrous, zebra-striped thing. Barry sat behind the wheel while Michaela climbed into the passenger seat. They waited for Garth to reconnoiter the cop shop. The Holden family's heirloom shotgun lay on the floor between them. "Does this have any chance at all, do you think?" Barry asked. "I don't know," Michaela replied. "I hope so, but I really don't know." "Well, it's nuts, no doubt about that," Barry said. "But it beats sitting home and thinking bad thoughts." "You have to see Evie Black to really understand. Speak to her. You have to—" She searched for the right word. "You have to experience her. Michaela's cell phone rang. It was Garth. "There's a geezer with a beard sitting under an umbrella on one of the benches out front, but otherwise the coast is clear. No cruisers in the side lot, just a few personal vehicles. If we're going to do this, I think we better hurry up. That RV is not what I'd call unobtrusive." "Coming now," Michaela said. She ended the call. The alley between Barry's building and the one next to it was narrow. There couldn't have been more than 5 inches of clearance for the lumbering Fleetwood on either side, but Barry threaded its length with the ease of long experience. He stopped at the mouth of the alley, but Main Street was deserted. It's almost as if the men are gone too, Michaela thought, as Barry made a wide right turn and drove the 2 blocks to the municipal building. He parked the Fleetwood in front, taking 3 spaces marked, "Official business only, others will be towed." They got out and Garth joined them. The man with the beard got up and ambled over, holding the umbrella over his head. The stem of a pipe poked up from the bib of his Oshkosh overalls. He held out his hand to Barry and said, "Hello there, counselor." Barry shook with him. "Hey, Willie, good to see you, but I can't stop to chew the fat. We're in sort of a hurry. Urgent business." Willie nodded. "I'm waiting for Lila. I know the chances are good that she's asleep, but I'm hoping not. Want to talk to her. I went back out to that trailer where those meth heads got killed. Something funny out there. Not just fairy handkerchiefs. The trees are full of moths. Wanted to talk to her about it, maybe take her to see. If not her, then whoever's supposed to be in charge." "This is Willie Burke," Barry told Garth and Michaela. "Volunteer fire department, adopt a highway, coaches Pop Warner, all-around good guy. But we're really pressed for time, Willie, so if it was Lenny Mars you came to talk to, you better hurry up." Willie's eyes flicked from Barry to Garth to Michaela. They were deep-set, caught in nets of wrinkles, but sharp. "She was still awake the last time I popped in, but she's fading fast." "No deputies around?" Garth asked. "Nope, all out on patrol. Except maybe for Terry Coombs. I heard he's a little under the weather. Struck drunk, don't you know." The three of them started up the steps to the triple doors. "Haven't seen Lila, then?" Willie called after them. "No," Barry said. "Well, maybe I'll wait a little longer." And Willie wandered back to his bench. "Something funny out there, all right. All those moths. And the place has got a vibration." 5. Lenny Mars, part of the 10% of Earth's female population still holding out on that Monday, continued to walk around with her laptop, but now she was moving slowly, occasionally stumbling and bumping into the furniture. To Michaela, she looked like a wind-up toy that had almost run down. 2 hours ago, that was me, she thought. Lenny walked past them, staring at her laptop with her bloodshot eyes, not seeming to realize they were there until Barry tapped her on the shoulder. Then she jumped, her hands flying up. Garth caught her laptop before it could crash to the floor. On the screen was a video of the London Eye. In slow motion, it tottered and rolled into the Thames again and again. Hard to tell why anyone would want to destroy the London Eye, but apparently someone had felt a need to do so. "Barry, you scared the dickens out of me." "I'm sorry," he said. "Terry sent me to get some of the hardware from the weapons room. I guess he wants it up to the prison. May I have the key, please?" "Terry?" she frowned. "Why would he? Lila's the sheriff, not Terry. You know that." "Lila, right," Barry said. "It's Lila's order via Terry." Garth went to the doors and looked out, convinced that a sheriff's department cruiser would pull up at any moment. Maybe 2 or 3. They would be thrown in jail, and this lunatic adventure would be over before it even got started. So far, there was no one but the bearded guy sitting out there under his umbrella, like Patience on her monument. But that couldn't last. "Can you help me out, Lenny? For Lila?" "Sure, I'll be glad to see her back," Lenny said. She went to her desk and put her laptop down. On the screen, the London Eye fell and fell and fell. "That guy Dave is running things until she does. Or maybe his name is Pete. Confusing to have 2 Petes around. In any case, I don't know about him. He's very serious." She rummaged in her wide top drawer and brought out a heavy ring of keys. She peered at them. Her eyes drifted closed. White threads immediately rose from her eyelashes, wavering in the air. "Lenny," Barry said sharply. "Wake up." Her eyes snapped open and the threads disappeared. "I am awake. Stop shouting." She ran a finger along the keys, making them jingle. "I know it's one of them." Barry took them. "I'll find it. Miss Morgan, maybe you'd like to go back to the RV and wait there." "No, thanks. I want to help. It will be quicker that way." At the back of the main room was an unmarked metal door painted a particularly unappetizing shade of green. There were 2 locks. Barry found the key that fitted the top one easily enough. The second, however, was taking more time. Michaela thought Lila might have kept that key for herself. It might be in her pocket, buried under one of those white cocoons. "Do you see anyone coming?" she called to Garth. "Not yet, but hurry up. This is making me need to pee." There were only 3 keys left on the ring when Barry found the one that turned the second lock. He opened the door, and Michaela saw a small closet-sized room with rifles stowed in racks and pistols nestled in styrofoam-lined cubbies. There were shelves stacked with boxes of ammunition. On one wall was a poster showing a Texas Ranger in a 10-gallon hat, pointing a revolver with a huge black barrel. "I fought the law, and the law won," read the line beneath. "Get as much of the ammo as you can," Barry said. "I'll get the M4s and some of the Glocks." Michaela started for the ammo shelves, then changed her mind and went back into the dispatch area. She grabbed Linny's wastebasket and turned it over, dumping out a heap of crumpled paper and take-out coffee cups. Linny took no notice. Michaela loaded as many boxes of ammunition as she thought she could carry into the wastebasket and left the secure room with the basket clasped in her arms. Garth brushed past her to get his own armload of weaponry. Barry had left one of the triple entry doors open. Michaela staggered down the wide stone steps through the thickening rain in time to see Barry reach the Fleetwood. The bearded man got up from his bench, still holding his umbrella over his head. He said something to Barry, who replied. Then the bearded man, Willie, opened the RV's rear door so Barry could put in his armload of guns. Michaela joined him, panting. Barry took the wastebasket from her and dumped the boxes of ammo on top of the jackstraw pile of guns. They went back together while Willie stood beneath his umbrella, watching. Garth came out with a second load of armament, his pants sagging under the weight of the ammo boxes he had shoved into all his pockets. "What did the old guy say to you?" Michaela asked. "He wanted to know if we were doing something Sheriff Norcross would approve of," Barry replied. "I said we were." They went back inside and hurried to the secure room. They had taken about half the weaponry. Michaela spotted something that looked like a submachine gun afflicted with the mumps. "We should definitely take that. I think it's the tear gas launcher thingy. I don't know if we need it, but I don't want anyone else to have it." Garth rejoined them. "I come bearing bad news, Counselor Holden. Truck with a jackpot light on the dash just pulled up behind your RV." They hurried to the doors and peered out through the smoked glass. 2 men were getting out of the truck, and Michaela recognized them both. The clown and his autograph hound partner. "Oh, Christ," Barry said. "That's Don Peters from the prison. What's he doing pretending to be a cop? The man has the brains of an insect." "That particular insect was most recently seen manning a roadblock near the prison," Garth said. "Same bug, same truck." The bearded man approached the newcomers, said something, and pointed further up Main Street. Peters and his young partner ran to their truck and jumped in. The light bars came on, and they pulled out with the siren screaming. "What's going on?" Linny asked in a distracted voice. "Just what in the doodly fuck is going on?" "Everything's fine," Garth said and gave her a smile. "Not to worry." Then, to Barry and Michaela, "May I suggest we quit while we're ahead?" "What's going on?" Linny wailed. "Oh, this is all just a bad dream." "Hang in there, miss," Garth said. "It might get better." The 3 of them left, running once they got to the concrete path. Michaela had the grenade launcher in one hand and a bag of tear gas shells in the other. She felt like Bonnie Parker. Willie was standing beside the Fleetwood. "How did you get those guys out of here?" Barry asked. "Told 'em someone was shooting up the hardware store. They won't be long, so I think you folks better roll." Willie snapped his umbrella closed. "And I think I better roll with you. Those 2 ain't gonna be happy campers when they come back." "Why would you help us like this?" Garth asked. "Well, it's strange days now, and a man has got to trust his instincts. Mine have always been pretty good. Barry here's always been a friend to Lila, even though he bats for the other team in court, and I recognize this girl here from the TV news." He peered at Garth. "You I don't like the looks of so much, but you're with them, so what the hell. Besides, the die is cast, as they say. Where are we going?" "First to pick up Lila's son," Barry said, "then up to the prison. How would you like to take part in a siege, Willie? Because that may be what's shaping up." Willie smiled, showing tobacco-stained teeth. "Well, I had a coonskin cap when I was a kid, and I always liked movies about the Alamo, so why not? Help me up the steps of this rig, would you? The goddamn rain plays hell with my rheumatism." 6. Jared, waiting at the door of the demo house, was getting ready to call his father again when a huge RV pulled up in front. Jared recognized the driver. Like his mother's deputies and many other town officials, Barry Holden had been a dinner guest at the Norcross house on occasion. Jared met him on the stoop. "Come on," Barry said. "We have to go." Jared hesitated. "My mom and 3 others are in the attic. It was really hot up there before the rain started, and it will be hot again tomorrow. You should help me get them down." "It will cool off fast tonight, Jared, and we have no time." Barry didn't know if the cocooned women could feel heat or cold, but he did know that their window of opportunity was rapidly closing. He also thought that Lila and the others might be better off stashed away here on this quiet street. He had insisted on bringing his own wife and daughters along because of the RV. It was well known in dueling, and he was afraid of reprisals. "Can we at least tell someone?" "That's a decision your father can make. Please, Jared." Jared allowed himself to be led down the walk to the idling Fleetwood. The back door opened, and his old Pop Warner coach leaned out. Jared smiled in spite of himself. "Coach Burke!" "Well, look at this," Willie exclaimed. "The only Pee-wee quarterback I ever had who didn't drop every other snap. Climb in here, son." But the first thing Jared saw was the array of guns and ammo on the floor. "Holy shit, what are these for?" A woman sat on the plaid couch just inside the door. She was young, extremely pretty, and vaguely familiar, but the most remarkable thing about her was how awake she looked. She said, "Hopefully just insurance." A man standing in the passage in front of her laughed. "I wouldn't bet on that, Mickey." He held out his hand. "Garth Flickinger." Behind Garth Flickinger, on a matching couch, were arranged 4 cocooned bodies, each smaller than the previous, like a set of separated nesting dolls. "That's Mr. Holden's wife and daughters, I'm told," Coach Burke said. The RV started rolling. Jared staggered. Willie Burke steadied him, and as Jared shook with Mr. Flickinger, he thought that maybe all of this was a dream. Even the guy's name seemed like something out of a dream. Who in the real world was named Garth Flickinger? "Pleased to meet you," he said. In his peripheral vision, the Holden women rolled against one another as the RV went around a corner. Jared told himself not to see them, but there was no not seeing them, reduced to mummified dolls. "I'm, Jared Norcross." And dream or no dream, he had a certain resentment. There had been time for Mr. Holden to get his family, hadn't there? And why was that? Because it was his RV? Jared's phone rang as Barry hooked them around the Tremaine Street cul-de-sac. They were leaving his mother, Molly, Mary, and Mrs. Ransom behind. It felt wrong. Everything felt wrong, though, so what else was new? The caller was his father. They spoke briefly, and then Clint asked to speak to Michaela. When she took the phone, Clint said, "Here's what you need to do." She listened. 7. Deputy Sheriff Reed Barrows had parked Unit 3 directly across the byroad leading to the prison. This was high ground. He and Vern had a clear view down at least 6 miles of Route 31. Reed had expected a ration of shit from Peters about being relieved so soon after they had taken up their post, but Peters had been surprisingly agreeable, probably eager to get an early start on the day's drinking. Maybe the kid was, too. Reed doubted if they were checking IDs at the squeaky wheel this week, and currently the cops had better things to do than enforce alcohol laws. Peters reported they had stopped just a single car, some reporter who'd gone up to the prison hoping to get an interview and been turned away. Reed and Vern had stopped no one at all. Even traffic on the main road was so sparse it was nearly non-existent. The town was in mourning for its women, Reed thought. Hell, the world was in mourning. Reed turned to his partner, who was reading something on his Kindle and picking his nose. "You're not wiping boogers under the seat, are you?" "Jesus, no! Don't be disgusting." Vern raised his rump, pulled a handkerchief from his back pocket, wiped a little green treasure into it, and replaced it. "Tell me something. What exactly are we doing here? Do they really think Norcross is stupid enough to take that woman out into the world when he's got her behind bars right now?" "I don't know. If a food truck or something comes along, what are we supposed to do?" "Stop it and radio for instructions." "Radio who? Terry or Frank?" About this, Reed was less sure. "Guess I'd try Terry's cell first thing." Leave a message just to cover our asses if he doesn't pick up. Why don't we worry about that if it happens? Which it probably won't, the mess everything's in. Yeah, infrastructure's shot to hell. What's infrastructure? Look it up on your Kindle, why don't you? Vern did so. The basic physical and organizational structures needed for the operation of a society or an enterprise. Huh. Huh? What does huh mean? That you're right. It's shot to hell. I went to the Shopwell this morning before I came on. Place looks like a bomb hit it. Down the hill, in the gray afternoon light, they could see an approaching vehicle. Reed? What? With no women, there's going to be no babies. You've got a scientific mind, all right, Reed said. If this doesn't end, where will the human race be in another 60 or 100 years? This was something Reed Barrows did not want to think about, especially with his wife in a cocoon and his toddler being babysat, probably inadequately, by ancient Mr. Freeman next door. Nor did he have to. The vehicle was now close enough to see it was a humongous zebra-striped camper and slowing down as if it meant to turn onto the prison road. Not that it could, with 3 parked across it. That RV belongs to Holden, said Vern. The lawyer. My brother services it over in Maylock. The Fleetwood came to a stop. The driver's door opened, and Barry Holden got out. At the same time, the officers got out of 3. Holden greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, I come bearing good tidings of great joy. Neither Reed nor Vern returned the smile. No one goes up to the prison, Mr. Holden, Reed said. Sheriff's orders. Now, I don't think that's strictly true, Barry said, still smiling. I believe a gentleman named Frank Geary gave that order, and he's what you might call self-appointed. Isn't that so? Reed wasn't sure how to respond to this, so he kept silent. In any case, Barry said, I got a call from Clint Norcross. He's decided that turning the woman over to local law enforcement is the right thing to do. Well, thank God for that, Vern exclaimed. The man sees reason. He wants me at the prison to facilitate the deal and make it clear for the public record as to why he went outside of protocol. Just a formality, really. Reed was about to say, you couldn't find a smaller vehicle to come up here in? Car wouldn't start, maybe? But that was when 3's dash radio blared. It was Terry Coombs, and he sounded upset. Unit 3, respond! Right now! Right now! 8. Just as Reed and Vern were first noticing the approach of Barry Holden's RV, Terry Coombs entered the Olympia Diner and walked to the booth where Frank and Deputy Pete Ordway were sitting. Frank was less than happy to see Coombs up and about, but concealed his displeasure as best he could. Yo, Terry. Terry nodded to both men. He had shaved and changed his shirt. He looked rocky but sober. Jack Albertson told me you guys were here. Albertson was one of the retired deputies who had been pressed back into service 2 days before. I got some pretty bad news from Bridger County 15 minutes ago. There was no smell of booze about Terry. Frank hoped to change that. He didn't like encouraging a man who was probably an incipient alcoholic, but Coombs was easier to work with when he'd had a few. What's going on in Bridger? Pete asked. Wreck on the highway. Judge Silver went into Door's Hollow Stream. He's dead. What? Frank's shout was loud enough to bring Gus Vereen out of the kitchen. It's a damn shame, Terry said. He was a fine man. He pulled up a chair. Any idea what he was doing over there? Went to speak to an ex-FBI guy he knew in Coughlin about helping to talk sense into Norcross, Frank said. It had to have been a heart attack. The judge had looked horrible, washed out and shaky. If he's dead, I guess that's out. With an effort, he composed himself. He'd liked Judge Silver, and had been willing to go along with him up to a certain point. That point was erased now. And that woman is still at the prison. Frank leaned forward. Awake. Norcross was lying about her being in a cocoon. Hicks told me. Hicks has got a poor reputation, Terry said. Frank wasn't hearing it. And there's other strange things about her. She's the key. If the bitch started it, she'll know how to stop it, Pete said. Terry's mouth twitched. There's no proof of that, Pete. And since Aurora started halfway around the world, it seems kind of far-fetched. I think we all need to take a deep breath and just... Frank's walkie came to life. It was Don Peters. Frank, come in. I need to talk to you. You better answer this thing because they fucking... Frank raised the walkie to his lips. This is Frank. Come back and watch the profanity. You're going out over the... They fucking robbed the guns, Don yelled. Some decrepit old piece of shit sent us on a wild goose chase, and then they robbed the fucking guns right out of the fucking sheriff's station. Before Frank could reply, Terry snatched the walkie-talkie out of his hand. Coombs here. Who did? Barry Holden, in a big mother humper of an RV. Your dispatcher said there were others with him, but she's 3/4 out of it and don't know who. All the guns? Terry asked, astounded. They took all the guns? No, not all. I guess they didn't have time, but plenty of them. Jesus Christ, that RV was huge. Terry stared at the walkie in his hand, frozen. Frank told himself he ought to keep his mouth shut and let Terry work through the computation on his own, and he just couldn't do it. It seemed he never could once he was angry. Do you still think we just need to take a deep breath and wait Norcross out? Because you know where they're going with those weapons, don't you? Terry looked up at him. His lips pressed so tightly together his mouth was almost gone. I think you might have forgotten who's in charge here, Frank. Sorry, Sheriff. Under the table, his hands were so tightly clenched they were shaking, the nails digging crescents into his palms. Terry was still staring at him. Tell me you put someone out there on the road to the prison. It would be your own damn fault if I didn't, drunk as you were. Ah, but who had been plying him with the booze? I did. Wrangle and Barrows. Good. That's good. Which unit are they in? Frank didn't know, but Pete Ordway did. 3. Don was blabbering on, but Terry cut him off and pressed send. Unit 3, respond! Right now! Right now! Chapter 8 1. At the squawk of the radio, Reed Barrows told Barry to stay put. No problem, Barry said. He gave the side of the Fleetwood 3 knocks, a message to Willie Burke, crouched behind the curtain that separated the front of the RV from the back, that it was on to Plan B. Plan B was pretty simple. Beat it, while Barry provided as much of a distraction as possible. It was paramount that the guns got to the prison and that his girls were safe from harm. Barry didn't have to think twice about it. They'd arrest him, of course, but he knew a terrific lawyer. He placed a hand on Vern Wrangle's shoulder, gently easing him past the front of the RV. Sounds like someone at the station's got a full diaper, Wrangle observed cheerfully, moving thoughtlessly along with the lawyer's guidance. Where are we going? Where they were going was away from the RV, so that 1, Wrangle didn't see Willie Burke sliding into the driver's seat, and 2, to give the Fleetwood room to go forward without running anyone over. Barry couldn't tell the officer that, though. A concept that he had endeavored to impress upon his girls was that the law was impersonal. It wasn't about your feelings, it was about your argument. If you could partition yourself off from personal preference entirely, that was for the best. You wanted, really, to remove your skin and assume the skin of your client, while at the same time hanging on to your brain. Gerda, who had been asked on a date by a high school boy, just a sophomore but still much too old for her, had recently tried to get her father to take her on as a pro bono client to argue to her mother that she was old enough to go to the movies with the guy. This had been exceptionally clever of Gerda, but Barry had recused himself on the grounds of their familial relationship. Also because, as her father, he had no intention of letting her go anywhere with a boy who was almost 15 and probably got hard every time the wind blew. If Carrie Benson wanted to spend time with her that badly, he'd said, then Carrie could buy her an ice cream sundae at the Dairy Treat right here in town. And in broad daylight. What Barry had chosen not to express to Gerda was the sticky provision of the utterly culpable. Sometimes you pulled on your client's skin only to find that you, were astoundingly, hopelessly, no way to even pretend, guilty as original sin. When this situation arose, the only sensible tactic was to distract and disrupt, litigate minutiae, gum up the wheels, and delay. With luck, You might wear the opposition down until they offered you an advantageous deal just to be rid of you, or better yet, irritate or flummox them into screwing up their case altogether. With that in mind, he improvised with the most dumbfounding question he could come up with on short notice. "Listen, Vern, wanted to take you aside and ask you something." "Okay." Barry leaned forward confidentially. "Are you circumcised?" Rain sprinkles dotted the surface of Vern Wrangel's glasses, obscuring his eyes. Barry heard the engine of the RV turn over, heard the clunk as Willie put it into drive, but the cop paid no mind. The circumcision question had put him in mental vapor lock. "Gee, Mr. Holden." Vern absently shook out a handkerchief and began to refold it. "Kinda personal, you know." Behind them there was a thud and the whinge of metal grinding against metal. Meanwhile, Reed Barrows had scooted into the driver's side of the cruiser to take Terry's call, but the mic slipped out of his damp hand. The seconds that elapsed while he bent to retrieve it from the footwell and untangle the cord were important because that got Willie Burke settled in driving mode. "Roger, this is Unit 3. Barrows speaking. Over," Reed said once he had the mic again. Out the window, he saw the RV swerving around the front of the cruiser to the gravel shoulder and grassy embankment on the southbound half of the road. This vision didn't alarm Reed. It perplexed him. Why was Barry Holden moving his RV? Or was Vern moving it so someone else could get by? That didn't make sense. They needed to sort out the shyster and his Fleetwood before they dealt with anyone else who wanted to drive through. Terry Coombs's voice blared over the radio. "Arrest Barry Holden and confiscate his vehicle. He's got a pile of stolen guns and he's headed for the prison. You hear me?" The front end of the RV bumped the front end of the cruiser, the mic jumped out of Reed's hand a second time, and his view through the windshield swung away as if on hinges. "Hey!" 2. In the back of the RV, Jared lost his balance. He fell off the couch and onto the guns. "You okay?" Garth asked. The doctor had kept his feet by pressing his back against the counter of the kitchenette and grabbing the sink. "Yeah. Thanks for asking about me." Michaela had managed to stay on the couch, but she'd fallen over onto her side. Garth realized that he adored Mickey. She had sand, as the old-timers like to say. He wouldn't change a thing about her. Her nose and everything else was as close to flawless as you could get. "I didn't have to, Mickey," he replied. "I know you're okay because you'll always be okay." 3. The RV rolled slowly along, hugging the sloping roadside at a tilted angle and doing about 15 miles an hour, shoving the cruiser aside. Metal squalled against metal. Vern gaped and spun to Barry. The lawyer had pissed right down his leg. Vern therefore slugged Barry in the eye and dumped him flat on his rear end. "Stop the RV!" bellowed Reed from the open door of the shifting cruiser. "Shoot the tires!" Vern drew his service weapon. The RV broke loose from the cruiser and began to pick up speed. It was at a 2 o'clock angle as it moved off the shoulder, now headed back for the center of the road. Vern, aiming for the right rear tire, triggered too quickly. His shot went way high, puncturing a piece of the RV's wall. The vehicle was about 50 yards distant. Once it gained the road, it would be gone. Vern took a moment to reset and aimed again, properly, focusing again on the rear right tire, and fired into the air as Barry Holden tackled him to the ground. 4. Jared, on the floor, his back poked in half a dozen places by gun sights and gun barrels, was deafened by the blast. He could somehow feel the screaming around him, the woman, Michaela, Flickinger, but he couldn't hear it. His eyes found a hole in the wall. The bullet had made an opening like a burst firecracker top. His hands, flat on the floor of the RV, felt the wheels moving below, gaining speed, thrumming on the hardtop. Flickinger still had his feet. He was braced at the kitchen counter. Nope, it wasn't Flickinger who was screaming. Jared looked where the doctor was looking. The cocooned figures lay on the couch. A bloody cavity had opened at the sternum of the third in the row, the oldest of the 3 girls, Gerda. She stood up from the couch and staggered forward. She was the one that was screaming. Jared saw that she was moving at Michaela, who was huddled at the end of the parallel couch. The girl's arms were raised, torn loose from the webbing that had held them fast to her torso, and the impression of the open, howling mouth under the material was vivid. Moths spilled from the hole in her sternum. Flickinger caught Gerda. She spun, and her hands clawed at his throat as they wobbled in a circle and went tripping over the guns on the floor. The two bodies crashed against the rear door. The latch snapped, the door flew open, and they fell out, followed by a rush of moths and a stream of guns and bullets. 5. Evie moaned.
"What?"
Angel asked.
"What's wrong?"
"Oh," Evie said. "Nothing." "Liar," Jeanette said. She was still slumped in the shower alcove. Angel had to hand it to Jeanette. She was almost as stubborn as Angel herself. "That's the sound you make when people die." Jeanette inhaled. She cocked her head and addressed an invisible person. "That's the sound she makes when people die, Damien." "I guess that's true, Jeanette," Evie said. "I guess I do that." "That's what I said. Didn't I, Damien?"
"You're seeing shit, Jeanette," Angel said.
Jeanette's gaze stayed on the empty air.
"Moths came from her mouth, Angel. She's got moths in her. Now let me alone. I'm trying to have a conversation with my husband."
Evie excused herself. "I need to make a call." 6. Reed heard Vern's shot as he hurled himself over the police cruiser's console and jerked open the passenger door. He glimpsed the rear end of the RV as it lumbered over beyond the slope, its back door flapping back and forth. 2 bodies lay in the road. Reed unholstered his service weapon and ran toward them. Past the bodies there was a trail of 3 or 4 assault rifles and a few handfuls of ammunition scattered among them. When he reached the bodies, he stopped. Blood and gray matter painted the pavement around the skull of the prone man who was nearest. Reed had seen his share of corpses, but the mess here was notable, maybe a prize winner. In the course of his fall, the guy's glasses had flipped up to rest on the fringe of his curly hair. The arrangement of the glasses gave him a perversely warm and casual look, a teacherly aspect, as he lay dead in the road with his brains splattered on the asphalt. A few steps further on, a female was sprawled on her side in the position that Reed himself often adopted when he was on the couch watching television. Her mask of webbing had been scraped away by contact with the road, and the skin that remained was tattered. From what was left of the face and of her body, Reed could determine that she was young, but not much more than that. A bullet had torn a large wound in her chest. The girl's blood flowed onto the damp pavement. Sneakers slapped against the pavement behind Reed. "Gerda!" someone screamed. "Gerda!" Reed turned and Barry Holden rushed past him, falling to his knees by the body of his daughter. Vern Wrangle, nose bloodied, staggered up the road after Holden, bellowing that he'd circumcise him, the fucker. What a hill of shit. A smeared guy, a dead girl, a howling attorney, Vern Wrangle with his blood up, guns and ammo in the road. Reed was relieved that Lila Norcross was not currently serving as chief, because he would not have wanted to even begin to attempt to explain to her how it had happened. Reed grabbed for Vern a second too late, catching just a piece of fabric at his shoulder. Vern shook him off and swatted the butt end of his pistol across the back of Barry Holden's head. There was an ugly cracking noise, like a breaking branch, and a gout of blood. Barry Holden tumbled face first onto the ground beside his daughter. Vern squatted beside the unconscious lawyer and began to hit him again and again with the butt of his gun. "Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! You broke my nose! You—" The young woman, who should have been dead and wasn't, grasped Vern's jaw, wrapped her fingers over his lower teeth, and jerked him down to her level. Her head lifted and her mouth snapped wide, and she buried her teeth in Vern's throat. Reed's partner began to whack at her with the pistol butt. It didn't faze her. Arterial blood pumped out around her lips. Reed remembered his own weapon. He raised it and shot. The bullet entered through the young woman's eye, and her body went loose, but her mouth remained locked on Vern's throat. She appeared to be drinking his blood. On his knees, Reed dug his fingers into the hot and slippery mess where the young woman's teeth were clamped to his partner's throat. He hauled and pulled, feeling tongue and enamel. Vern swung at her once more, ineffectually, his gun flying from his relaxing hand and bouncing away. Then he collapsed. 7. Last, in a 3-cruiser caravan, Frank drove alone. Everyone had their sirens going. Ordway and Terry were at the fore, followed by Peters and Peters' sidekick Blass. Aloneness was not something that Frank sought, but it seemed to find him. Why was that? Elaine had taken Nana and left him alone. Oscar Silver had gone off the road and left him alone. It was grim. It had made him grim. Maybe that was how it had to be, though, how he had to be, to do what he had to do. But could he do what he had to do? Things were going wrong. Reed Barrows had radioed that shots had been fired and there was an officer down. Frank believed he was ready to kill for his daughter. He was certain that he was ready to die for her. What occurred to him now, though, was that he was not the only one who was willing to take mortal risks. Norcross's people had stolen police armaments and broken through a barricade. Whatever their reasons, they were determined. It worried Frank that they should be so determined, that their reasons should be such an enigma. What was driving them? What was it between Eve Black and Norcross? His cell phone rang. The caravan was speeding north on Balls Hill. Frank pulled the phone from his pocket. Geary. Frank, this is Eve Black. She spoke a shade above a whisper, and her voice had a husky, flirty quality. It is it? Nice to meet you. I'm calling you from my new cell phone. I didn't have one, so Lore Hicks gifted me his. Wasn't that chivalrous of him? By the way, you might as well slow down. No need to risk an accident. The RV got away. There's just 4 dead people and Reed Barrows. How do you know that? Trust me, I know. Clint was surprised it was so easy to pull off the heist. I was too, to be honest. We had a good laugh. I thought you were a little more on top of things. My mistake. You should give yourself up, Ms. Black. Frank concentrated on measuring his words, on keeping the redness that wanted to overtake his mind at bay. Or you should give this thing up, whatever it is. You should do that before anyone gets hurt. Oh, we're pretty well past the getting hurt stage. Judge Silver, for instance, got a lot more than hurt. As did Dr. Flickinger, who actually wasn't such a bad fellow when his head was clear. We're in the mass extinction stage. Frank choked the wheel of the cruiser. What the fuck are you? I could ask you the same question, but I know what you'd say. I am the good father. Because with you, it's all Nana, 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 isn't it? The protective daddy. Have you thought even once about all the other women and what you might be doing to them? What you might be putting at risk? How do you know about my daughter? It's my business to know. There's an old blues song that goes, before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. You need to widen your perspective, Frank. What I need, Frank Geary thought, is my hands around your throat. What do you want? I want you to man up. I want you to man the fuck up and make this interesting. I want your precious Nana to be able to go to school and say, my daddy isn't just a civil servant who catches feral cats, and he isn't just a guy who punches walls or pulls on my favorite shirt or yells at Mom when things aren't going his way. He's also the man who stopped that wicked old fairy who put all the women to sleep. Leave my daughter out of it, you bitch. The teasing note evaporated from her voice. When you protected her at the hospital, that was brave. I admired it. I admired you. I truly did. I know you love her, and that's no small thing. I know, in your way, all you want is the best for her. And that makes me love you a tiny bit, even though you're part of the problem. Ahead, the first 2 vehicles were pulling to a stop beside Reed Barrows' dented cruiser. Frank could see Barrows walking to meet them.
Further on, he could see the bodies in the road. "Stop this," said Frank. "Let them go. Let the women go. Not just my wife and daughter. All of them." Evie said, "You'll have to kill me first." 8. Angel asked who was this Frank that Evie had been talking to. "He's the dragon slayer," Evie said. "I just needed to make sure that he wasn't going to allow himself to be distracted by unicorns." "You are so fucking crazy," Angel whistled. Evie wasn't, but it wasn't an issue to debate with Angel, who, anyway, was entitled to her opinion. Chapter 9. 1. The fox comes to Lila in a dream. She knows it's a dream because the fox can talk. "Hey, babe," he says as he pads into the bedroom of the house on St. George Street she's now sharing with Tiffany, Janice Coates, and 2 of the docs from the Women's Center, Erin Eisenberg and Jolie Surratt. Erin and Jolie are unmarried. The 3rd Women's Center doctor, Georgia Peekins, lives on the other side of town, with 2 daughters who sorely miss their big brother. Another reason to know this is a dream is that she's alone in the room. The other twin bed, where Tiffany sleeps, is empty and neatly made up. The fox puts its cunning forepaws, white rather than red, as if he has walked through fresh paint to get here, on the quilt that covers her. "What do you want?" Lila asks. "To show you the way back," the fox says. "But only if you want to go." 2. When Lila opened her eyes, it was morning. Tiffany was in the other bed where she belonged, the blankets pushed down to her knees, her belly a half-moon above the boxer shorts she slept in. She was over 7 months now. Instead of going to the kitchen to brew up a nasty-tasting mess of the chicory that served them as coffee in this version of dueling, Lila went straight down the hall and opened the front door to a pleasant spring morning. Time passed with such slippery limberness here. Watches kept ordinary time, but there was really nothing ordinary about it. The fox was there, as she'd known it would be, sitting on the weed-choked slate path with its brush of a tail curled neatly around its paws. It regarded Lila with bright interest. "Hey, babe," Lila said. The fox cocked its head and seemed to smile. Then it trotted down the path to the broken street and sat again, watching her, waiting. Lila went to wake Tiffany up. 3. In the end, 17 residents of our place followed the fox in 6 of the solar-powered golf carts, a caravan trundling slowly out of town and then along what had been Route 31 toward Ball's Hill. Tiffany rode in the lead cart along with Janice and Lila, grousing the whole way about not being allowed to ride her horse. This had been nixed by Erin and Jolie, who were concerned about the strength of Tiff's contractions when she still had 6 or 8 weeks to go. This much they had told the mom-to-be herself. What they hadn't passed on, although Lila and Janice knew, were their worries for the baby, which had been conceived while Tiffany was still using drugs on a daily, sometimes hourly, basis. Mary Pack, Magda Dubček, the 4 members of the First Thursday Book Club, and 5 erstwhile dueling correctional inmates were going. Also along was Elaine Nutting, formerly Geary. She rode with the 2 lady docs. Her daughter had wanted to come, but Elaine had put her foot down and kept it down even when tears began to flow. Nana had been left with old Mrs. Ransom and her granddaughter. The 2 girls had become fast friends, but not even the prospect of spending a day with Molly had cheered Nana up. She wanted to follow the fox, she said, because it was like something out of a fairy tale. She wanted to draw it. "Stay with your little girl if you want," Lila had told Elaine. "We've got plenty of people." "What I want is to see what that thing wants," Elaine had replied, although in truth she didn't know if she did or not. The fox, now sitting in front of the slumped ruin of Pearson's barber shop and waiting patiently for the women to assemble and get moving, filled her with a sense of foreboding, unfocused but strong. "Come on," Tiffany called grumpily, "before I need to pee again." And so they followed the fox as it trotted out of town along the faded white line in the center of the highway. occasionally looking back to make sure his troop was still there, seeming to grin, seeming almost to say, "There sure are some fine-looking women in the audience today." It was an outing, a strange one, granted, but still a day off from their various chores and jobs, and there should have been talking and laughter, but the women in the trundling line of golf carts were almost silent. The headlamps of the carts came on when they were rolling, and as they went past the jungle that had once been Adam's lumber yard, the thought came to Lila that they looked more like a funeral cortege than gals on an outing. When the Fox left the highway for an overgrown track a quarter-mile past the lumber yard, Tiffany stiffened and put her hands protectively on her belly. "No, no, no. You can stop right here and let me out. I ain't going back to True Mayweather's trailer, not even if it ain't no more than a pile of scrap metal." "That's not where we're going," Lila said. "How do you know?" "Wait and see." As it turned out, the remains of the trailer were barely visible. A storm had knocked it off its blocks, and it lay on its side in high weeds and brambles like a rusty dinosaur. 30 or 40 yards from it, the Fox cut left and slipped into the woods. The women in the 2 lead carts saw a ruddy orange flash of fur, then it vanished. Lila dismounted and went to where it had entered the woods. The ruins of the nearby shed had been entirely overgrown, but even after all this time, a sallow chemical smell remained. The meth may be gone, Lila thought, but the memories linger on. Even here, where time seems to gallop, pause for breath, then gallop again. Janice, Magda, and Blanche McIntyre joined her. Tiffany remained in the golf cart, holding her belly. She looked ill. "There's a game trail," Lila said, pointing. "We can follow it without much trouble." "I'm not going in those woods, either," Tiffany said. "I don't care if that Fox does a tap dance. I'm having goddamn contractions again." "You wouldn't be going even if you weren't having them," Aaron said. "I'll stay with you. Jolie, you can go if you want." Jolie did. The 15 women went up the game trail in single file, Lila in the lead, and the former Mrs. Frank Geary bringing up the rear. They had been walking for almost 10 minutes when Lila stopped and raised her arms, index fingers pointing both left and right like a traffic cop who can't make up her mind. "Holy shit," Celia Frode said. "I never seen nothing like that. Never." The branches of the poplars, birches, and alders on either side were furred with moths. There seemed to be millions of them. "What if they attack?" Elaine murmured, keeping her voice low and thanking God that she hadn't given in to Nana's demands to be brought along. "They won't," Lila said. "How can you know that?" Elaine demanded. "I just do," Lila said. "They're like the Fox." She hesitated, searching for the right word. "They're emissaries." "For who?" Blanche asked. "Or what?" This was another question Lila chose not to answer, although she could have. "Come on," she said. "Not far now." 4. 15 women stood in thigh-high grass, staring at what Lila had come to think of as the amazing tree. No one said anything for perhaps 30 seconds. Then, in a high, gasping voice, Jolie Surratt said, "My good God in heaven." The tree rose like a living pylon in the sun, its various knotted trunks weaving around each other, sometimes concentrating shafts of sunlight filled with dusty pollen, sometimes creating dark caves. Tropical birds disported among its many branches and gossiped in its ferny leaves. In front of it, the peacock Lila had seen before strutted back and forth like the world's most elegant doorman. The red snake was there too, hanging from a branch, a reptilian trapeze artist penduluming lazily back and forth. Below the snake was a dark crevasse, where the various boles seemed to draw back. Lila didn't remember this, but she wasn't surprised. Nor was she when the Fox popped out of it like Jack from his box and took a playful snap at the peacock, who paid him no mind. Janice Coates took Lila's arm. "Are we seeing this?" "Yes," Lila said. Celia, Magda, and Jolie screamed shrilly in piercing 3-part harmony. The white tiger was emerging from the split in the many-bulged trunk. It surveyed the women at the edge of the clearing with its green eyes, then stretched long and low, seeming almost to bow to them. "Stand still," Lila shouted. "Stand still, all of you. It won't harm you," hoping with all her heart and soul that it was true. The tiger touched noses with the fox. It turned to the women again, seeming to fix on Lila with particular interest. Then it paced around the tree and out of sight. "My God," Kitty McDavid said. She was weeping. "How beautiful was that? How fucking oh my God beautiful was that?" Magda Dubček said, "This is Svate Misto, holy place." And she crossed herself. Janice was looking at Lila. "Tell me." "I think," Lila said, "it's a way out. A way back. If we want it." That was when the walkie-talkie on her belt came to life. There was a burst of static and no way to make out words. But it sounded like Aaron to Lila, and it sounded like she was yelling. 5. Tiffany was stretched across the front seat of the golf cart. An old St. Louis Rams t-shirt that she had scrounged somewhere lay crumpled on the ground. Her breasts, once little more than nubbins, jutted skyward in a plain D-cup cotton bra. The lycra ones were now totally useless. Erin was bent between her legs, with her hands splayed on that amazing mound of belly. As the women came running, some brushing twigs and the odd moth from their hair, Erin bore down. Tiffany shrieked, "Stop that! Oh, for God's sake, stop!" And her legs shot out in a V. "What are you doing?" Lila asked, reaching her. But when she looked down, what Erin was doing and why she was doing it became obvious. Tiff's jeans were unzipped. There was a stain on the blue denim, and the cotton of Tiff's underpants was a damp pink. "The baby is coming, and its butt is where its head should be," Erin said. "Oh my God, a breach?" Kitty said. "I have to turn it around," Erin said. "Get us back to town, Lila." "We'll have to straighten her up," Lila said. "I can't drive until you do that." With the help of Jolie and Blanche McIntyre, Lila got Tiffany to a half-sitting position with Erin crammed in next to her. Tiffany screamed again. "Oh, that hurts!" Lila slid behind the wheel of the cart, her right shoulder tight against Tiffany's left one. Erin had turned almost sideways to fit. "How fast will this thing go?" she asked. "I don't know, but we're going to find out." Lila hit the accelerator pedal, wincing at Tiff's howl of pain as the cart jerked forward. Tiffany screamed at every jounce, and there were a lot of jounces. At that moment, the amazing tree with its freight of exotic birds was the farthest thing from Lila Norcross's mind. This was not true of the former Elaine Geary. 6. They stopped at the Olympia Diner. Tiffany was in too much pain to go further. Erin sent Janice and Magda back to town to get her bag, while Lila and 3 other women carried Tiffany inside. "Pull a couple of the tables together," said Erin, "and do it fast. I need to straighten this baby out now, and I need Mom lying down to do it." Lila and Mary pushed over the tables. Margaret and Gail hefted Tiffany atop them, grimacing and turning their faces away, as if she were throwing mud at them instead of screams of objection. Erin went back to work on Tiffany's stomach, kneading it like dough. "I think it's starting to move, praise God. Come on, Junior, how about a little somersault for Dr. E?" Erin bore down on Tiff's stomach with one hand, while Jolie Surratt pushed sideways. "Stop!" Tiffany screamed. "Stop it, you fuckers!" "It's turning," said Erin, ignoring the profanity. "Really turning, thank God. Yank her pants off, Lila. Pants and underpants. Jolie, keep pressing. Don't let it turn back." Lila took one leg of Tiffany's jeans. Celia froed the other. They yanked, and the old denims came off. Tiffany's underpants came with them part way, leaving brush strokes of blood and amniotic fluid on her thighs. Lila pulled them the rest of the way. They were heavy with liquid, warm and sopping. She felt her gorge rise, then settle back into place. The screams were constant now, Tiffany's head lashing from side to side. "I can't wait for the bag," Erin said. "This baby is coming right now. Only—" She looked at her former office mate, who nodded. "Somebody get Jolie a knife. A sharp one. We have to cut her a little." "I gotta push," Tiffany panted. "The hell you do," Jolie said. "Not yet. The door's open, but we need to take the hinges off. Make a little more room." Lila found a steak knife, and in the bathroom, an ancient bottle of hydrogen peroxide. She doused the blade, stopped to consider the hand sanitizer by the door, and tried it. Nothing. The stuff inside had evaporated long ago. She hurried back. The women had surrounded Tiffany, Aaron, and Jolie in a semicircle. All were holding hands except for Elaine Geary, who had her arms wrapped tightly around her midsection. She was directing her gaze first to the counter, then to the empty booths, then out the door, anywhere but at the panting, screaming woman on the makeshift operating table, now mother naked, save for an old cotton bra. Jolie took the knife. Did you disinfect it with something? Hydrogen per— That'll do, Aaron said. Mary, find me a styrofoam cooler, if there's one around. One of you other ladies get towels. There'll be some in the kitchen. Put them on top of the— A miserable howl from Tiffany as Jolie Surratt performed a steak knife episiotomy, sans anesthetic. Put the towels on top of the golf carts, Aaron finished. Oh, yeah, the solar panels. That was Kitty. To heat 'em up. Hey, that's pretty smart. We want them warm but not hot, Aaron said. I have no intention of roasting our newest citizen. Go on. Elaine stood where she was, letting the other women wash around her like water around a rock, continuing to direct her gaze at any object that was not Tiffany Jones. Her eyes were shiny and shallow. How close is she? Lila asked. 7 centimeters, Jolie said. She'll be at 10 before you can say Jack Robinson. Cervical effacement is complete. One thing that went right, at least. Push, Tiffany. Save a little for next time, though. Tiffany pushed. Tiffany screamed. Tiffany's vagina flexed, then closed, then opened again. Fresh blood flowed between her legs. I don't like the blood. Lila heard Aaron mutter this to Jolie from the side of her mouth, like a racetrack tout passing on a hot tip. There's way too much. Christ, I wish I at least had my fetoscope. Mary came back with the sort of hard plastic cooler Lila had toted to Maylock Lake many times, when she and Clint and Jared used to go on picnics there. Printed on the side was Budweiser, the king of beers. Will this do, Dr. E? Fine, Aaron said, but didn't look up. Okay, Tiff, big push. My back is killing me, Tiffany said. But me became me as her face contorted and her fists beat up and down on the chipped formica of the tabletop. I see its head, Lila shouted. I see its face. Oh, Christ, Aaron, what? Aaron pushed Jolie aside and seized one of the baby's shoulders before it could retreat, her fingertips pressing deep in a way that made Lila feel ill. The baby's head slid forward, tilted strenuously to one side, as if it was trying to look back to where it had come from. The eyes were shut, the face ashy gray. Looped around the neck and up one cheek toward the ear, like a hangman's noose, was a blood-spotted umbilical cord that made Lila think of the red snake hanging from the amazing tree. From the chest down, the infant was still inside its mother, but one arm had slithered free and hung down limply. Lila could see each perfect finger, each perfect nail. Quit pushing, Aaron said. I know you want to finish it, but don't push yet. I need to, Tiffany rasped. You'll strangle your baby if you do, Jolie said. She was back beside Aaron, shoulder to shoulder. Wait, just give me a second. Too late, thought Lila. It's already strangled. You only have to look at that gray face. Jolie worked one finger beneath the umbilical cord, then two. She flexed the fingers in a come-on gesture, first pulling the cord away from the infant's neck, and then slipping it off. Tiffany screamed, every tendon in her neck standing out in stark relief. Push, Aaron said. Just as hard as you can. On 3. Jolie, don't let it faceplant on this filthy fucking floor when it comes. Tiff. 1, 2, 3. Tiffany pushed. The baby seemed to shoot into Jolie Surratt's hands. It was slimy, it was beautiful, and it was dead. Straw, Jolie shouted. Get a straw, now! Elaine stepped forward. Lila hadn't seen her move. She already had one ready, the paper stripped off. Here, Aaron took the straw. Lila, Aaron said, open his mouth. His. Until then, Lila hadn't noticed the tiny gray comma below the baby's stomach. Open his mouth, Aaron repeated. Carefully, Lila used 2 fingers to do as she was told. Erin put one end of the straw in her own mouth and the other in the tiny opening Lila's fingers had created. "Now push up on his chin," Jolie instructed. "Gotta create suction." What point? Dead was dead. But Lila once more obeyed orders, and saw shadowy crescents appear in Erin Eisenberg's cheeks as she sucked on her end. There was an audible sound. Flup. Erin turned her head aside to spit out what looked like a wad of phlegm. Then she nodded to Jolie, who raised the baby to her face and blew gently into its mouth. The baby just lay there, head back, beads of blood and foam on its bald head. Jolie blew again, and a miracle happened. The tiny chest heaved. The blue eyes popped sightlessly open. He began to wail. Celia Frode started the applause, and the others joined in, except for Elaine, who had retreated to where she was earlier, her arms once again clasping her midsection. The baby's cries were constant now. Its hands made tiny fists. "That's my baby," Tiffany said, and raised her arms. "My baby is crying. Give him to me." Jolie tied off the umbilical cord with a rubber band and wrapped the baby in the first thing that came to hand, a waitress's apron someone had grabbed from a coat hook. She passed the wailing bundle to Tiffany, who looked into his face, laughed, and kissed one gummy cheek. "Where are those towels?" Erin demanded. "Get them now." "They won't be too warm yet," Kitty said. "Get them." The towels were brought, and Mary lined the Budweiser cooler with them. While she did, Lila saw more blood gushing from between Tiffany's legs. A lot of blood. Pints, maybe. "Is that normal?" someone asked. "Perfectly." Erin's voice was firm and sure, confidence personified. Absolutely no problem here. That was when Lila began to suspect that Tiffany was probably going to die. "But someone bring me more towels." Jolie Surratt moved to take the baby from his mother and put him in the makeshift Budweiser bassinet. Erin shook her head. Let her hold him a little longer. That was when Lila knew for sure. 7. Sundown in what had once been the town of Dooling and was now Our Place. Lila was sitting on the front stoop of the house on St. George Street, with a stapled sheaf of paper in her hands when Janice Coates came up the walk. When Janice sat down next to her, Lila caught a scent of juniper. From a pocket inside her quilted vest, the ex-warden removed the source, a pint bottle of Shenley's gin. She held it out to Lila. Lila shook her head. "Retained placenta," Janice said. "That's what Erin told me. No way to scrape it out, at least not in time to stop the bleeding. And none of that drug they use." "Pitocin," Lila said. "I had it when Jared was born." They sat quiet for a while, watching the light drain from what had been a very long day. At last Janice said, "I thought you might like some help cleaning out her stuff." "Already done. She didn't have much. None of us do. Which is sort of a relief, don't you think? We learned a poem in school. Something about getting and spending, laying waste to all our powers. Keats, maybe." Lila, who had learned the same poem, knew it was Wordsworth, but said nothing. Janice returned the bottle to the pocket it had come from and brought out a relatively clean handkerchief. She used it to wipe first one of Lila's cheeks, then the other, an action that brought back painfully sweet memories of Lila's mother, who had done the same thing on the many occasions when her daughter, a self-confessed tomboy, had taken a tumble from her bike or her skateboard. "I found this in the dresser where she was keeping her baby things," Lila said, handing Janice the thin pile of pages. "It was under some nightshirts and booties." On the front, Tiffany had pasted a picture of a laughing, perfectly permed mommy holding up a laughing baby in a shaft of golden sunlight. Janice was pretty sure it had been clipped from a Gerber baby food ad in an old women's magazine, maybe Good Housekeeping. Below it, Tiffany had lettered, "Andrew Jones' Book for a Good Life." She knew it was a boy, Lila said. I don't know how she knew, but she did. Magda told her. Some old wives' tale about carrying high. She must have been working on this for quite a while, and I never saw her at it. Lila wondered if Tiffany had been embarrassed. Look at the first page. That's what started the waterworks. Janice opened the little homemade book. Lila leaned close to her, and they read it together. 10 rules for good living. 1. Be kind to others, and they will be kind to you. 2. Do not use drugs for fun, ever. 3. If you are wrong, apologize. 4. God sees what you do wrong, but He is kind and will forgive. 5. Do not tell lies, as that becomes a habit. 6. Never whip a horse. 7. Your body is your temple, so do not smoke. 8. Do not cheat. Give everyone a square shake. 9. Be careful of the friends you choose. I was not. 10. Remember your mother will always love you, and you will be okay. It was the last one that really got me, Lila said. It still does. Give me that bottle. I guess I need a nip after all. Janice handed it over. Lila swallowed, grimaced, and handed it back. How's the baby? Okay? Considering he was born 6 weeks shy of term and wearing his umbilical cord for a necklace, he's doing very well, Janice said. Thank God we had Aaron and Jolie along, or we would have lost them both. He's with Linda Bear and Linda's baby. Linda quit nursing Alex a little while ago, but as soon as she heard Andy crying, her milk came right back in, so she says. Meanwhile, we've got another tragedy on our hands. As if Tiffany wasn't enough for one day, Lila thought, and tried to put her game face on. Tell me, Gerda Holden, oldest of the 4 Holden girls, she's disappeared. Which almost certainly meant something mortal had happened to her in that other world. They all accepted this as a fact now. How's Clara taking it? About as you'd expect, Janice replied. She's half out of her mind. She and all the girls have been experiencing that weird vertigo for the last week or so someone's moving them around. Janice shrugged. Maybe. Probably. Whatever it is, Clara's afraid another of her girls is going to blip out of existence at any moment. Maybe all 3 of them. I'd be afraid, too. She began flipping through the Andrew Jones book for a good life. Every page was filled with an expansion of the 10 rules. Should we talk about the tree? Lila asked. Janice considered, then shook her head. Maybe tomorrow. Tonight I just want to sleep. Lila, who wasn't sure she could sleep, took Janice's hand and squeezed it. 8. Nana had asked her mother if she could sleep over with Molly at Mrs. Ransom's house, and Elaine gave her permission after ascertaining that it would be all right with the old lady. Of course, Mrs. Ransom said. Molly and I love Nana. That was good enough for the former Elaine Geary, who was for once glad to have her little girl out of the house. Nana was her dear one, her jewel, a rare point of agreement with her estranged husband, and one that had kept the marriage together longer than it might have survived otherwise. But this evening Elaine had an important errand to run, one that was more for Nana than it was for her, for all the women of Dooling, really. Some of them, Lila Norcross, for instance, might not understand that now, but they would later. If, that was, she decided to go through with it. The golf carts they'd taken on the expedition to that weird tree in the woods were all neatly parked in the lot behind what was left of the municipal building. One good thing you could say for women, she thought, one of many things, was that they usually put things away when they were done with them. Men were different. They left their possessions scattered hell to breakfast. How many times had she told Frank to put his dirty clothes in the hamper? Wasn't it enough that she washed them and ironed them without having to pick them up as well? And how many times did she still find them in the bathroom outside the shower, or littered across the bedroom floor? And could he be bothered to rinse a glass or wash a dish after a late-night snack? No. It was as if dishes and glasses became invisible once their purpose had been served. The fact that her husband kept his office immaculate and his animal cages spotless made such thoughtless behavior more irritating. Small things, you would say, and who could disagree? They were. But over the course of years, those things became a domestic version of an old Chinese torture she'd read about in a Time Life book that she'd pulled out of a donation box at Goodwill. The Death of 1,000 Cuts, it was called. Frank's bad temper had only been the worst and deepest of those cuts. Oh, sometimes there was a present, or a soft kiss on the back of the neck, or a dinner out with candlelight. But those things were just frosting on a stale and hard-to-chew cake. The cake of marriage. She was not prepared to say every man was the same, but the majority were, because the instincts came with the package, with the penis. A man's home was his castle, so the saying went, and etched into the XY chromosome was a deep belief that every man was a king and every woman his serving maid. The keys were still in the carts. Of course they were. There might be an occasional case of petty pilfering in our place, but there had been no real theft. That was one of the nice things about it. There were many nice things, but not everyone could be content with those things. Take all the whining and whinging that went on at the meetings, for instance. Nana had been at some of those meetings. She didn't think Elaine knew, but Elaine did. A good mother monitors her child, and knows when she is being infected by bad companions with bad ideas. 2 days ago, it had been Molly at their house, and the two girls had a wonderful time, first playing outside, hopscotch and jump rope, then inside, redecorating the large dollhouse Elaine had felt justified in liberating from the dueling mercantile, then outside again until the sun went down. They had eaten a huge supper, after which Molly had walked the 2 blocks back to her house in the gloaming, by herself. And why could she do that? Because in this world there were no predators, no pedophiles. A happy day. And that was why Elaine was so surprised, and a bit fearful, why not admit it, when she had paused outside her daughter's door on the way to bed and heard Nana crying. Elaine chose a golf cart, turned the key, and towed the little round accelerator pedal. She rolled soundlessly out of the lot and down Main Street, past the dead streetlights and dark storefronts. 2 miles out of town, she reached a neat white building with 2 useless gas pumps out front. The sign on the roof proclaimed it the Dueling Country Living Store. The owner, Kabir Patel, was gone, of course, as were his 3 well-mannered, in public at least, sons. His wife had been visiting her family in India when the aurora struck, and was presumably cocooned in Mumbai or Lucknow or one of those other places. Mr. Patel had sold a bit of everything. It was the only way to compete with the supermarket, but most of it was gone now. The liquor had disappeared first, of course. Women liked to drink, and who taught them to enjoy it? Other women? Rarely. Without pausing to look in the darkened store, Elaine drove her golf cart around to the back. Here was a long metal annex with a sign out front reading Country Living Store, Auto Supply Shop, come here first and save. Mr. Patel had kept it neat, she would give him points for that. Elaine's father had done small engine repair to supplement his income as a plumber. In Clarksburg, this had been. And the 2 sheds out back where he worked had been dotted with cast-off parts, bald tires, and any number of derelict mowers and rototillers. An eyesore, Elaine's mother had complained. It pays for your Fridays at the beauty salon, replied the king of the castle, and so the mess had remained. Elaine needed to put her whole weight against one of the doors before it would move on its dirty track, but eventually she got it to slide 4 or 5 feet, and that was all she needed. "What's the matter, sweetie?" she had asked her crying daughter, before she'd known that damned tree existed, when she'd thought her child's tears were the only problem she had, and that they would end as quickly as a spring shower. "Does your tummy hurt from supper?" "No," Nana said. "And you don't need to call it my tummy, Mom. I'm not 5. That exasperated tone was new and set Elaine back on her heels a bit, but she continued to stroke Nana's hair. "What is it, then?" Nana's lips had tightened, trembled, and then she had burst. "I miss Daddy. I miss Billy. He held my hand sometimes when we walked to school, and that was nice. He was nice, but mostly I miss Daddy. I want this vacation to be over. I want to go back home." Instead of stopping, as spring showers did, her weeping had become a storm. When Elaine tried to stroke her cheek, Nana knocked her hand away and sat up in bed with her hair wild and staticky around her face. In that moment, Elaine saw Frank in her. She saw him so clearly it was scary. "Don't you remember how he shouted at us?" Elaine asked. "And the time he punched the wall? That was awful, wasn't it?" "He shouted at you," Nana shouted. "At you, because you always wanted him to do something, or get something, or be something different. I don't know, but he never shouted at me." "He pulled your shirt, though," Elaine said. Her disquiet deepened into something like horror. Had she thought Nana had forgotten Frank, relegated him to the junk heap along with her invisible friend, Mrs. Humpty Dump? "It was your favorite, too." "Because he was afraid of the man with the car, the one who ran over the cat. He was taking care of me." "Remember when he yelled at your teacher? Remember how embarrassed you were?" "I don't care. I want him." "Nana, that's enough. You've made your I want my daddy." "You need to close your eyes and go to sleep and have sweet I want my daddy." Elaine had left the room, closing the door gently behind her. What an effort it had been not to descend to the child's level and slam it. Even now, standing in Mr. Patel's oil-smelling shed, she would not admit how close she had come to shouting at her daughter. It wasn't Nana's strident tone, so unlike her usual soft and tentative voice. It wasn't even the physical resemblance to Frank, which she could usually overlook. It was how much she sounded like him as she made her unreasonable and unfulfillable demands. It was almost as if Frank Geary had reached across from the other side of whatever gulf separated that violent old world from this new one and possessed her child. Nana had seemed her old self the next day, but Elaine had been unable to stop thinking about the tears heard through the door and the way Nana knocked away the hand that had meant only to comfort, and that ugly, yelling voice that came from Nana's child's mouth. "I want my daddy." Nor was that all. She had been holding hands with ugly little Billy Beeson from down the block. She missed her little boyfriend, who probably would have enjoyed taking her behind a bush so they could play doctor. It was even easy to imagine Nana and the scabrous Billy at 16 making out in the back of his father's club cab, French kissing her and auditioning her for the position of first cook and bottle washer in his shitty little castle. "Forget about drawing pictures, Nana. Get out in the kitchen and rattle those pots and pans. Fold my clothes, haul my ashes, then I'll burp and roll over and go to sleep." Elaine had brought a crank flashlight, which she now shone on the interior of the auto annex, which had been left alone. With no fuel to run Dooling's autos, there was no need for fan belts and spark plugs, so what she was looking for might be here. Plenty of that stuff had been stored in her father's workshop, and the oily smell in this one was just the same, bringing back with startling vividness memories of the pigtailed girl she'd been, but not with nostalgia, oh no. Handing her father parts and tools as he called for them, stupidly happy when he thanked her, cringing if he scolded her for being slow or grabbing the wrong thing, because she had wanted to please him. He was her daddy, big and strong, and she wanted to please him in all things. This world was ever so much better than the old man-driven one. No one yelled at her here, and no one yelled at Nana. No one treated them like second-class citizens. This was a world where a little girl could walk home by herself, even after dark, and feel safe. A world where a little girl's talent could grow along with her hips and breasts. No one would nip it in the bud. Nana didn't understand that, and she wasn't alone. If you didn't think so, all you had to do was listen in at one of those stupid meetings. "I think it's a way out," Lila had said as the women stood in the tall grass looking at that weird tree. And oh God, if she was right. Elaine walked deeper into the auto supply shed, training the flashlight beam on the floor because the floor was concrete, and concrete kept things cool. And there, in the far corner, was what she had been hoping for. 3 5-gallon cans with their pour tops screwed down tight. They were plain metal, unmarked, but there was a thick red rubber band girdling one of them, and blue bands round the other 2. Her father had marked his tins of kerosene in exactly the same way. "I think it's a way out, a way back, if we want it." Some of them undoubtedly would. The meeting women who couldn't understand what a good thing they had here, what a fine thing, what a safe thing. These were the ones so socialized to generations of servitude that they would eagerly rush back into their chains. The ones from the prison would, counterintuitively, probably be the first to want to go home to the old world, and right back into the pokey from which they'd been released. So many of these childish creatures were unable or unwilling to realize that there was nearly always some unindicted male co-conspirator behind their incarceration, some man for whom they'd degraded themselves. In her years as a volunteer, Elaine had seen it and heard it all 1,000,000 times over. He's got a good heart. He doesn't mean it. He promises he'll change. Hell, she was vulnerable to it herself. In the midst of that endless day and night, before they fell asleep and were transported, she'd almost let herself believe, in spite of everything she'd experienced with Frank in the past, that he would do what she asked, that he would get control of his temper. Of course, he hadn't. Elaine didn't believe Frank could change. It was his male nature, but he had changed her. Sometimes she thought that Frank had driven her mad. To him, she was the scold, the taskmaster, the grating alarm bell that ended recess each day. It awed her, Frank's obliviousness to the weight of her responsibilities. Did he actually believe it made her happy, having to remind him to pay bills, to pick up things, to keep his temper in check? She was certain that he actually did. Elaine was not blind. She saw that her husband was not a contented man. But he did not see her at all. She had to act, for the sake of Nana and all the others. That was what had come into focus that very afternoon, even as Tiffany Jones was dying in that diner, giving up the last of her poor wrecked life so that a child might live. There would be women who wanted to return. Not a majority. Elaine had to believe most of the women here were not so insane, so masochistic. But could she take that chance? Could she, when her own sweet Nana, who had shrunk into herself every time her father raised his voice? Stop thinking about it, she told herself. Concentrate on your business. The red band meant cheap kerosene, and would probably be of no more use to her than the gasoline stored under the town's various service stations. You could douse a lit match in red band kerosene once it was old. But those blue bands meant that a stabilizer had been added, and that kind might retain its volatility for 10 years or more. The tree they'd found that day might be amazing, but it was still a tree, and trees burned. There was the tiger to reckon with, of course, but she would take a gun. Scare it away, shoot it if necessary. She knew how to shoot. Her father had taught her. Part of her thought that might turn out to be a needless precaution. Lila had called the tiger and the fox emissaries, and to Elaine that felt right. She had an idea that the tiger would not try to stop her, that the tree was essentially unguarded. If it was a door, it needed to be closed for good. Someday Nana would understand, and thank her for doing the right thing. 9. Lila did sleep, but woke shortly after 5, with the coming day just a sour line of light on the eastern horizon. She got up and used the chamber pot. Running water had come to Dooling, but it had not yet reached the house on St. George. A week or two, perhaps, Magda assured them. Lila considered going back to bed, but knew she would only toss and turn and think about how Tiffany, ashy gray at the end, had lost consciousness for the final time with her newborn baby still in her arms. Andrew Jones, whose only legacy would be a stapled-together booklet of handwritten pages. She dressed and left the house. She had no particular destination in mind, but wasn't entirely surprised when she saw the shattered hulk of the municipal building ahead of her. She had spent most of her adult life working there. It was a kind of magnetic north, even though there was nothing there now really to see. A fire of some sort had done the damage, started by a lightning strike, maybe, or faulty wiring. The side of the building that had contained Lila's office was blackened rubble, while years of weather had swept through the broken walls and windows and done its work on the other half, making the drywall soft for mold, blowing in debris that had gathered in layers across the floors. So it surprised Lila to see someone sitting on the granite steps. The steps were about all the old building had going for it anymore. As she drew closer, the figure stood and approached her. "Lila?" Although full of uncertainty and thick with recently shed tears, the voice was familiar. "Lila, is it you?" New women appeared only rarely now, and if this was to be the last, there could be no better. Lila ran to her, embraced her, kissed her on both cheeks.
Lenny! Oh, God, it's so good to see you. Lenny Mars hugged her back with panicky force, then held her away so she could look at Lila's face, making sure. Lila understood perfectly and remained still. But Lenny was smiling, and the tears on her cheeks were good ones. It felt to Lila as if some divine scale had been balanced. Tiffany's departure on one side, Lenny's arrival on the other. "How long have you been sitting there?" Lila asked at last. "I don't know," said Lenny. "An hour, maybe 2. I saw the moon go down. I didn't know where else to go. I was in the office looking at my laptop, and then... How did I get here? Where is here?" "It's complicated," Lila replied, and as she led Lenny back to the steps, it occurred to her that this was a thing women said often, men almost never. "In a sense, you're still in the office, only in one of the cocoons, or at least that's what we think." "Are we dead? Ghosts? Is that what you're saying?" "No, this is a real place." Lila hadn't been completely sure of this at first, but now she was. Familiarity might or might not breed contempt, but it certainly bred belief. "How long have you been here?" "At least 8 months, maybe more. Time moves faster on this side of, well, whatever it is that we're on. I'd guess that over there, where you've come from, it's not even been a full week since Aurora started, right?" "5 days, I think." Lenny sat back down. Lila felt like a woman who has been long abroad and was eager for news of home. "Tell me what's happening in Dooling." Lenny squinted at Lila and then gestured at the street. "But this is Dooling, isn't it? Only it looks kind of cracked up." "We're working on that," Lila said. "Tell me what was going on when you left. Have you heard from Clint? Do you know anything about Jared?" That was unlikely, but she had to ask. "I can't tell you much," Lenny said, "because the last 2 days all I could think about was staying awake. I kept taking those drugs in the evidence room, the ones from the Griner brothers bust, but by the end they were hardly working at all. And there was weird stuff. People coming and going, yelling. Somebody new in charge. I think his name was Dave." "Dave who?" It was all Lila could do to keep from shaking her dispatcher. Lenny frowned down at her hands, concentrating, trying to remember. "Not Dave," she said at last. "Frank. A big guy. He was wearing a uniform, not a cop's uniform, but then he changed it for a cop's uniform. Frank Gearhart, maybe?" "Do you mean Frank Geary, the animal control officer?" "Yes," Lenny said. "Geary, that's right. Boy, he's intense. A man on a mission." Lila didn't know what to make of the Geary news. She remembered interviewing him for the job that had gone to Dan Treater. Geary had been impressive in person, quick, confident, but his record as an animal control officer had troubled her. He'd been way too free with citations and received too many complaints. "What about Terry? He's the senior officer. He should have taken my place." "Drunk," Lenny said. "A couple of the other deputies were laughing about it." "What do you—" Lenny raised her hand to stop her. "But then, right before I fell asleep, some men came in and said Terry wanted the guns from the armament room because of a woman up at the prison. The one who talked to me was that public defender guy, the one you say reminds you of Will Gardner on The Good Wife." "Barry Holden?" Lila didn't get it. The woman up at the prison was undoubtedly Evie Black, and Barry had helped Lila get Evie in a cell at correctional, but why would he— Yes, him. And some others were with him. One was a woman, Warden Coates' daughter, I think." "That can't be," Lila said. "She works in D.C. "Well, maybe it was someone else. By then it was like I was in a deep fog. But I remember Don Peters because of how he tried to feel me up on New Year's Eve last year at the Squeaky Wheel." "Peters from the prison? He was with Barry?" "No, Peters came after. He was furious when he found out some of the guns were gone. They got all the good ones, he said. I remembered that. And there was a kid with him, and that kid said... He said..." Lenny looked at Lila with enormous eyes. "He said, what if they're taking them to Norcross up at the prison? How will we get the bitch out then?" In her mind, Lila pictured a tug-of-war rope, with Evie Black as the knot in the middle that would mean victory for one side or the other. "What else do you remember? Think, Lenny, this is important." Although what could she, Lila, do about it, even if it was? "Nothing," Lenny said.
After Peters and the young guy went running out, I fell asleep and woke up here." She looked around doubtfully, still not sure that there was a here. "Lila? Is there anything to eat? I guess I really must not be dead because I'm starving." "Sure," Lila said, helping the other woman to her feet. "Scrambled eggs and toast, how's that sound?" "Like heaven. I feel like I could eat half a dozen eggs and have room left over for pancakes." But as it turned out, Lynette Mars never got breakfast. She had, in fact, eaten her last meal the day before, 2 cherry Pop-Tarts microwaved in the sheriff's station break room. As the two women turned onto St. George Street, Lila felt Linny's hand melt away in her own. She caught just a glimpse of Linny from the corner of her eye, looking startled. Then there was nothing left but a cloud of moths rising into the morning sky. Chapter 10. 1. There could be no telling, Lowell Griner Sr. used to say, where a deep seam of coal might begin. "Sometimes a single chisel's worth of difference is all there is between the shit and the shinola," was how he put it. This pearl had dropped from the old crank's lips around about the time when many of the Tri-County's best miners had been marching through the fucked-up, fucked-over boonies of Southeast Asia, getting jungle rot and smoking heroin-laced fatties. This was a conflict the elder Griner had missed, given a lack of 2 toes on his right foot and 1 finger on his left hand. Few men who ever walked the green earth spoke more nonsense than the late Lowell Griner Sr. He had also believed in UFOs, vengeful spirits of the woods, and had taken as gold the empty promises of the coal companies. Big Lowell Griner, he was called, perhaps in honor of that old Jimmy Dean song about Big John. Big Low had rested snug in his coffin for 10 years now, along with a full bottle of Rebel Yell and a pair of lungs that were as black as the bituminate he mined. His son Lowell Jr., naturally known as Little Low, had recalled his father's words with rueful amusement after Sheriff Lila Norcross nipped him and his older brother Maynard with 10 kilos of cocaine, a pharmacy's worth of speed, and all of their guns. It had certainly appeared that the seam of their luck had come to an abrupt end, the shinola magically turning to shit the moment the sheriff's team used the department's bull ram on the kitchen door of the old family manse, a creekside farmhouse for which the term tumble-down was too grand. Though Little Low, who actually stood an inch over 6 feet and weighed in at 240, was not sorry about anything that he had done, he was extremely sorry that it had all not lasted longer. In the weeks that he and Maynard had spent locked up in the county jail in Coughlin awaiting transfer, he had whiled away most of his free time dreaming on the fun they'd had, the sports cars they'd drag raced, the fine houses they'd crashed in, the girls they'd screwed, and the numerous slobs they'd stomped, outsiders who'd tried horning in on the Griner patch and had ended up buried in the hills. For the better part of 5 years, they'd been serious players, up and down the Blue Ridge. It had been a hell of a hot ride, but now it seemed to have turned cold. They were, in fact, fucked in every orifice. The cops had the drugs, had the weapons, had Kitty McDavid to say that she had witnessed Lowell exchanging packets of cash for bundles of coke with their cartel connection on multiple occasions, and that she had seen him shoot that Alabama fool who had tried to pass them counterfeit bills. The cops even had the bump of C4 that they had socked away for the 4th of July. The plan had been to put it under a silo and see if they could get the motherfucker to lift off like one of those Cape Carnival rockets. As good as the ride had been, Lowell wasn't sure how long rerunning the memories could sustain him. Thinking of those memories growing thin and then falling apart was a downer. When they ran out, Little Low thought he would probably just have to kill himself. He wasn't afraid of that. What he was afraid of was choking on boredom in some cell the way Big Low, confined to a wheelchair and sucking on Yell and bottled oxygen for the last few years of his life, had choked to death on his own snot. Maynard, quarter-wit that he was, would probably be fine for a few decades in prison. That wasn't Little Lowell Griner Jr., though. He wasn't interested in playing out a junk hand just to stay in the game. Then, as they were awaiting a pre-trial conference, the shit had turned back into shinola. God bless Aurora, the vehicle of their deliverance. Said deliverance had arrived last Thursday afternoon, the day the sleeping sickness had come to Appalachia. Lowell and Maynard were shackled to a bench outside a meeting room at the Coughlin courthouse. Both the prosecutor and their lawyer should have arrived an hour earlier. "What the fuck?" announced the prick from the Coughlin Police Department, who was keeping an eye on them. "This is stupid. I don't get paid enough to babysit you murdering Peckerwoods all day. I'm going to see what the judge wants to do." Through the reinforced glass opposite their bench, Lowell could see that Judge Weiner, the only one of the three officials who had seen fit to show up for the hearing, had lowered her head between her arms and dropped off for a little snooze. Neither of the brothers had at this point any idea about Aurora, nor had the prick cop. "Hope she bites his head off for waking her up," Maynard had remarked. This was not exactly what happened when the horrified officer tore away the mask of webbing that had grown over the Honorable Judge Regina Alberta Weiner's face, but it was, as the saying went, close enough for government work. Lowell and Maynard, chain-locked to the bench, saw it all through the reinforced glass. It was awesome. The judge, no more than 5'1" in heels, rose up righteous and smote the cop, say hallelujah, in the chest with a gold-tipped fountain pen. That put the bastard on the carpet, and she pressed the advantage, scooping up her nearby gavel and beating his face in before he had chance to fart sideways or holler, "Your Honor, I object." Then Judge Weiner tossed aside her gory gavel, sat back down again, lowered her head back to her crossed arms, and resumed snoozing. "Brother, did you see that?" Maynard asked. "I did." Maynard had shaken his head, making the unwashed clots of his long hair fly. "That was amazing. I be dog." "Court is fucking adjourned," Lowell agreed. Maynard, firstborn but named for an uncle when his parents felt sure the baby would die before the sun went down on his natal day, had a caveman beard and wide, dull eyes. Even when he was dropping fists on some poor son of a bitch, he tended to look dumbfounded. "What do we do now?" What they did was bang around until they broke the arms of the bench they were shackled to, and enter the conference room, laying a trail of shattered wood behind them. Careful not to disturb the sleeping Judge Weiner, the webbing was spinning around her head, thickening again. They nicked the cop's keys and unlocked themselves. The brothers also requisitioned the dead prick's gun, his taser, and the keys to his GMC pickup. "Look at this spider shit," Maynard whispered, gesturing at the judge's new coating. "No time," Little Low said. A door at the end of the hall, opened with the prick's pass card, led to a second hall. As they passed the open door of a staff room, not a single one of the dozen-plus men and women inside, cops, secretaries, lawyers, paid them any mind. They were all focused on News America, where bizarre and horrific footage showed some Amish chick on a table rearing up and biting the nose off a man attending to her. At the end of this second hall was an exit into the parking lot. Lowell and Maynard strolled out into bright sunshine and free air, big as life and happy as hound dogs in a barking contest. The dead cop's GMC was parked nearby, and in the center console was a goodly supply of shit-kicking music. The brothers Griner agreed on Brooks and Dunn, followed by Alan Jackson, who was a good old boy for sure. They boot-scooted their way to a nearby campground and parked the Jimmy Mac behind a forest ranger outpost that had been closed in a round of cutbacks years before. The lock on the outpost door popped with one shove. A woman's uniform hung in the closet. Luckily, she had been a large lady, and at Lowell's command, Maynard squeezed into it. Dressed as such, it was easy to convince the driver of a Chevy Silverado in the campground parking lot to step away for a word. "Is there something wrong with my camping permit?" Silverado man asked Maynard. "This disease news has got me all turned around, I'll tell you what. I mean, who ever heard of such a thing?" Then, with a glance at the tag on Maynard's chest, "Say, how'd you get the name Susan?" Little Low gave this question the answer it deserved by stepping out from behind a tree and using a junk of firewood to split Silverado man's skull. He was approximately Lowell's height and weight. After Low dressed in Silverado man's clothes, the brothers wrapped the body in a tarp and put it in the back of their new vehicle. They transferred the dead cop's music and drove to a hunting cabin that they had stocked for a rainy day long before. On the way, they burned through the rest of the CDs, agreeing that this James McMurtry fellow was probably a communist, but Hank 3 was the total package. Once at the cabin, they alternated between the radio and the police scanner they kept there, hoping to glean intelligence concerning the police response to their escape. Initially, Lowell found the complete inattention to said escape unnerving. By the second day, however, the snowballing events of the Aurora phenomenon, which explained the lady judge's rough treatment of the Coughlin cop and the crap on her face, were so encompassing and cataclysmic that Lowell's apprehension evaporated. Who had time for two country outlaws amid mass riots, plane crashes, nuclear meltdowns, and people incinerating chicks in their sleep? 2. On Monday, as Frank Geary was planning his assault on the women's prison, Lowell was reclining on the moldy couch in the hunting cabin, gnawing on deer jerky and visualizing their own next moves. Though the authorities were currently in disarray, they would be reestablished in some form or another before long. Moreover, if things turned out the way they appeared to be headed, those authorities would likely be all rooster, which meant that it would be the Wild West. Hang 'em now, hang 'em high, ask questions later. The Griner brothers wouldn't stay forgotten forever, and when they were remembered, the jackboots would be polished and primed to kick ass. The news on the radio had initially caused Maynard to fall into gloom. "Is this the end of fucking, Lowell?" he'd asked. A little blue at the thought himself, Lowe had replied that they'd think of something, as if there might be some alternative. He was thinking of some old song about how birds do it, bees do it, even educated fleas do it. His older brother's mood had improved, however, at the discovery of a jigsaw puzzle in a cabinet. Now Maynard, in his camo underwear, on his knees by the coffee table, was drinking a Schlitz and working away on it. The puzzle showed Crazy Cat with his finger in a socket, getting electrocuted. Maynard enjoyed puzzles as long as they weren't too hard. This was another reason why Lowell had felt good about his brother's possible prison future. They had a shit ton of puzzles in prison. The picture of Crazy Cat in the center was pretty much done, but the pale green wall surrounding the figure was giving May fits. He complained it all looked the same, which was cheating. "We need to clean up," Lowell announced. "I told you," Maynard said. "I put that old boy's head inside a hollow log and dropped the rest of 'em down a hole." Lowell's older brother broke down bodies the way other folks broke down turkeys. It was eccentric, but it seemed to bring May satisfaction. "That's a start, May, but it's not enough. We need to clean up even better while everything is still fucked up. A clean sweep, so to speak." Maynard finished his beer, pitched the can away. "How do we do that?" "We burn down the dueling police station to start with. That'll take care of the evidence," Lowell explained. "That's big numero uno." His brother's slack-faced expression of puzzlement suggested elaboration was necessary. "Our drugs, May, they got everything in the bust. We burn those up, they got nothing solid." Lowell could envision it. Just wonderful. He had never known how much he wanted to obliterate a police station. "Then, just make sure we've got our T's crossed, we'll make a visit to the prison up there and deal with Kitty McDavid." Lowe sawed a finger across his unshaven neck to show his brother exactly how that deal would go down. "Oh, she's probably asleep." Lowe had considered this. "What if the scientists figure out how to wake them all up?" "Maybe her memory will be wiped out even if they do. You know, amnesia like on Days of Our Lives." "And what if it's not, May? When does anything work out as convenient as that? The McDavid cunt can put us away for the rest of our lives. That ain't even the important thing. She snitched. That's the important thing. She needs to go for that, waking or sleeping." "You really think we can get to her?" asked Maynard. In truth, Lowell didn't know, but he thought they had a shot. Fortune favored the brave. He'd seen that in a movie, or maybe on a TV show. And what better chance would they have? Practically half the world was asleep, and the rest of it was running around like a chicken with its head cut off. "Come on, clock's ticking, May. No time like the present. Plus, it'll be dark soon. Always a better time to move around." "Where do we go first?" Maynard asked. Lowell didn't hesitate. "To see Fritz." Fritz Meashaum had done some engine and detailing work for Lowell Griner, and had also moved some blow. In exchange, Lowell had connected the Kraut with a few gunrunners. Fritz, besides being a stellar mechanic and an excellent detailer, had a bee in his hat about the federal government, so he was always eager for opportunities to enhance his personal arsenal of heavy weaponry. When the inevitable day came that the FBI decided to capture all of the nation's shanty-dwelling asshole mechanics and ship them off to Guantanamo, Fritz would have to defend himself, and to the death, if need be. Each time Lowell saw him, Fritzie had to show off one cannon or another and brag about how well it could vaporize someone. The hilarious part, it was widely rumored that Fritz had been beaten within an inch of his life by a dog catcher. He was tough, was Lil Fritz. The last time Lowell had seen him, the bearded gnome had gleefully displayed his latest toy, an actual goddamn bazooka, Russian surplus. Lowe needed to get into the women's prison to assassinate a snitch. That was the sort of mission where a bazooka could actually come in handy. 3. Jared and Gerda Holden had not known each other well. Gerda was in her first year of middle school, and Jared was in high school, but he knew her from dinners when the two families got together. Sometimes they played video games in the basement, and Jared always let her win a couple. A lot of bad had happened since the Aurora outbreak, but this was the first time Jared had seen a person shot. She must be dead, right, Dad? He and Clint were in the bathroom of the administrative wing. Some of Gerda's blood had splattered Jared's face and shirt. From the fall on top of the shot? I don't know, Clint said. He was leaning against the tiled wall. His son, patting water from his face with a paper towel, found Clint's eyes in the mirror over the sink. Probably, Clint said. Yes, based on what you've told me happened, she's almost certainly dead. And the guy, too? The doctor? Flickinger? Yes, him too, probably. All because of this woman? This Evie person? Yes, Clint said. Because of her. We have to keep her safe. From the police and from anyone else. I know it seems crazy. She could be the key to understanding what's happened, the key to turning it around, and just trust me. Okay, Jared? Okay, Dad. But one of the guards, that Rand guy, he said she's, like, magic? I can't explain what she is, Jared, he said. Although he was trying to sound calm, Clint was livid. With himself, with Geary, with Evie. That bullet could have hit Jared, could have blinded him, left him comatose, killed him. Clint had not beaten up his old friend Jason in the Bertels' yard so that his own son could die before him. He had not shared beds with kids who pissed themselves in their sleep for that. He had not left behind Marcus and Shannon and all the others for that, and he had not worked his way through college or medical school for it. Shannon had told him all those years before that if he just hung on and kept from killing anyone, he would make it out. But to make it out of the current situation, they might have to kill people. He might have to kill people. The idea did not upset Clint as much as he would have expected. The situation changed and the prizes changed, but maybe, at bottom, it was the same deal. If you wanted the milkshake, you'd better be ready to fight. What? Asked Jared. Clint cocked his head. You look, his son said, sort of tense. Just tired. He touched Jared's shoulder and excused himself. He needed to make sure everyone was placed. 4. There was no need to say, I told you so. Terry caught Frank's eye as they stepped away from the group around the bodies. You were right, Terry said. He produced the flask. Frank thought about stopping him, didn't. The acting sheriff took a healthy swallow. You were right all the way down the line. We'll have to take her. You sure? Frank said it as if he himself wasn't. Are you kidding? Look at this goddamn mess. Vern dead. Girl there did it. She's shot to pieces and dead, too. Lawyer's skull caved in. Think he might have lived for a while, but he's sure dead now. Other guy, driver's license says he's an MD named Flickinger. Him too? Really? If so, it was too bad. Flickinger had been a mess, but he'd had enough soul left in him to try to help Nana. And that's not the worst part. Norcross and the black woman and the rest of them have got serious armaments now. Most everything high-powered that we could have used to make them stand down. Do we know who was with them? Frank asked. Who was behind the wheel of that RV when they hauled ass out of here? Terry tipped the flask again, but there was nothing left inside. He swore and kicked a chunk of broken McAdam. Frank waited. Codger named Willie Burke. Terry Coombs breathed out between his teeth. Cleaned up his act in the last 15 or 20 years. Does a lot of community stuff, but he's still a poacher. Used to be a moonshiner, too, back when he was young. Maybe he still is. Vet. Can handle himself. Lyle always gave him the right of way. Felt like it wouldn't be worth the trouble to try and get him for something. And I guess she liked him. He inhaled. I felt the same. All right. Frank had decided to keep Black's phone call to himself. It had infuriated him so much, in fact, that he would have been hard-pressed to recount the details of the conversation. One part had stayed with him, though, and tugged at his sleeve. How the woman had praised him for protecting his daughter at the hospital. How could she have known about that? Eve Black had been in the jail that morning. It kept coming back to him, and he kept pushing it away. As with the moths that had burst from the lit fragment of Nana's cocoon, Frank could not fathom an explanation. He could only see that Eve Black had meant to tweak him, and she had succeeded. But he didn't believe she understood what tweaking him meant. In any case, Terry was back on track. He didn't need any extra motivation. You want me to start putting together a group? I'm willing, if that's your pleasure. Although pleasure had nothing to do with it, Terry seconded the motion. 5. The prison defenders hurriedly removed the tires from the various cars and trucks in the parking lot. There were about 40 vehicles altogether, counting the prison vans. Billy Wettermore and Rand Quigley rolled the tires out and arranged them in pyramids of 3 in the dead space between the inner and outer fences, then doused them in gasoline. The petrol stench quickly overwhelmed the ambient odor of damp, charred wood from the still smoldering fire in the woods. They left the tires on Scott Hughes's truck, but parked it crossways right behind the interior gate as an extra barrier. Scott loves that truck, Rand said to Tig. You want to put yours there instead? Tig asked. Hell no, said Rand. Are you crazy? The only vehicle they left untouched was Barry Holden's RV, situated in a handicap space by the cement path to the intake doors. 6. Minus Vern Wrangle, Roger Elway, and the department's female officers, all of whom had been confirmed as asleep during Frank's cataloging operation, 7 deputies remained from Chief Lila Norcross's duty roster. Terry Coombs, Pete Ordway, Elmore Pearl, Dan Treat, Roop Whitstock, Will Whitstock, and Reed Barrows. It was a solid group, in Terry's opinion. They were all force veterans of at least a year, and Pearl and Treater had both served in Afghanistan. The 3 retired deputies, Jack Albertson, Mick Napolitano, and Nate McGee, made 10. Don Peters, Eric Blass, and Frank Geary made lucky 13. Frank quickly marshaled a half-dozen other volunteers, including Coach J.T. Whitstock, father of the deputies who shared his surname, and the defense-first coach of the Dueling High School varsity football team. Pudge Marone, bartender at the Squeaky Wheel, who brought along his Remington shotgun from beneath the bar. Drew T. Barry of Drew T. Barry Indemnity Company, by-the-book insurance agent and prize-winning deer hunter. Carson Country Strong Struthers, Pudge's brother-in-law, who had fought to a 10-1 Golden Gloves record before his doctor told him he had to quit while he still had some brain left. And 2 town board members, Bert Miller and Steve Pickering, both of whom, like Drew T. Barry, knew their way around a deer stand. That was 19, and once they were informed that the woman inside the prison might have information related to the sleeping sickness, maybe even knowledge of a cure, every single one was eager to serve. 7. Terry was pleased, but wanted an even 20. The sight of Vern Wrangle's bleached-out face and torn neck was something he would never be able to forget. He could feel it the way he could feel Geary, silent as a shadow, following everything he did, judging every choice he made. But never mind. The only way out was through Norcross to Eve Black, and through the black woman to the end of this nightmare. Terry didn't know what would happen when they got to her, but he knew it would be the end. Once the end came, he could work at blurring the memory of Vern Wrangle's bloodless face, not to mention the faces of his wife and daughter, which no longer exactly existed. Seriously drinking his brain into submission, in other words. He was aware that Frank had been encouraging him to use the booze, and so what? So fucking what? Don Peters had been tasked with calling around to the male officers on Dooling Correctional's roll, and it didn't take him long to figure out that Norcross had 4 officers on duty, max. One of those, Wettermore, was a swish, and another, Murphy, had been a history teacher. Throw in the black woman and the old coot, Burke, plus maybe a couple or 3 others they didn't know about just to be generous, and that meant they were up against less than a dozen, few if any of whom could be expected to stand fast if things got hot, no matter how much armament they had acquired. Terry and Frank stopped at the liquor store on Main Street. It was open and busy. "She didn't love me anyway," one fool announced to the entire store, waving a bottle of gin. He smelled like a polecat. The shelves were largely empty, but Terry found 2 pints of gin, and paid with money that would soon be worthless, he supposed, if this terrible fuck-up went on. He filled the flask with 1 pint, carried the other in a paper bag, and walked with Frank to a nearby alley. It opened into a courtyard piled with garbage bags and rain-softened cardboard boxes. Johnny Lee Kronsky's scuffed apartment door was here, at ground level, between 2 windows with plastic sheeting for glass. Kronsky, a mythic figure in this part of West Virginia, answered and spied the bottle in the bag. "Those who come bearing gifts may enter," he said, and took the bottle. There was only 1 chair in the living room. Kronsky claimed it for himself. He drank half the pint in 2 ginormous swallows, his Adam's apple rolling like a bobber at the end of a hooked line, paying no attention to Terry or Frank. A muted television sat on a stand, showing footage of several cocooned women floating on the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. They looked like weird life rafts. What if a shark decided to bite one? Terry wondered. He guessed that if that happened, the shark might be in for a surprise. What did any of it mean? What was the point? Terry decided the point might be gin. He got out Frank's flask and had a tug. "Those women are from the big plane that crashed," Johnny Lee said. "Interesting that they float like that, isn't it? The stuff must be mighty light. Like kapok or something." "Look at them all," Terry marveled. Yes, quite a sight." Johnny Lee smacked his lips. He was a licensed private investigator, but not the kind that checked up on cheating spouses or solved mysteries. Until 2014, he had worked for Ulysses Energy Solutions, the coal company, cycling through their various operations, posing as a miner and listening for rumors of union organizing, working to undercut leaders who seemed particularly effective. A company dog, in other words. Then had come trouble. A right smart of trouble, one could say. There was a cave-in. Kronsky had been the man handling the explosives. The 3 miners who had been buried under the rock had been talking loudly about holding a vote. Almost as damning, one had been wearing a t-shirt with the face of Woody Guthrie on it. Lawyers hired by Ulysses had prevented the levying of charges, a tragic accident, they successfully argued before the grand jury, but Kronsky had been forced into retirement. That was why Johnny Lee had come home to Dooling, where he had been born. Now, in his ideally located apartment, right around the corner from the liquor store, he was in the process of drinking himself to death. Each month, a check from UES arrived via Federal Express. A woman Terry knew at the bank told him that the notation on the stub was always the same. Fees. Whatever his fees amounted to wasn't a fortune, as the crummy apartment proved, but Kronsky managed on it. The whole story was familiar to Terry because hardly a month passed that the police weren't called out to the man's apartment by a neighbor who had heard breaking glass, a rock or a brick thrown through one of Kronsky's windows, undoubtedly by Union spooks. Johnny Lee never called himself. He had let it be known that he was not overly concerned. J.L. Kronsky didn't give shit one about the Union. One afternoon not long before the Aurora outbreak, when Terry had been partnered with Lila in Unit 1, the conversation had turned to Kronsky. She said, "Eventually, some disaffected miner, probably a relative of one of the guys Kronsky got killed, is going to blow his head off, and the miserable son of a bitch will probably be glad to go." 8. "There's a situation at the prison," Terry said. "There's a situation everywhere, Mr. Man." Kronsky had a beaten face, pouched and haggard, and dark eyes. "Forget everywhere," Frank said. "We're here." "I don't give a tin shit where you are," Johnny Lee said, and polished off the pint. We might need to blow something up, Terry said. Barry Holden and his station-robbing friends had taken a lot of firepower, but had missed the Griner brothers' bump of C4. You know how to work with plastic, don't you? Could be I do, Kronsky said. What's in it for me, Mr. Man? Terry calculated. I tell you what, Pudge Marone from the Squeak is with us, and I think he'll let you run an endless tab for the rest of your life, which Terry guessed wouldn't be long. Johnny Lee said. And, of course, it's also a chance to do your town a great service. Dueling can go fuck itself, Johnny Lee Kronsky said. But still, why not? Just why the fuck not? That gave them 20. 9. Dueling Correctional did not have guard towers. It had a flat tar paper roof, piped with vents, ducts, and exhaust stems. There wasn't much in the way of cover beyond a half-foot of brick edging. After assessing this roof, Willie Burke told Clint he liked the 360-degree perspective of the entire perimeter, but he liked his balls even more. Nothing up here that could stop a bullet, see? How about that shed there? The old man pointed down below. Although labeled equipment shed on the prison blueprints, it was your basic catch-all, containing the riding lawnmower that inmates, trustworthy ones, used to groom the softball field, plus gardening tools, sports equipment, and stacks of moldering newspapers and magazines bound with twine. Most importantly, it was built of cement blocks. They had a closer look. Clint dragged a chair out behind the shed, and Willie had a seat there beneath the overhang of the shed's roof. From this position, a man would be sheltered from the view of anyone at the fence, but would still be visible at either end of a firing line that stretched between the shed and the prison. If they're just on one side, I should be all right, said Willie. I'll see 'em from the corner of my eye and take cover. Both sides at the same time? Clint asked. If they do that, I'll be for it. You need help, backup. When you say that, Doc, it makes me wish I'd done more churching in the days of my youth. The old fellow regarded him amiably. Upon arriving at the prison, the only explanation that he had required of Clint was a further assurance that the stand they were making was what Lila would have wanted. Clint had readily given it to Willie, although at this stage he was no longer sure what Lila would have wanted. It seemed like Lila had been gone for years. Clint tried to reflect the same amiability, a bit of light-hearted savoir-faire in the face of the enemy, but what remained of his sense of humor seemed to have fallen out of the back of Barry Holden's RV, along with Gerda Holden and Garth Flickinger. You were in Vietnam, weren't you, Willie? Willie held up his left hand. The meat of his palm was gouged with scar tissue. As it happens, a few bits of me are still there. How did it feel, Clint asked, when you were there? You must have lost friends. Oh, yes, Willie said. I lost friends. As to how I felt, mostly just scared, confused, all the time. Is that how you feel right now? It is, Clint admitted. I never trained for this. They stood there in the milky afternoon light. Clint wondered if Willie sensed what Clint was really feeling. Some fear and confusion, that was true, but also excitement. A certain euphoria infused the preparations, the prospect of pouring the frustration and dismay and loss and impossibility of everything into action. Clint could observe it happening to himself, a rush of aggressive adrenaline that was as old as apes. He told himself he shouldn't be thinking that way, and maybe not, but it felt good. It was as if some guy who looked exactly like him, driving a coupe with the top down, had pulled up beside the old Clint at a stoplight, nodded once in recognition, then, at the flip of the green, his doppelganger had planted the accelerator and the old Clint was watching him roar off. The new Clint had to hurry, because he was on a mission, and being on a mission was good. While they were making their way to the rear of the prison, Willie told him about the moths and the fairy footprints he'd seen near Truman Mayweather's trailer. Millions of moths, it seemed, coating the branches of trees, rolling above the canopy of the woods in swarms. Was it from her? Like everyone else, Willie had heard the rumors. That woman you got? Yes, Clint said. And that's not even the half of it. Willie said he didn't doubt it. They dragged out a second chair and issued an auto to Billy Wettermore. It had been converted, legally or not, Clint didn't know, nor did he care, to full auto. That put a man on each end of the shed. It wasn't perfect, just the best they could do. 10. Behind the front desk at the sheriff's office, the body of Linnie Mars lay cocooned on the floor with her laptop beside her and still broadcasting that vine of the falling London eye. It appeared to Terry that she had slid out of her chair when she finally drifted off to sleep. She was in a heap, partly blocking the hallway that led to the official areas of the facility. Kronsky stepped over her and walked down the hallway in search of the evidence locker. Terry didn't like that. He called after him, "Hey, you notice the fucking person here on the floor?" "It's okay, Terry," Frank said. "We'll take care of her." They carried Linnie to a holding cell and lowered her gently to the mattress. She hadn't been out for long. The webs were thin across her eyes and mouth. Her lips were twisted up in an expression of delirious happiness. Who knew why? Maybe just because her struggle to stay awake was over. Terry had another drink. He lowered the flask, and the wall of the cell rushed at him, and he stuck out his hand to stop it. After a moment, he was able to push up straight again. "I'm worried about you," Frank said. "You're over-medicating." "I'm perfecto." Terry waved his hand at a moth that was bothering his ear. "Are you happy we're arming up, Frank? It's what you wanted, isn't it?" Frank gave Terry a long look. It was totally unthreatening, totally blank. He stared at Terry the way that kids looked at television screens, as if they were gone from their bodies. "No," Frank said. "I wouldn't say I'm too happy. It's the job, that's all. The one in front of us." "Do you always tell yourself that before you kick somebody's ass?" Terry asked, genuinely interested, and was surprised when Frank recoiled, as if from a slap. Kronsky was in the waiting room when they came out. He'd found the plastic explosive, also a bundle of dynamite someone had found in a gravel pit near the Griner property and turned in for disposal. Johnny Lee looked disapproving. "This dino had no business back there, folksies. It gets old and cranky. The C4, now." He shook it, making Frank wince. "You could run it over with a truck and nothing would happen." "So you want to leave the dynamite?" Terry asked. "Jesus, no." Kronsky looked offended. "I love me some dino. Always have. Dino's what you call old school. Need to wrap it in a blanket is all. Or maybe Sleeping Beauty there's got a nice thick sweater in the closet. Oh, and I'll need to get some items from the hardware store. I trust the police department has an open account." Before Terry and Frank left, they packed a duffel bag with the handguns and ammo that hadn't been looted, and carried out all the vests and helmets they could rustle up. There wasn't much, but their posse, really no sense calling it anything else, would bring plenty of armament from home. Linnie hadn't left a sweater in the closet, so Johnny Lee had wrapped the dynamite in a couple of towels from the bathroom. He held it to his chest as if carrying an infant. "Getting late in the day for any kind of assault," Frank observed, "if that's what it comes to." Terry said, "I know. We'll get the boys out there tonight, make sure everyone knows what's what and who's in charge." He looked pointedly at Frank as he said this. "Requisition a couple school buses from the town motor pool and park them at the intersection of Route 31 and West Lavin, where the roadblock was, so the fellas don't have to sleep raw. Keep 6 or 8 of them on watch in a, you know." He made a circle in the air. Frank helped him out. "A perimeter." "Yeah, that. If we have to go in, we'll do it tomorrow morning from the east. We'll need a couple of bulldozers to bust through. Send Pearl and Treater to pick out a couple from the public works yard. Keys are in the office trailer there." "Good," Frank said, because it was. He wouldn't have thought of bulldozers. "First thing tomorrow morning, we bulldoze the fences and come at the main building across the parking lot. That way the sun will be in their eyes. Step 1, push 'em deep, away from the doors and windows. Step 2, Johnny Lee blows the front doors and we're inside. Press 'em to throw down their weapons. At that point, I think they will. Send a few around the far side to make sure they can't bolt for it." "Makes sense," Frank said. "But first, we talk to Norcross. Tonight. Face to face, if he's man enough. Offer him a chance to give the woman up before something happens that can't be taken back." Frank's eyes expressed what he felt. I know what you're thinking, Frank, but if he's a reasonable man, he'll see it's the right thing. He is responsible for more lives than just hers, after all. And if he still says no? Terry shrugged. Then we go in and take her. No matter what? That's right, no matter what. They went out, and Terry locked the glass double doors of the police station behind him. 11. Rand Quigley got his toolbox and spent 2 hours chiseling and hammering out the small wire-reinforced window that was embedded in the concrete wall of the visitor's room. Tig Murphy sat nearby, drinking Coke and smoking a cigarette. The no-smoking reg had been lifted. If you were an inmate, he said, that'd get about 5 years added to your sentence. Good thing I'm not an inmate then, isn't it? Tig tapped Ash on the floor and decided not to say what he was thinking. If being locked in meant you were an inmate, that's what they were now. Man, they really built this place, didn't they? Uh-huh, like it was a prison or something, Rand said. Yuck, yuck, yuck. When the glass finally fell out, Tig clapped. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Rand said, doing Elvis. Thank you very much. With the window removed, Rand could stand on top of the table they had pulled below as a shooting platform and stick his weapon through. This was his spot, with clean angles on the parking lot and the front gate. They think we are pussies, Rand said, but we are not. Got that right, Rando? Clint poked his head in. Tig, with me. The two of them walked up the stairs to the raised level of B-Wing. This was the prison's highest point, the only second floor in the structure. There were windows in the cells that faced out on West Lavin. These were stronger even than the window in the visitor's room, thick, reinforced, and sandwiched between layers of concrete. It was hard to imagine Rand knocking one out of the wall with just hand tools. We can't defend this end, Tig said. No, Clint said, but it makes a hell of a lookout post, and we don't need to defend it, right? There's no way through here. That seemed inarguable to Clint, and to Scott Hughes, too, who was relaxing a few cells down the line and listening in. I'm sure you guys are going to get yourselves killed one way or another, and I won't be crying any tears when it happens, he called. But Shrink Boy's right. It'd take a bazooka to blow a hole in this wall. 12. On the day 2 opposing groups of dueling men armed up, preparing to make war, less than 100 women were still awake in the Tri-Counties. One was Eve Black, one was Angel Fitzroy, one was Jeanette Sorley. Vanessa Lampley was a fourth. Earlier that day, her husband finally nodded off in his armchair, allowing Van to do what she had decided to do. Since she had returned home from the prison after shooting and killing Reed Dempster, Tommy Lampley had tried to stay awake with her as long as he could. Van had been glad for the company. A cooking competition show had done him in, though, lulling him to dreamland with a tutorial on molecular gastronomy. Van waited to make sure he was soundly out before she left. She wasn't about to assign her husband, 10 years her senior, with titanium hips and afflicted by angina, the thankless task of somehow taking care of her body for however many years remained to him. Nor did Van have any interest in becoming the world's most dismal piece of furniture. Tired as she was still light on her feet, and crept from the room without disturbing his thin sleep. In the garage, she got her hunting rifle and loaded it. She yanked up the door, fired up the ATV, and rolled out. Her plan was simple. Cut through the woods to the ridge above the road, breathe in the fresh air, take in the view, jot a note to her husband, and put the barrel under her chin. Good night. At least there were no kids to worry about. She went slow because she was afraid, weary as she was, of crashing. The ATV's heavy tires sent every root and rock jolting up her thick arms and deep into her bones. Van didn't mind. The thin rain was all right, too. Despite the exhaustion, her thoughts crawled. She was intensely aware of every physical sensation. Would it have been better to die without knowing you were going to, like Ree? Van could ask the question, but her brain could not break it down in a way that allowed a satisfactory answer. Any response dissolved before it could form. Why did it feel so bad that she had shot an inmate who would have killed another inmate if she hadn't? Why did it feel so bad just to have done her job? Those answers wouldn't coalesce either, couldn't even begin to. Van arrived at the top of the ridge. She shut off the ATV and dismounted. Far away, in the direction of the prison, a haze of black hovered over the dying day, damp residue from the forest fire that had burned itself out. Directly below, the land descended in a long, easy grade. At the base of the grade was a muddy stream, fattening in the rain. Above the stream, a few 100 feet away, was a hunting cabin with a mossy roof. Smoke scribbles pumped from the stovepipe chimney. She patted her pockets and realized that she had completely forgotten paper and something to write with. Van wanted to laugh. Suicide really wasn't that complex, was it? But a sigh was the best she could manage. There was no help for it, and her reasoning ought not to be that hard to figure out. If she were found at all, that was, and if anyone cared. Van unstrapped the rifle from her back. The door of the cabin banged open just as she located the barrel against the shelf of her chin. "He just better still have that fucking boom tube," said a man, his voice carrying crisp and clear. "Or he'll wish that dog catcher had finished the job on him. Oh, and bring along the scanner. I want to keep up on what the cops are doing." Van lowered her rifle and watched as two men climbed into a shiny Silverado truck and drove away. She was sure she knew them, and looking like they did, a couple of rode-hard and put-away wet woods rats, it wasn't from any Chamber of Commerce awards ceremony. Their names would have come to her immediately if she hadn't been so sleep-deprived. Her mind felt full of mud. She could still feel the jouncing ATV, even though it was no longer moving. Phantom dots of light went zooming across her vision. When the truck was gone, she decided to visit the cabin. There would be something to write on inside, if only the back of a calendar years out of date. "And I'll need something to pin it to my shirt," she said. Her voice sounded foggy and foreign, the voice of someone else. And there was someone else, standing just beside her. Only when she turned her head, the someone was gone. That was happening more and more. Watchers lurking at the farthest reach of her vision. Hallucinations. How long could you stay awake before all rational thought broke down and you lost your mind completely? Van remounted her ATV and drove it along the ridge until the land descended and she could switch back along the rutted track that led to the cabin. The cabin smelled of beans, beer, fried deer meat, and man farts. Dishes cluttered the table, the sink was filled with more, and there were clotted pots on the wood-burning stove. On the mantel was a picture of a fiercely grinning man with a pick over his shoulder and a countryman's battered fedora pulled so low on his head that the brim bent the tops of his ears. Looking at the sepia-toned photo, Vanessa realized exactly who it was she had seen, because her father had pointed out the man in that picture to her when she had been no more than 12. He had been going into the squeaky wheel. "That is Big Lowell Griner," Daddy had said, "and I want you to keep clear of him, honey. If he should ever say hello to you, say hello back, ain't it a nice day, and keep walking." So that's who those two were, Big Lowell's no-account boys, Maynard and Little Low Griner, big as life and driving a new pickup when they were supposed to be jugged over in Coughlin, awaiting trial for, among other things, a murder Kitty McDavid had witnessed and agreed to testify about. On a pine-paneled wall of the short corridor that probably led to the cabin's bedrooms, Van saw a battered notebook hanging from a piece of string. A sheet from that would do just fine for a suicide note, but she suddenly decided she wanted to stay awake and alive at least a little longer. She left, glad to escape the stink, and drove her ATV away from the cabin as fast as she dared. After a mile or so, the track emptied into one of Dooling County's many dirt roads. Dust hung on the left. Not much on account of the drizzle, but enough to tell her which way the fugitives had turned. They had a good lead on her by the time she reached Route 7, but the land here was downsloping and open, which made it easy to see the truck, diminished by distance but clearly headed for town. Van slapped herself briskly across each cheek and followed. She was wet through now, but the cold would help her stay awake a little while longer. If she were on the lam from a murder charge, she'd be halfway to Georgia by now. Not these two. They were headed back to town, no doubt to do something nasty, as was their wont. She wanted to know what it was, and maybe stop it. Atonement for what she'd had to do to Ree was not out of the question. Chapter 11. 1. Fritz Mieschaum didn't want to give up his bazooka, at least not without payment. When May seized him firmly by the shoulders and Lowe twisted his right arm nearly up to his shoulder blades, however, he changed his mind and lifted a trapdoor in the floor of his ramshackle cabin, revealing the treasure for which the Greiner brothers had come. Little Lowe had expected it to be green, like the ones in World War II movies, but Fritz's bazooka was painted a dusty black, with a long serial number running up the side and some of those funny Russian letters beneath. A scale of rust rimmed the mouth. Lying beside it was a duffel bag containing a dozen shells stenciled with more words in Russian. There were also 8 or 10 rifles and as many as 20 handguns, most semi-auto. The brothers stuffed a couple in their belts. There was nothing like pistols in a man's belt to make him feel like he had the right of way. "What's that thing?" asked May, pointing to a shiny black square of plastic above the bazooka's trigger housing. "Dunno," Fritz said, peering at it. "Some kind of inventory control for the bean counters, most likely." "It's got words in English on it," May said. Fritz shrugged. "So what? I got a John Deere cap with Chinese shit on the tag inside. Everybody sells everything to anyone. Thanks to the Jews, that's just the way the world works. The Jews, Never you mind the damn Jews," Little Lowe said. If he let Fritz get on a roll about the Jews, he'd shortly be onto the federal government, and they'd be hunkered around this fucking hole in the floor for the rest of the spring. "All I care about is does it work? If it don't, tell me now, lest we come back here and tear off your ballsack." "I think we should tear off his ballsack anyhow, Lowe," May said. "That's what I think. I bet it's small." It works, Fritz said, presumably talking about the bazooka rather than his ballsack. "Now let loose of me, you scum." "Got a mouth on him, don't he, brother?" Maynard observed. "Yes," Little Lowe said. "Yes, he does, but we'll forgive him this time. Get a couple of those grease guns." "Those ain't grease guns," Fritz said indignantly. "Those are fully automatic Army—" "It'd suit me fine if you shut up," Lowe said. "And what suits me is going to suit you. We're going now, but if this bazooka of yours don't work, we will return and make it disappear up your saggy ass all the way to the trigger housing." "Yes, sir, what he said," May exclaimed. "Try shitting after taking a load like that." "What are you going to do with my boom tube?" Little Lowe Greiner smiled gently. "Hush now," he said, "and don't worry about what don't concern you." 2. From a hilltop a quarter of a mile away, Van Lampley observed the Silverado pull into Fritz Mieschaum's scabrous dooryard. She observed the Greiners get out and return to their stolen truck a few minutes later, carrying stuff, no doubt more stolen goods, which they put in the truck bed. Then they took off again, once more in the direction of Dooling. She considered pulling into Mieschaum's place once they left, but in her current state she felt incapable of asking any questions that would make sense. And really, did she have to? Everyone in Dooling knew that Fritz Mieschaum was in love with anything that had a trigger and went bang. The Greiner brothers had stopped to gun up. It was as plain as the nose on her face. Well, she had a gun herself, her good old .30-06. Probably not much of a shake compared to what was now in the bed of that stolen truck, but so what? Did she really have anything to lose that she hadn't been planning just an hour ago to give away to the universe? "Want to mess with me, boys?" Van said, keying the ATV and revving it. A mistake, as she had never bothered to check how much gas was in the Suzuki's tank before setting out. Well, why don't we see just who messes with who? 3. The Greiners had listened to their scanner only off and on during their days at the cabin, but they did so constantly on the trip to town, because the police band had gone crazy. The transmissions and crosstalk meant little to Maynard, whose brains rarely got out of first gear, but Lowell picked up the general drift. Someone, a bunch of someones actually, had taken a mess of guns from the armory at the sheriff's station, and the cops were just as mad as hornets in a shook-up nest. At least 2 of the gun robbers had been killed, a cop had also been killed, and the rest of the gang had gotten away in a big RV. They had taken the stolen guns up to the women's prison. The cops also kept talking about some woman they wanted to pull out of the Ho Hotel, and it seemed like the gun robbers wanted to keep her for themselves. Lowe couldn't follow that part. He didn't much care, either. What he cared about was the cops had raised up a posse, and were preparing for a big fight, maybe starting tomorrow morning. and they planned to rendezvous at the intersection of Route 31 and West Lavin Road. That meant the sheriff's department would be undefended. It also gave Lowell a brilliant idea about how they might be able to nail Kitty McDavid. "Low?" "Yes, brother." "I can't make out from all that bibble-babble who's in charge. Some say Deputy Coombs took over from the Norcross bitch, and some say a fella named Frank." "Who's Frank?" "Don't know and don't care," Little Low said. "But when we get into town, you keep an eye peeled for a kid by himself." "Which kid, brother?" "One old enough to ride a bike and carry a tail," said Low, just as the stolen Silverado passed the sign reading, "Welcome to Dueling, a nice place to raise your family." 4. The Suzuki ATV could do 60 on the open road, but with night coming down and her reflexes shot to perdition, Van dared no more than 40. By the time she passed the Welcome to Dueling sign, the Silverado containing the Greiner brothers had disappeared. Maybe she'd lost them, but maybe not. Main Street was nearly deserted, and she hoped to spot it there, either parked or cruising slowly while those bad boys looked for something worth holding up. If she didn't spot it, she supposed the best she could do was pop into the sheriff's office and report them to whoever was on duty. That would be sort of an anticlimax for a woman who was hoping to do something good to make up for a shooting she still felt bad about, but it was like her daddy always said, sometimes you get what you want, but mostly you get what you get. The beginning of downtown proper was marked by Barb's Beauty Salon and Hot Nails on one side of the road, and Ace Hardware, recently visited by Johnny Lee Kronsky in search of tools, wires, and batteries, on the other. It was between these two fine business establishments that Vanessa's ATV chugged twice, backfired, and died. She checked the gauge and saw the needle resting on E. Wasn't that just the perfect end to a perfect fucking day? There was a Zonies 1 block up where she could buy a few gallons of gas, assuming anyone was bothering to run the place. But it was getting dark, those damn Greiners could be anywhere, and even walking a block seemed like quite a trek in her current state. It might be better to go ahead and end it, as she'd set out to do earlier. Except she hadn't become a statewide arm wrestling champion by giving up when the going got tough, had she? And wasn't that what she was thinking of? Giving up? "Not until my damn hand's down on the damn table," Van told her beached ATV, and began plodding up the deserted sidewalk toward the sheriff's station. 5. The business directly across from the cop shop was the Drew T. Barry Indemnity Company, proprietor currently out at West Lavin Road with the rest of the posse. Lowe parked the Silverado behind it in a space marked, "Reserved for Barry employee. All others will be towed." The back door was locked, but 2 slams of May's beefy shoulder fixed that. Lowe followed him inside, dragging the kid they had found riding his bike down by the bowling alley. The kid in question happened to be Kent Daly, member of the high school tennis team and close friend of Eric Blass. Kent's bike was now in the back of the Silverado. He was sniveling, although he was really too old for such behavior. It was Lowe's opinion that sniveling was okay for teenage girls, but boys should start to taper off at 10 and be done with it by 12 or so. He was willing to give this one a pass, however. After all, he probably thought he was going to be raped and murdered. "You need to shut up, youngster," he said. "You'll be all right if you behave." He frog-marched Kent into the big front room, which was filled with desks and posters telling how the right insurance policy could save your family from a life of poverty. On the front window, which faced the deserted business district, Drew T. Barry's name was printed backward in tall gold-flake letters. As Lowe looked out, he saw a woman come slowly up the sidewalk on the other side. Not much of a looker, heavy-set, lesbo haircut, but seeing any woman today was a rarity. She glanced at the Barry establishment, but with no lights inside, could see nothing but the reflection of the streetlights, which had just flicked on. She climbed the steps to the cop shop and tried the door. Locked. And wasn't that small-town police for you, Lowe thought. Lock the front door after the guns are stolen. Now she was trying the intercom. "Mister," Kent whined, "I want to go home. You can have my bike if you want it." "We can have anything we want, you pimply little peckerwood," May said. Lowe twisted the boy's wrist, making him holler. What part of shut up don't you understand? Brother, go get Mr. Bazooki and the shells. May left. Lowe turned to the kid. Card in your wallet says your name is Kent Daly and you live at 15 Juniper Street. That right? Yes, sir, the boy said, wiping snot from his nose up one cheek with the heel of his hand. Kent Daly, and I don't want any trouble. I want to go home. You're in a real pickle, Kent. My brother is an awful sick man. There is nothing he loves more than to wreck a human being. What'd you do caused you to be so unlucky, do you suppose? Kent licked his lips and blinked rapidly. He opened his mouth and shut it. You did something all right. Lowe laughed. Guilt was hilarious. Who's at home? My dad and my mom. Only my mom's, you know. Kitchen 40 winks, is she? Or 440? Yes, sir. But your dad's fine? Yes, sir. Would you like me to go to 15 Juniper Street and blow your dad's fucking head off? No, sir, Kent whispered. Tears rolled down his pale cheeks. No, of course you wouldn't. But I will, unless you do just as I say. Will you do as I say? Yes, sir. Not even a whisper now, just a breeze through the boy's lips. How old are you, Kent? 17. Jesus, almost old enough to vote and grizzling like a baby. Quit on it. Kent did his best. Ride that bike pretty fast, can you? I guess so. I won the Tri-County 40K last year. Little Lowe didn't know a 40K from a serving tray and didn't care. You know where Route 31 meets up with West Lavin Road, the road that goes to the prison? Maynard had returned with the bazooka and the case of shells. Across the street, the heavy-set woman had given up on the intercom and was heading back the way she had come with her head hanging down. The drizzle had ceased at last. Lowe gave Kent, who was staring at the bazooka with dreadful fascination, a shake. Know that road, do you? Yes, sir. Good. There are a bunch of men up there, and I'm going to give you a message. You will give it to the one named Terry, or the one named Frank, or both of them. Now listen. 6. Terry and Frank were, at that moment, getting out of Unit 1 and approaching the double gates of Dueling Correctional, where Clint and another guy stood waiting for them. 10 members of the posse were back at the intersection. The rest had taken up positions around the prison at what Terry called the Compass Rose. North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. There were woods, and they were damp, but none of the guys seemed to mind. They were high on excitement. And they'll stay that way until the first one takes a bullet and starts screaming, Terry thought. Someone's tricked-out truck was blocking the inner gate. The dead space had been filled with tires, and soaked in gasoline from the smell. Not a bad move. Terry could almost admire it. He shone his light on Norcross, then on the bearded man standing next to him. Willie Burke, said Terry. I'm sorry to see you here. And I'm sorry to see you here, Willie responded. Doing what you shouldn't be doing. Overstepping your authority. Playing the vigilante man. He took his pipe from the pocket of his biballs and started to load it. Terry had never been sure if Norcross was a doctor or just a mister, so he settled on his given name. Clint, this has almost gone beyond talking. One of my deputies has been killed. Vern Wrangle. I think you knew him. Clint sighed and shook his head. I did, and I'm sorry. He was a fine man. I hope you feel equally sorry about Garth Flickinger and Gerda Holden. The Holden girl's death was an act of self-defense, Frank said. She was ripping Deputy Wrangle's goddamn throat out. I want to talk to Barry Holden, Clint said. He's dead, Frank said, and it's your fault. Terry turned to Frank. You need to let me handle this. Frank raised his hands and stepped back. He knew Coombs was right. There was his damn temper getting the best of him again, but he hated him for it just the same. What he felt like doing was climbing that fence, barbed wire rolls at the top be damned, and knocking the heads of those two smug sons of bitches together. Evie Black's goading voice was still in his head. Clint, listen to me, Terry said. I'm willing to say there's blame on both sides, and I'm willing to guarantee that no charges will be brought against any of you here if you let me take the woman into custody now." "Is Barry really dead?" Clint asked. "Yes," the acting chief of police said. "He attacked Vern, too." Willie Burke reached over and gripped Clint's shoulder. "Let's talk about Evie," Clint said. "What exactly do you plan to do with her? What can you do?" Terry appeared stumped, but Frank was ready, speaking with assurance. "We're going to take her to the sheriff's station. While Terry's questioning her, I'm going to get a team of doctors from the state hospital down here double quick. Between the cops and the docs, we're going to find out what she is, what she did to the women, and whether or not she can fix it." "She says she did nothing," Clint said, staring off into the distance. "She says she's just an emissary." Frank turned to Terry. "You know what? I think this man is totally full of shit." Terry gave him a reproachful, if slightly red-eyed, look. Frank once again raised his hands and stepped back. "You don't have a single medical doctor in there," Terry said, "and you don't have any PAs you can call, because I seem to remember that they're both women and they'll be in cocoons by now. So bottom line, you're not examining her, you're just holding her." "Holding on to her," Frank growled. "And listening to what she tells you. Swallowing it, you mean," Frank shouted. "Be quiet, Frank." Terry spoke mildly, but when he turned back to Clint and Willie, his cheeks were flushed. "But he's right. You're swallowing it. Drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak." "You don't understand," Clint said. He sounded weary. "She's not a woman at all, at least not in the sense we understand. I don't think she's entirely human. She has certain abilities. She can call rats. That much I'm sure of. They do what she wants. It's how she got Hicks's cell phone. All those moths people have been seeing around town have something to do with her, too. And she knows things. Things she can't know." "You saying she's a witch?" Terry asked. He pulled out the flask and had a sip. Probably not the best way to negotiate, but he needed something, and right now. "Come on, Clint. Next you'll be telling me she can walk on water." Frank thought of the fire spinning in the air in his living room, and then exploding into moths, and of the phone call, Evie Black saying that she had seen him protect Nana. He tightened his arms across his chest, squeezing down his anger. What did it matter what Eve Black was? What mattered was what had happened, was happening, and how to fix it. "Open your eyes, son," Willie said. "Look at what's happened to the world over the last week. All the women asleep in cocoons, and you're sticking at the idea the black woman may be something supernatural? You boys need to do better. Need to quit on sticking your fingers where they don't belong and let this thing play out like the doc says she wants." Because Terry could think of no adequate reply, he took another drink. He saw the way Clint was looking at him and had a third, just to spite the bastard. Who was he to judge, hiding behind prison walls while Terry tried to hold the rest of the world together? "What she's asked for is a few more days," Clint said, "and that's what I want you to give her." He nailed Terry's eyes with his own. "She's expecting bloodshed. She's made that much clear. Because she believes that's the only way men know how to solve their problems. Let's not give her what she expects. Stand down. Give it 72 hours. Then we can revisit the situation." "Really? And what do you think will change?" The liquor hadn't taken over Terry's mind yet. So far it was only visiting, and he thought, almost prayed, "Give me an answer I can believe in." But Clint only shook his head. "I don't know. She says it's not entirely in her hands. But 72 hours without shooting would be the right first step. Of that I'm sure. Oh, and she says that the women have to take a vote." Terry nearly laughed. "How the fuck are sleeping women gonna do that?" "I don't know," Clint said. He's playing for time, Frank thought, spouting any old made-up thing that comes into his shrinky-dink brain. Surely you're still sober enough to see that, aren't you, Terry? "I need to think it over," Terry said. "All right, but you need to think clearly, so do yourself a favor and pour the rest of that liquor out on the ground. His eyes shifted to Frank, and they were the cold ones of the orphan boy who had fought for milkshakes. Frank here thinks he's the solution, but I think he's the problem. I think she knew there'd be a guy like him. I think she knows there always is. Frank leaped forward, reached through the fence, seized Norcross by the throat, and choked him until his eyeballs first bulged, then dropped out to dangle on his cheeks. But only in his mind. He waited. Terry considered, then spat in the dirt. "Fuck you, Clint. You're no real doctor." And when he raised the flask and took another long, defiant swallow, Frank raised an inward cheer. By tomorrow, Acting Sheriff Coombs would be in the bag. Then he, Frank, would take over. There would be no 72 hours, and he didn't care if Eve Black was a witch, a fairy princess, or the Red Queen of Wonderland. Everything he needed to know about Eve Black had been in that one short phone call. "Stop this," he had told her, almost begged her when she called him on her stolen cell. "Let the women go." "You'll have to kill me first," the woman had replied. Which was what Frank intended to do. If it brought the women back, happy ending. If not, revenge for taking away the only person in his life who mattered. Either way, problem solved. 7. Just as Van Lampley reached her stalled ATV, with no idea what to do next, a kid tore past on one of those bikes with the ape-hanger handlebars. He was making enough speed to blow his hair back from his forehead, and he wore an expression of stark, bug-eyed terror. It could have been caused by any one of a dozen things, the way the world was now, but Van had no doubt what had lit a fire under the boy. It wasn't an intuition, it was a rock-solid certainty. "Kid!" she shouted. "Kid, where are they?" Kent Daly paid her no mind, only pedaled faster. He was thinking about the old homeless woman they had been goofing with. They never should have done it. This was God paying them back, paying him back. He pedaled faster still. 8. Although Maynard Greiner had left the halls of Academe while still in the 8th grade, and those halls had been delighted to see him go, he was good with machinery. When his younger brother passed him the bazooka and one of the shells, May handled them as if he had been doing so all his life. He examined the shell's high explosive tip, the wire that ran down the side of the thing, and the fins at the base. He grunted, nodded, and aligned the shell's fins with the grooves inside the tube. It slid in easy peasy. He pointed to a lever above the trigger and below the black plastic inventory tag. "Pull that back. Should lock her in." Lo did and heard a click. "Is that it, May?" "Should be, as long as Fritz put in a fresh battery. I believe it's electric charge that fires the rocket." "If he didn't, I'll go on back there and ram-guzzle him," Lo said. His eyes were sparkling as he faced Drew T. Barry's plate glass window and rested the bazooka on his shoulder in the best war movie style. "Stand clear, brother." The battery in the trigger housing turned out to be just fine. There was a hollow whoosh. Exhaust shot from the tube. The display window blew out into the street, and before either man had time to draw a breath, the front of the sheriff's station exploded. Chunks of sand-colored brick and shards of glass rained down on the street. "Hoo-wee!" May slapped his brother on the back. "Did you see that, brother?" "I did," Lo replied. An alarm was braying somewhere deep inside the wounded station. Men were running to look. The front of the building was now a gaping mouth filled with broken teeth. They could see flames inside and paperwork fluttering around like singed birds. "Reload me." May aligned the fins of a second shell and latched it tight. "All set." May was hopping with excitement. This was more fun than the time they'd thrown a package of dynamite into the trout tank up at Tupelo Crossing. "Fire in the hole," Lo shouted and pulled the bazooka's trigger. The shell flew across the street on a trail of smoke. The men who had come out to gawk saw it and either turned tail or hit the deck. The second explosion gutted the center of the building. Linnea's cocoon had survived the first blast, but not this second one. Moths flew up from where she had been and caught fire.
Let May have a turn. May held out his hands for the bazooka.
No, we need to get out of here, Lowe said. But you'll get your chance, brother. That I promise.
When? Where?
Up to the prison.
9. Van Lampley stood by her ATV, stunned. She had seen the first contrail cross Main Street and knew what it meant even before the blast. Those son-of-a-bitch and Greiner brothers had gotten an RPG launcher or something like it from Fritz Mieschaum. As the smoke from the second blast began to clear, she could see flames licking out from holes that had been windows. One of the triple doors was lying in the street, twisted into a corkscrew of chromed steel. The others were nowhere to be seen. Woe to anyone who was in there, she thought. Red Platt, one of the salesmen at Dueling Kia, came swaying and staggering toward her. Blood was sheeting down the right side of his face, and his lower lip no longer looked completely attached, although with all the blood it was hard to tell.
"What was that?"
Red shouted in a cracked voice. Shards of glass glittered in his thinning hair.
"What the fuck was that?"
The work of two swinging dicks who need a broom handle stuck in their spokes before they hurt anyone else, Van said. You ought to get patched up, Red. She walked toward the Shell station, feeling like herself for the first time in days. She knew it wouldn't last, but while it did, she intended to ride the adrenaline. The gas station was open, but unattended. Van found a 10-gallon can in the garage bay, filled it at one of the pumps, and left a 20 on the counter beside the cash register. The world might be ending, but she had been raised to pay her bills. She toted the can back to her ATV, filled the tank, and headed out of town in the direction the Greiner brothers had gone. 10. Kent Daly was having a very bad night, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock. He had no more than turned off Route 31 and accelerated toward the buses blocking West Lavin Road when he was clotheslined off his bike and driven to the ground. His head hit the asphalt and bright lights flashed in front of his eyes. When they cleared, he saw the muzzle of a rifle 3 inches from his face.
"Shit fire!"
exclaimed Reed Barrows, the deputy who had taken Kent down. Reed had been placed at the southwest point of Terry's compass rose. He put his gun down and hauled Kent up by the front of his shirt.
"I know you. You're the kid who was putting firecrackers in mailboxes last year."
Men were running toward them from the new and improved roadblock, Frank Geary in the lead. Terry Coombs brought up the rear, weaving slightly. They knew what had happened in town. There had already been a dozen calls on a dozen cell phones, and they could easily see the fire burning in the middle of Dueling from this high vantage point. Most of them wanted to go tear-assing back, but Terry, fearing it was a diversion to get the woman out, had ordered them to hold their positions.
"What are you doing out here, Daly?" Reed asked. "You could have gotten yourself shot."
"I've got a message," Kent said, rubbing the back of his head. It wasn't bleeding, but a large knot was forming there. "It's for Terry or Frank, or both of them."
"What the fuck's going on?" Don Peters asked.
He had donned a football helmet at some point. His close-set eyes, deep in the shadow of the forehead shield, looked like those of a small and hungry bird.
"Who's this?"
Frank pushed Don aside and dropped to one knee beside the kid. "I'm Frank," he said. "What's the message?" Terry also took a knee. His breath was redolent of booze.
"Come on, son. Take a deep breath, and pull yourself together."
Kent groped among his scattered thoughts.
"That woman in the prison there, the special one, she's got friends in town. Lots of them. 2 of them grabbed me. They said to tell you to stop what you're doing and go away, or the sheriff's office will only be the first thing to go."
Frank's lips stretched in a smile that came nowhere near his eyes. He turned to Terry. "So what do you think, Sheriff? Are we going to be good boys and go away?" Little Lowe was no Mensa candidate himself, but he possessed a degree of cunning that had kept the Greiner operation afloat for almost 6 years before he and his brother had finally been brought down. Lowe blamed his generous nature. They had let the McDavid cunt, who was hardly a 10, hang around, and she had repaid them by becoming a snitch. He had an instinctive grasp of human psychology in general, and male psychology in particular. When you told men they oughtn't to do a thing, that was what they did. Terry didn't hesitate. "Not going away,"
Going in at sunrise. Let them blow up the whole goddamn town." The men who had gathered around raised a cheer so hoarse and so savage that Kent Daly flinched. What he wanted more than anything was to take his sore head home, lock all the doors, and go to sleep. 11. So far, the adrenaline was holding out. Van hammered on Fritz Meeschaum's door hard enough to rattle it in its frame. A long-fingered hand that looked as if it had too many knuckles pulled aside a filthy curtain. A stubble-spackled face peered out. A moment later, the door opened. Fritz opened his mouth, but Van seized him and began to shake him like a terrier with a rat before he could utter a word. "What did you sell them, you scrawny little shite-poke? Was it a rocket launcher? It was, wasn't it? How much did those bastards pay you so they could blow a hole in the middle of downtown?" By then they were inside, Van roughly steering Fritz across his cluttered living room. He beat feebly at one of her shoulders with his left hand. The other arm was bound in a makeshift sling that looked as if it had been made from a bedsheet. "Quit it!" Fritz shouted. "Quit it, woman! I already had my damn arm dislocated by them two cretins." Van shoved him down in a filthy armchair with a stack of old skin magazines beside it. "Talk." "It wasn't a rocket launcher. It was a vintage Russian bazooka. Could have sold it for $6,000-7,000 to one of those parking lot gun sales up in Wheeling, and those two country fried fuckers stole it." "Well, of course you would say that, wouldn't you?" Van was panting. "It's the truth." Fritz looked at her more closely, his eyes sliding from her round face to her big breasts to her wide hips, then back up again. "You're the first woman I've seen in 2 days. How long you been awake?" "Since last Thursday morning." "Holy moly, that must be a record." "Not even close." Van had Googled it. "Never mind that. Those boys just blew up the sheriff's office." "I heard a hell of a bang," admitted Fritz. "Guess that bazooka works pretty good." "Oh, it worked fine," Van said. "I don't suppose you know where they're going next." "Nope, not a clue." Fritz began to grin, exposing teeth that hadn't seen a dentist in a good long while, if ever. "But I could find out." "How?" "Damn fools looked right at it, and when I told them it was an inventory tag, they believed me." His laugh sounded like a file scraping on a rusty hinge. "What are you talking about?" "GPS tracker. I put 'em on all my high-end items, case they get stolen, which that bazooka was. I can track it on my phone." "Which you will give me," Van said, and held out her hand. Fritz looked up at her, his eyes a sly and watery blue under wrinkled lids. "If you get my bazooka, will you give it back before you go to sleep?" "No," Van said. "But I won't give you a broken arm to go with the one they dislocated. How's that?" The little man chuckled and said, "All righty, but it's just 'cause I got a soft spot for wide women." If she had felt more like herself, Van might have had to beat the shit out of him for a comment like that. It wouldn't be hard, and it would be public service. But in her exhaustion, she hardly considered it. "Come on, then." Fritz pushed up from the couch. "Phone's on the kitchen table." She backed up, keeping the rifle on him. He led her down a short, dark hall and into the kitchen. There was a stench of ash that made Van gag. "What have you been cooking?" "Candy," Fritz said. He thumped down at a linoleum-topped table. "Candy?" It didn't smell like any candy she knew of. Gray scraps, like bits of burned newspaper, were scattered around the floor. "Candy's my wife," he said. "Now deceased. Lit the mouthy old bag up with a kitchen match. Never realized she had such a spark." His black and brown teeth were revealed in a ferocious grin. "Get it? Spark." No avoiding it now. Tired or not, she was going to have to put a hurting on the vile bastard. That was Van's first thought. The second was, there was no cell phone on the linoleum-topped table. A gun banged, and the air went out of Van. She thumped against the refrigerator and down to the floor. Blood spilled from a bullet wound at her hip. The rifle she had been holding had flown from her hands. Smoke curled from around the edge of the eating table directly in front of her. She spotted the barrel then, the pistol that Meeschaum had strapped underneath the tabletop. Fritz pulled it free of the duct tape that had held it, stood, and came around the table. Never can be too careful. Keep a loaded gun in every room. He squatted down beside her and jammed the barrel of a pistol against her forehead. His breath smelled like tobacco and meat. This one was my Opa's. What you think about that, you fat pig? She didn't think much of it, and didn't have to. Van Lampley's right arm, the arm that had put down Hallie Wrecker O'Meara in the championship match of the 2010 Ohio Valley Women's 35 to 45-year-old division, and snapped one of Erin Makepeace's elbow ligaments in 2011 to repeat, was like a spring trap. Her right hand swung up, catching Fritz Meeschaum's wrist and squeezing with fingers made of steel, jerking down so violently that he was pitched forward on top of her. The antique pistol went off, putting a bullet into the floor between Van's arm and side. Bile rose in her throat as the weight of his body pressed into her wound, but she kept twisting his wrist, and at that angle all he could do was fire into the floor again before the gun slipped from his hand. Bones popped, ligaments twanged. Fritz screamed. He bit her hand, but she just turned harder on his wrist and began to methodically punch him in the back of the head with her left fist, driving down with the diamond of her engagement ring. Okay, Uncle! Fucking Uncle! I give! Screamed Fritz Meeschaum. That's enough! But Van did not think so. Her bicep flexed and the tattoo of the headstone, Your Pride, swelled. She kept twisting with one hand and punching with the other. Chapter 12. 1. On the prison's last night, the weather cleared, and the rain clouds of the day were blown south by a steady wind, leaving the sky to the stars, and inviting the animals to stick their heads up and sniff and converse. No 72 hours, no second thoughts. A change was coming tomorrow. The animals felt it the way they felt oncoming thunderstorms. 2. Hunkered beside his partner in the rearmost seat of one of the school buses that had been requisitioned to block Route 31, Eric Blass listened to Don Peters' snores. Any vague remorse Eric had felt about burning old Essie had been assuaged by the fading of the day. If no one ever noticed she was gone, what did she count for, really? Rand Quigley, a far more thoughtful man than most gave him credit for, was also hunkered down. His spot was in a plastic chair in the visitor's room. In his lap, he had overturned the toddler-sized toy car from the family area. It had been a source of disappointment for as long as Rand could remember. The kids of the inmates climbed in it and pushed forward, but got frustrated because they couldn't turn. The problem was a broken axle. Rand had fetched a tube of epoxy from his toolbox and glued the brake, and now he tied the pieces together to set with a bowline knot of twine. That he might be in his last hours did not elude Officer Quigley. It comforted him to do something useful with whatever time might be left. On the wooded knoll above the prison, Maynard Griner stared up at the stars and fantasized about shooting them out with Fritz's bazooka. If you could do that, would they pop like light bulbs? Had anyone, scientists maybe, poked a hole in space? Did aliens on other planets ever think about shooting out stars with bazookas or death rays? Lowell, propped against the trunk of a cedar, commanded his brother, who was flat on his back, to wipe his mouth. The light of the stars, sent out billions of years ago, glimmered on Maynard's drool. Low's mood was sour. He did not like to wait, but it was not in their best interest to unload with the artillery until the cops made their move. The mosquitoes were biting, and some hemorrhoid of an owl had been screeching since sundown. Valium would have improved his spirits greatly. Even some NyQuil would have been helpful. If Big Lowell's grave had been nearby, little Lowell would not have hesitated to dig up the rotting corpse and relieve it of that bottle of Rebel Yell. Down below, the T-shaped structure of the prison lay pinned in the harsh radiance that shone from the light towers. On three sides, woods surrounded the dell in which the building stood. There was an open field to the east, running up to the high ground where Lowe and May were camped. That field was, Lowe thought, an excellent firing lane. Nothing at all to impede the flight of a high-explosive bazooka shell. When the time came, it was going to be awesome. 3. Two men crouched in the space between the nose of Barry Holden's Fleetwood and the front doors of the prison. "You want to do the honors?" Tig asked Clint. Clint wasn't sure it was an honor, but said okay and lit the match. He placed it against the trail of gas that Tig and Rand had laid earlier. The trail flamed, snaking from the front doors across the apron of the parking lot and under the interior fence. In the grass median that separated this fence from the second outer fence, the piles of doused tires first smoldered and then began to flicker. Soon, the firelight had cut away much of the darkness at the perimeter of the prison. Curls of filthy smoke began to rise. Clint and Tig went back inside. 4. In the darkened officer's break room, Michaela used a flashlight to sift the drawers. She found a pack of bicycles and asked Jared to play war with her. Everyone else, save the 3 remaining wakeful prisoners, was on watch. Michaela needed something to occupy herself. It was around 10 p.m. on Monday night. Way back last Thursday morning, she had awoken at 6 sharp and gone running. Feeling frisky, feeling fine. "Can't," Jared said. "What?" Michaela asked. "Super busy," he said, and gave a twitchy grin. "Thinking about stuff I should have done, and didn't, and how my dad and mom should have waited to be mad at each other. Also about how my girlfriend, she wasn't really my girlfriend, but sort of, fell asleep while I was holding her." He repeated, "Super busy." If Jared Norcross needed mothering, Michaela was the wrong person. The world had been out of tilt since Thursday, but as long as she'd been around Garth Flickinger, Michaela had been able to treat it almost like a lark, a bender. She would not have expected to miss him so much. His stoner good cheer was the only thing that made sense once the world went wacky. She said, "I'm afraid too. You'd be crazy not to be afraid." He trailed off. He didn't understand it, what the others around the prison had said about the woman, that she had powers, and that this Michaela, the warden's reporter daughter, had supposedly received a magic kiss from the special prisoner that had given her new energy. He didn't understand what had come over his father. All he understood was that people had started to die. As Michaela had guessed, Jared missed his mother, but he wasn't angling for a substitute. There was no replacing Lila. "We're the good guys, right?" Jared asked. "I don't know," Michaela admitted, "but I'm positive we're not the bad guys." "That's something," Jared said. "Come on, let's play cards." Jared swiped a hand across his eyes. "What the hell, okay. I'm a champ at war." He came over to the cafe table in the middle of the break room. "Do you want a Coke or something?" He nodded, but neither of them had change for the machine. They went to the warden's office, emptied out Janice Coates's huge knit handbag, and crouched on the floor, sifting for silver through the receipts and notes and chapsticks and cigarettes. Jared asked Michaela what she was smiling about. "My mom's handbag," said Michaela. "She's a prison warden, but she's got like this hippie monstrosity for a bag." "Oh," Jared chuckled. "But what's a warden's handbag supposed to look like, do you think? Something held together with chains or handcuffs." "Kinky." "Don't be a child, Jared." There was more than enough change for 2 Cokes. Before they went back to the break room, Michaela kissed the cocoon that held her mother. War usually lasted forever, but Michaela beat Jared in the first game in less than 10 minutes. "Damn, war is hell," he said. They played again and again and again, not talking much, just flipping cards in the dark. Michaela kept winning. 5. Terry dozed in a camp chair a few yards behind the roadblock. He was dreaming about his wife. She had opened a diner. They were serving empty plates. "But Rita, this isn't anything," he said, and handed his plate back to her. Rita handed it right back. This went on for what seemed like years, back and forth with the empty plate. Terry grew increasingly frustrated. Rita, never speaking, grinned at him like she had a secret. Outside the windows of the diner, the seasons were shuffling past like photographs through one of those old Viewmasters. Winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring. He opened his eyes and Bert Miller was standing over him. Terry's first waking thought was not of the dream, but of earlier that night at the fence, Clint Norcross calling him out about the booze, humiliating him in front of the other two. The irritation of the dream mixed with shame, and Terry fully comprehended that he was not the man for the sheriff's job. Let Frank Geary have it if he wanted it so bad, and let Clint Norcross have Frank Geary if he wanted to deal with a sober man. Camp lights were set up everywhere. Men stood in groups, rifles hung from straps over their shoulders, laughing and smoking, eating food from crinkly plastic MRE packages. God only knew where they'd come from. A few guys knelt on the pavement, shooting dice. Jack Albertson was using a power drill on one of the bulldozers, rigging an iron plate over the window. Selectman Bert Miller wanted to know if there was a fire extinguisher. Coach Whitstock's got asthma, and the smoke from those assholes' tire fires is drifting over here. Sure, Terry said, and pointed to a nearby cruiser. In the trunk. Thanks, Chief. The selectman went to fetch the extinguisher. There was a cheer from the dicing men as somebody made a hard point. Terry lurched up from the camp chair and oriented himself toward the parked cruisers. As he walked, he unbuckled his gun belt and let it fall into the grass. Fuck this shit, he thought. Just fuck it. In his pocket were the keys to Unit 1. 6. From his seat on the driver's side of the animal control pickup, Frank observed the acting chief's silent resignation. You did that, Frank, Elaine said from beside him. Aren't you proud? He did it to himself, Frank said. I didn't tie him down and put a funnel in his mouth. I pity him because he wasn't man enough for the job, but I also envy him because he gets to quit. But not you, Elaine said. No, he agreed. I'm in it to the end, because of Nana. You're obsessed with her, Frank. Nana, Nana, Nana. You refuse to hear anything Norcross said because she's all you can think of. Can you not wait at least a little longer? No, because the men were here, and they were primed and ready to go. What if that woman is leading you by the nose? A fat moth sat on the pickup's wiper blades. He flicked the wand for the blades to clear it off. Then he started the engine and drove away. But unlike Terry, he intended to return. First, he stopped at the house on Smith to check on Elaine and Nana in the basement. They were, as he had left them, hidden away behind a shelving unit and tucked beneath sheets. He told Nana's body that he loved her. He told Elaine's body that he was sorry that they could never seem to agree. He meant it, too, although the fact that she continued to scold him, even in her unnatural sleep, was extremely irritating. He relocked the basement door. In the driveway by the headlights of his pickup, he noticed a pool had collected in a large pothole that he had planned to fix soon. Sediments of green and brown and white and blue sifted around in the water. It was the remains of Nana's chalked drawing of the tree, washed away by the rain. When Frank reached downtown Dueling, the bank clock read 12:04 a.m. Tuesday had arrived. As he passed the Zoni's convenience store, Frank noticed that someone had smashed out the plate glass windows. The municipal building was still smoking. It surprised him that Norcross would allow his cohorts to blow up his wife's place of work, but men were different now, it seemed, even doctors like Norcross. More like they used to be, maybe. In the park across the street, a man was, for no apparent reason, using a cutter to work on the verdigris-stained trousers of the statue of the top-hatted first mayor. Sparks fountained up, doubling in the tinted slot of the man's welding helmet. Farther along, another man, a la Gene Kelly in Singin' in the Rain, was hanging off a lamp-post, but he had his cock in his hand, and he was pissing on the pavement and bellowing some fucked-up sea shanty. The captain's in his cabin, lads, drinking ale and brandy. Sailors in the whorehouse, where all the tarts are handy. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. The order that had existed, and which Frank and Terry had tried to shore up over the last few chaotic days, was collapsing. It was, he supposed, a savage kind of mourning. It might end, or it might be building to a worldwide cataclysm. Who knew? "This is where you should be, Frank," Elaine said. "No," he told her. He parked behind his office. Each day he'd found half an hour to stop in here. He fed his strays in their cages and left a bowl of Alpo for the one that was his special pet, his office dog. There was a mess in the holding area each time he came, and they were restless, shivering and whimpering and howling, because he usually was only able to walk them once a day, if that. And of the 8 animals, probably only a couple had ever been house-trained to begin with. He considered putting them down. If something happened to him, they would almost certainly starve. It wasn't likely a good Samaritan would come along and take care of them. The possibility of simply releasing them did not cross his mind. He didn't let dogs run wild. A fantasy sketched itself in Frank's mind's eye. Coming in the next day with Nana, letting her help feed and walk them. She always liked to do that. He knew she would love his office dog, a sleepy-eyed beagle-cocker mix with a stoic manner. She would love the way his head drooped down over his paws like a kid slumped over a desk, forced to listen to some never-ending school lecture. Elaine didn't like dogs, but no matter what happened, that no longer made a difference. One way or another, he and Elaine were through, and if Nana wanted a dog, it could stay with Frank. Frank walked them on triple leashes. When he finished, he wrote a note. "Please check on the animals. Make sure they have food and water. Gray-white pit bull mix in number 7 is skittish. Approach carefully. Please don't steal anything. This is a government office," and fastened it to the outside door with duct tape. He stroked the office dog's ears for a couple of minutes. "Look at you," he said. "Just look at you." When he returned to his pickup and headed back to the roadblock, the bank clock read 1:11 a.m. He'd start prepping everyone for the assault at 4:30. Dawn would come 2 hours later. 7. Across the prison athletic fields, on the far side of the fence, 2 men with bandanas over their mouths were using fire extinguishers to put out the tire fires. The extinguisher spray glowed phosphorescent through the night vision scope, and the men were limbed in yellow. Billy Wettermore didn't recognize the larger man, but the smaller one he knew well. "Yonder dingleberry in the straw hat is Selectman Miller, Bert Miller," Billy said to Willie Burke. There was ironic personal history here. While attending Dueling High, Billy Wettermore had, as a National Honor Society student, interned in the selectman's office. There he had been forced to silently attend to Bert Miller's frequent thoughts on homosexuality. "It's a mutation," Selectman Miller explained, and he dreamed of stopping it. "If you could wipe out all the gays in an instant, Billy, perhaps you could stop the mutation from spreading. But then again, much as we might not like to admit it, they're human too, aren't they?" A lot had happened in the intervening decade plus. Billy was a country boy and stubborn, and when he quit college, he had returned to his Appalachian hometown in spite of the politics. Around here, his preference for men seemed to be the first thing on everyone's mind. This being almost 2 decades into the 21st century, that was damned annoying to Billy, not that he would ever show it, because that would be giving folks something they didn't deserve to have. However, the thought of putting a bullet in the dirt right in front of Bert Miller and making him drop a big old bigoted shit in his pants was extremely tempting. "I'm going to give him a jump. Get him away from our tires, Willie." "No." This came not from Willie Burke, but from behind him. Norcross had materialized from the propped open door at the rear of the prison. In the dimness, there was barely anything to his face except for the shine on the rims of his glasses. "No," Billy said. "No." Clint was rubbing the thumb of his left hand across the knuckles of his right. "Put one in his leg. Drop him." "Seriously?" Billy had shot game, but never a man. Willie Burke made a kind of humming sound through his nose. "Bullet in the leg can kill a man, Doc." Clint nodded his head to show he understood. "We have to hold this place. Do it, Billy. Shoot him in the leg. That'll be one less, and it'll show them we're not playing games here." "All right," Billy said. He dropped his eye down to the scope. Selectman Miller, big as a billboard, crisscrossed by the 2 layers of chain link, was fanning himself with his straw hat, The extinguisher set on the grass beside him. The crosshairs settled on Miller's left knee. Billy was glad his target was such an asshole, but he hated to do it anyway. He triggered. 8. Evie's rules were: 1. Stay under cover and no killing until daylight. 2. Cut open the cocoons and closing Kaylee and Mora. 3. Enjoy life.
Yeah, that's fine, Angel said. But are you sure Mora and Kay won't kill me while I'm enjoying life?
Pretty sure, Evie said.
Good enough, Angel said.
Open her cell, Evie said, and a line of rats emerged from the hole by the shower alcove. The first one stopped at the base of Angel's cell door. The second climbed atop the first, the third atop the second. A tower formed, gray rat body stacked on gray rat body like hideous ice cream scoops. Evie gasped when she felt the bottom rat suffocate. "Oh, Mother," she said. "I am so, so sorry."
Look at this wonderful circus shit here. Angel was entranced. You could make money at this, sister, you know it?
The topmost rat was the smallest, still a pup. It squeezed into the keyhole and Evie controlled its tiny paws, searching through the mechanisms, investing it with a strength that no rat had ever possessed before. The cell door opened. Angel fetched a couple of towels from the shower, fluffed them up, laid them on the bunk, and draped a blanket over them. She closed the cell door behind her. If anyone looked in, it would appear that she had finally lost the fight and fallen asleep. She started up the corridor, headed for C Wing, where most of the cocoon's sleepers now resided. "Goodbye, Angel," Evie called.
"Yeah," Angel said. "See ya."
She hesitated with her hand on the door.
"You hear screaming somewhere far off?"
Evie did. It was, she knew, Selectman Burt Miller, blatting about the bullet wound in his leg. His wailing carried inside the prison through the ventilation ducts. Angel didn't need to concern herself with that. "Don't worry," Evie said. "It's just a man." "Oh," Angel said, and left. 9. Jeanette had been sitting against the wall across from the cells during Angel and Evie's conversation, listening and observing. Now she turned to Damien, years dead and buried over 100 miles away, and yet also sitting beside her. He had a clutch-head screwdriver in his thigh, and he was bleeding onto the floor, although the blood didn't feel like anything to Jeanette, not even wet, which was strange, because she was sitting in a pool of it. "Did you see that?" she asked. "Those rats?" "Yeah," Damien said. His tone went high-pitched and squeaky, his imitation of her voice. "I see those ratsies, Jeannie baby." Ugh, Jeanette thought. He had been all right when he first reappeared in her life, but now he was becoming irritable. "There's rats just like that, too, on my corpse because of how you killed me, Jeannie baby." "I'm sorry." She touched her face. It felt like she was crying, but her face was dry. Jeanette scratched at her forehead, digging the nails in, trying to find some pain. She hated being crazy. "Come on, check it out." Damien moved over, bringing his face up close. "They chewed me right down to the marrow." His eyes were black sockets. The rats had eaten the eyeballs. Jeanette didn't want to look, wanted to close her own eyes, but if she did, she knew sleep would be waiting. What kind of a mother lets her son's daddy be done by like this? Kills him and lets the rats chew on him like he was a goddamn butterfinger. "Jeanette," Evie said. "Hey, over here." "Never mind that bitch, Jeannie," Damien said. A rat pup fell out of his mouth as he spoke. It landed in Jeanette's lap. She screamed and slapped at it, but it wasn't there. "I need your attention. Eyes on me, moron." Evie said, "I'm glad you stayed awake, Jeanette. I'm glad you didn't listen to me. Something's happening on the other side, and, well, I thought I'd be happy about it, but maybe I'm getting soft in my old age. On the off chance this thing goes on long enough, I'd like for there to be a fair hearing." "What are you talking about?" Jeanette's throat ached. Her everything ached. "Do you want to see Bobby again?" "Of course I want to see him," Jeanette said, ignoring Damien. It was getting easier to do that. "Of course I want to see my boy." "All right, then, listen carefully. There are secret ways between the two worlds, tunnels. Each woman who goes to sleep passes through one of them, but there's another, a very special one, that begins at a very special tree. That's the only one that goes both ways. Do you understand?" "No." "You will," Evie said. "There's a woman on the other side of that tunnel, and she's going to close it unless someone stops her. I respect her position. I think it's perfectly valid. The male species has performed abysmally on this side of the tree. No amount of grade inflation can alter that conclusion, but everyone deserves a say. One woman, one vote. Elaine Nutting can't be allowed to make the decision for everyone." Evie's face was at the bars of her cell. Verdant tendrils had grown up around her temples. Her eyes were auburn-colored tiger eyes. Moths had gathered in her hair, collecting themselves into a fluttering band. She was a monster, Jeanette thought, and beautiful. "What does that have to do with Bobby?" "If the tree burns, the tunnel closes. No one can ever come back. Not you, not any other woman, Jeanette. The end will become inevitable." "Nope, nope, nope. It's already inevitable," Damien said. "Go to sleep, Jeannie." "Can you just shut up? You're dead!" Jeanette screamed at him. "I'm sorry I killed you, and I would do anything to take it back, but you are cruel to me, and it's done, so you just shut your fucking mouth." The declaration echoed around the narrow confines of A-Wing. Damien was not there. "Well put," Evie said. "Courageous. Now listen to me, Jeanette. I want you to close your eyes. You'll go through the tunnel, your tunnel, but you won't remember." This part Jeanette thought she understood. "Because I'll be sleeping?" "Exactly. Once you're on the other side, you're going to feel better than you have in quite a long time. I want you to follow the fox. He'll take you where you need to go. Remember, Bobby and Tree. The one depends on the other." Jeanette let her eyes shut. Bobby, she reminded herself. Bobby and the tree and the tunnel that went both ways. The one some woman named Elaine wanted to close by an act of burning. Follow the fox. She counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and everything was the same. Except for Evie, that was, who had turned into a green lady, as if she were a tree herself. Then she felt a tickle along her cheek, a swab of the lightest lace. 10. After the shot, they heard Burt Miller bellow and wail and keep wailing as his companion dragged him away. Clint borrowed Willie Burke's rifle scope to take a look. The yellow-clad figure on the ground was clutching his thigh, and the other guy was hauling him underneath his armpits. "Good. Thanks." Clint returned the rifle to Weddermore. Willie Burke was eyeing both of them with careful consideration, part admiration and part caution. Clint went back inside. The rear door that led into the small gymnasium was propped open with a brick. To lower visibility from the outside, they had trimmed the lights to just the red-tinted emergency bulbs. These cast small scarlet spots around the edges of the hardwood floor where inmates played half-court basketball. Clint stopped under the hoop and steadied himself against the padded wall. His heart was pumping. He wasn't scared, he wasn't happy, but he was here. Clint warned himself about the euphoria he was feeling, but it didn't temper the pleasant thrumming in his limbs. He was either becoming walled off from himself or returning to himself. He didn't know which. What he knew was that he had the milkshake, and Geary wasn't going to take it away from him. That Geary was wrong almost didn't matter. Aurora wasn't a virus, it was an enchantment. And Evie Black was like no woman, no human, who had ever existed. You couldn't fix something that was beyond human understanding with a hammer, which was what Frank Geary and Terry Coombs and the other men outside the prison presumed they could do. This required a different approach.
It was obvious to Clint, and should have been to them, because they weren't all stupid men, but for some reason it wasn't, and that meant he was going to have to use his own hammer to block theirs. They started it. How childish, and how true. The cycle of this logic went around on rusty, squalling wheels. Clint punched the padded wall several times and wished it were a man under his knuckles. He thought of pyrotherapy, the fever cure. For a while it had been cutting-edge treatment, except giving malaria to your patients was awfully heavy medicine. Sometimes it saved them, and sometimes it finished them. Was Evie a pyrotherapist, or the pyrotherapy? Was she possibly doctor and treatment both? Or, by ordering Billy Weddermore to fire that shot to the leg of Selectman Burt Miller, had he himself administered the first dose? 11. Footsteps clicked across the floor from the direction of the gymnasium. Angel was just leaving the abandoned booth with a set of cell keys. She gripped them in her right hand, the longest key protruding between the knuckles of her index finger and her middle finger. She had once stabbed a sloppy old cowboy in an Ohio parking lot in the ear with a sharpened key. It had not killed the cowboy, but he hadn't enjoyed it much. Angel, feeling kind, had merely taken from the man his wallet, his dime store wedding ring, his scratch tickets, and silver belt buckle. She had allowed him to keep his life. Dr. Norcross walked by the glassed wall of the booth without stopping. Angel weighed coming up behind him and plunging the key in the untrustworthy quack's jugular. She loved the idea. Unfortunately, she had made a promise to Evie not to kill anyone until daylight, and Angel was profoundly wary of crossing the witch. She allowed the doctor to pass. Angel headed for C Wing and the cell that was home to Mora and Kaylee. The shape that was clearly Mora, short and stout, lay on the outside of the bottom bunk, where someone had placed her after she had gone night-night in A-Wing. Kaylee was on the inside of the bunk. Angel had no clue what Evie had meant when she said that their souls were dead, but it encouraged caution. She used the tip of a key to slice through the webbing that covered Mora's face. The material separated with a purr, and Mora's pudgy, red-cheeked features emerged. They could have served as the model for an illustration on the box of some down-home brand sold in little backwater stores. Mama Mora's cornbread, or Dunbarton soothing syrup. Angel jumped away into the hall, ready to flee if Mora went for her. The woman on the bed sat up slowly.
Mora?
Mora Dunbarton blinked. She stared at Angel. Her eyes were entirely pupil. She pulled her right arm free of its cocoon, then her left arm, and then placed her hands together in her crinkly lap. After Mora had sat like that for a couple of minutes, Angel eased into the cell again.
I won't just harm you if you move on me, Momo. I'll kill you.
The woman sat quietly, black eyes fixed on the wall. Angel used the key to slice the webbing that covered Kaylee's face. As quickly as before, she darted back out of the cell and into the hall. The same process repeated itself, Kaylee slipping down the top half of her cocoon as though it were a dress, looking with eyes that were all black. Shoulder to shoulder, the two women sat, torn webs hanging over their hair, their chins, their necks. They looked like ghosts in some cheap traveling carny's haunted house.
You gals all right?
Angel asked. They made no reply. They did not appear to be breathing.
You know what all you're supposed to do?
Angel asked, less nervous now, but curious. They said nothing. No reflection of any kind stirred in their black eyes. A faint scent of turned, damp earth emanated from the two women. Angel thought she wished she hadn't. This is how the dead sweat.
Okay. Good.
Either they would do something, or they wouldn't.
I'll leave you gals to it.
She thought of adding something of an encouraging nature, like, go get 'em, and decided not to. Angel went to the wood shop and used the keys to unlock the tools. She tucked a small hand drill into her waistband, a chisel into one sock, and a screwdriver into the other.
Then she lay down on her back beneath a table and watched a dark window for the first sign of light. She didn't feel a bit sleepy. 12. Filaments spun and whirled around Jeanette's face, slitting and falling and rising, burying her features. Clint knelt beside her, wanting to hold her hand, but not daring. "You were a good person," he told her. "Your son loved you." "She is a good person. Her son does love her. She is not dead. She only sleeps." Clint went to the bars of Evie's cell. "So you say, Evie." She sat on her cot. "You look like you're getting your second wind, Clint." Her bearing, the downward tilt of her head, glossy black hair falling across the side of her face, was melancholy. "You can still hand me over, but not for much longer." "No," he said. "What a voice on that man you had Weddermore shoot. I could hear him all the way over here." Her tone wasn't goading. It was reflective. "People don't like to be shot. It hurts. Maybe you didn't know that." "The municipal building was destroyed tonight. The ones who did it blamed it on you. Sheriff Coombs took a walk. Frank Geary will bring his people in the morning." "Does any of that surprise you, Clint?" It didn't. "You're very good at getting what you want, Evie. I'm not going to congratulate you, though." "Now think of Lila and the others in the world beyond the tree. Please believe me, they're doing well there. They're building something new, something fine. And there will be men, better men, raised from infancy by women in a community of women. Men who will be taught to know themselves and to know their world." Clint said, "Their essential nature will assert itself in time. Their maleness. One will raise a fist against another. Believe me, Evie, you're looking at a man who knows." "Indeed so," Evie agreed. "But such aggression isn't sexual nature. It's human nature. If you ever doubt the aggressive capacity of women, ask your own Officer Lampley." "She'll be asleep somewhere by now," Clint said. Evie smiled as if she knew better. "I am not so foolish as to promise you the women on the far side of the tree have utopia. What they will have is a better start and a good chance of a better finish. You are standing in the way of that chance. You and only you of all the men on Earth. I need you to know that. If you let me die, those women will be set free to live lives of their own choosing. Lives of your choosing, Evie." His voice sounded parched to his own ears. The being on the other side of the cell door tapped a rhythm on the frame of the cot with her fingertips. "Linnie Mars was in the police station when it was destroyed. She's gone forever. She didn't get a choice." "You took it from her," Clint said. "We could go on like this forever. He said, she said, the oldest story in the universe." Evie left the cell door and sat on her cot. "Go fight your war, Clint. That's one thing men know how to do. Make me see another sunset if you can." Chapter 13. 1. As the rim of the sun appeared over the woods behind Dooling Correctional, a line of bulldozers clanked up West Lavin, end to end. All three were Caterpillars, 2 D9s and a big D11. The assault team was 18 men in total. 15 of them were with the bulldozers, headed for the front gate. 3 of them were advancing around the backside of the prison fence. They'd left Selectman Miller at the roadblock with a bottle of Vicodin and his bandaged leg propped on a camp chair. Frank had organized 12 in the forward group, his dirty dozen, into 3 quartets. Each quartet, in vests and masks, hunkered behind a bulldozer, using it for cover. The windows and grills of the dozers had been jury-rigged with scrap steel. Retired Deputy Jack Albertson drove the first in line, Coach J.T. Whitstock drove the second, and the former Golden Gloves boxer, Carson Struthers, drove the third. Frank was with Albertson's bulldozer. The men in the woods were Deputy Elmore Pearl, the deer hunter Drew T. Barry, his office now in ruins, and Don Peters.
2. Clint spotted the bulldozers from the high window on B-Wing and bolted for the stairs, pulling on his bulletproof vest as he went. "Have fun getting fucked, Doc," Scott Hughes called cheerfully as he ran past. "Like they'll give you a pass if they get in," Clint said. This wiped the smile from Scott's face. Clint hurried down Broadway, stopping to put his head in the visitor's room. "Rand, they're coming. Lay down the tear gas." "Okay," said Rand from the family alcove at the end of the room, and calmly donned the gas mask he had at the ready. Clint continued to the security station at the main door. The station was your basic bulletproof toll booth where visitors were required to check in. The little room had a long-facing window and a drawer for passing IDs and valuables through to the officer on duty. There was a communications board like the ones in the booth and the gatehouse, with monitors that could flip through views of the various inner and outer areas of the prison. Tig was at the board. Clint rapped on the door and Tig opened it. "What have you got on the monitors?" "Sunrise is flaring the lenses. If there's men behind the bulldozers, I can't see them yet." They had 8 or 9 gas grenades to go with the launcher. On the central monitor, below the spirals of glare, Clint saw several of these strike the parking lot and spew white fumes to mix with the terry smoke still leaking from the tires. He told Tig to keep watching and ran on. His next destination was the break room. Jared and Michaela were at a table with a deck of cards and cups of coffee. "Make yourselves scarce. It's starting." Michaela toasted him with her cup. "Sorry, Doc. I'm legal to vote and everything. I think I'll stick around. Who knows, there might be a Pulitzer in my future." Jared's color was chalky. He looked from Michaela to his father. "Fine," Clint said. "Far be it for me to abridge the freedom of the press. Jared, hide, and don't tell me where." He jogged on before his son could respond. His breath was short by the time he reached the rear door that opened near the shed and the fields. The reason that, until the morning of Aurora, he'd never before suggested to Lila that they should go running was because he hadn't wanted her to have to limit her pace for him. It would have been embarrassing. What was the root here? Vanity or laziness? Clint promised himself to give the question real consideration when he had a free second, and, if he should be so lucky as to live through the morning and ever get to speak to his wife again, possibly to repeat his proposal that they take up jogging together. 3 bulldozers on the road," Clint announced as he emerged outside. "We know," Willie Burke said. He walked over to Clint from his spot behind the shed. There was a weird contrast between his bulletproof vest and his festive red suspenders, now lolling in loops at his hips. "Tig radioed. Billy's going to hold tight here, watch the north fence. I'm going to sidle on up along this wall to the corner and see if I can get a few clean shots. You're welcome to join me, but you'll need one of these." He handed Clint a gas mask and put on his own. 3. At the 90-degree turn from the road to the gate, Frank pounded the metal plate over the door, a signal to Albertson to hang a right. Jack did so, slowly and carefully. The men slipped back further, keeping the mass of metal in front of them at all times as it swung around. Frank was wearing a vest, and he had a Glock in his right hand. He could see licks of smoke spilling down the road. This was expected. He'd heard the pops of the gas grenades being fired. They couldn't have too many. There had been a lot more masks than grenades in the armaments room of the sheriff's station. The first bulldozer completed its adjustment, and the 4 men climbed on the back, pressed together shoulder to shoulder. In the bulldozer cockpit, Jack Albertson was safe behind the steel blade, which was raised to the upper position, therefore blocking the window. He gave it plenty of gas as it headed for the gate. Frank used his walkie, although not everyone in his attack force had them. All of this had been done on the fly. "Get ready, everyone. This is going to happen." And please, he thought, with as little bloodshed as possible. He was already 2 men down, and the attack hadn't even started. 4. "What do you think?" Clint asked Willie. On the other side of the double fences, the first bulldozer, blade high, was crunching forward. For a half-second, there'd been a glimpse of movement slipping around to the back of the machine. Willie didn't respond. The old moonshiner was revisiting an unnamed square meter of hell in Southeast Asia in '68. Everything had been still. Swamp water up to his Adam's apple. A layer of smoke closing out the sky, him sandwiched in the middle.
Everything had been so still, and a bird, red and blue and yellow and massive, eagle-sized, had floated up beside him, dead, its eye clouded. The creature was so vivid and so incongruous in the strange light. Its glorious feathers had grazed Willie's shoulder, and the faint current had drawn it away, and it had vanished back into the smoke. Once he had told his sister about that. "Never saw a bird like that before. Not the whole time I was there. Never saw one since, either, of course. I wonder sometimes if it was the last of its kind." The Alzheimer's had taken most of what made her herself by then, but there had been a small piece left, and she had said, "Maybe it was just hurt, Willie." And Willie had said to her, "I sure love you, you know." His sister had blushed. The dozer blade hit the middle of the fence with a rattling crash. The links bowed inward before the whole section tore free of the ground and flopped back against the second layer of fence across the median. Ghosts of tear gas broke across the front of the bulldozer as it ground forward, bashing against the second fence with the tangled fragment of the first. The inner fence buckled and collapsed, the bulldozer jouncing over the debris. It continued across the smoke-filled parking lot, a length of fencing stuck shrieking under its nose. The second and third bulldozers followed the first through the gap. A brown shoe, visible behind the rear left corner of the first bulldozer, appeared in Willie's sight. He fired. A man shouted and fell out from behind the bulldozer, one pinwheeling arm casting off a shotgun. It was a banty-legged little guy wearing a gas mask and a vest. Willie wouldn't have known it was Pudge Marone, saloon keeper of the Squeaky Wheel, even if Pudge's face had been visible. Willie hadn't drunk in bars, not for years. While the man's torso was covered, his legs and arms were not, and that was just fine, because Willie did not want to kill anyone if he could help it. He shot again, not quite where he wanted, but close enough, and the .223 caliber bullet, expressed by an M4 assault rifle that had been the property of the dueling sheriff's department until the previous day, blew off Pudge Marone's thumb. An arm reached out from behind the bulldozer to assist the prone man, an understandable and perhaps commendable attempt, though definitely unwise. The arm in question belonged to retired Deputy Nate McGee, who, having lost over $100 playing dice on the tarmac of Route 31 the previous evening, had soothed himself with a pair of false thoughts. One, that if he'd known for certain that Mrs. McGee might someday reawaken, he wouldn't have bet at all, and two, that at least he had used up his bad luck for the week. Not so. Willie shot a third time, catching the elbow of the reaching arm. There was another shout, and McGee tumbled from behind the bulldozer. Willie squeezed off 4 more quick shots, testing the steel plate that had been mounted over the bulldozer's grill, and heard them zing off uselessly. Frank leaned out from the cover of the first bulldozer with a pistol and fired a series of rapid shots at Willie. In 1968, Willie might have been able to judge by the angle of Geary's arm that his aim would be way off, and thus stayed in position and taken him out. But 1968 was 50 years ago, and getting shot at was something you lost your coziness with pretty swiftly. Willie and Clint scooted to cover. As Jack Albertson's bulldozer rolled through the tangles of tear gas and black smoke, straight on for the RV and the front doors, the debris under its nose grinding, the second bulldozer, driven by Coach Whitstock, barreled through the hole in the fence. Like Albertson before him and Carson Struthers behind him, Coach Whitstock's blade was raised for protection. He could hear the shots, could hear the shouts, but he couldn't see Nate McGee clutching his elbow on the ground in front of him, and when the bulldozer rolled over the disabled man, Coach Whitstock assumed it was just one of the burned tires that the machine's crawlers were climbing. He whooped. He was breaking through just like he taught his linebackers to do, reckless and relentless. From his vantage at the window in the visitor's room, Rand waited to fire on the first bulldozer until it was halfway between the gatehouse and the front doors. His shots struck plating here and there, ricocheting off without effect. Pete Ordway, the Whitstock boys, and Dan Treat, under cover of the second bulldozer, found themselves confronted with the crushed corpse of Nate McGee. The dead man's gas mask was full of blood, and his torso had burst out around the straps of his vest. Gore sprayed up from the crawler treads. Shreds of skin flapped like streamers. Rube Whitstock screamed and leaped away from the mess,
clearing himself of the viscera, but putting himself in Rand's line of fire. Rand's first shot missed his target's head by an inch, the second by half an inch. Rand swore at himself and put his third shot square in the middle of the man's back. The slug lodged itself in the bulletproof vest the target was wearing and bowed him over. He threw his arms skyward like a fan in a stadium doing the wave. Rand shot a fourth time, lower. It hit the target in the buttocks and sent him sprawling. Deputy Treat was not fazed. Treater, only a year late of the 82nd Airborne, still possessed the relative comfort with being shot at that Willie Burke had lost long ago. He hopped off Dozer 2 without a second thought. He was relieved, in fact, to settle into military mode. Action was a break from the untenable reality of his daughter, Alice, at that second propped at her play table in their apartment, wrapped up in white fibers, when she ought to have just been getting up for another day of second grade. And it was a break from the thought of his year-old son, currently in a makeshift daycare run by men. Free of cover, Treat returned suppression fire with an M4 he'd recovered on Route 31. At the window, Rand dropped to his knees on the table he had been standing atop. Concrete fragments rained down his neck and back. Treater hoisted Roop Whitstock and pulled him to safety behind a stack of smoldering tires. Dozer 1 crashed into the rear end of the Fleetwood RV, slamming its hood against the front doors of the prison in an explosion of glass. 5. Jared sat on the floor of the laundry room while Michaela piled sheets around him, constructing a mound to hide him. I feel stupid, Jared said. You don't look stupid, Michaela said, which wasn't true. She fluttered a sheet above his head. I feel like a pussy. Michaela hated that word. Even as she heard more shots ring out, it touched a nerve. A pussy was supposed to be soft, and although Michaela possessed one, there was nothing particularly soft about the rest of her. Janice Coates had not raised her to be a softie. She flipped up the sheet and gave Jared a hard, but not too hard, slap across the cheek. Hey! He put a hand to his face. Don't say that. Say what? Don't say pussy when it means weak. If your mother didn't teach you better than that, she should have. Michaela dropped the sheet over his face. 6. It is a fucking crime that someone is not filming this for fucking reality TV, Lowe said. Eye to the scope of the bazooka, he had seen the second bulldozer squash the poor sucker who had fallen in front of the treads, seen the Rambo guy jump out from behind the second dozer, start blasting, and rescue another guy. He then witnessed, not without a mixture of wonder and glee, the first bulldozer as it smashed the RV into an accordion in front of the prison doors. It was a stellar conflict, and it was only going to get better once they spiced the soup with 3 or 4 bazooka shells. When do we do our thing? May asked. Soon as the cops have wore themselves out a bit more. How are we going to be sure we got Kitty, Lo? That place must be full of slags and cocoons. Lo didn't appreciate his brother's last-minute naysaying. We probably won't be absolutely sure, May, but we are going to fire all these shells and blow the fuck out of the place, so I like our chances. To a certain extent, I suppose we're just going to have to hope for the best. Now, are we going to enjoy this or not? Or would you rather that I do all the shooting? Come on, Lo, I didn't say that, protested May. Be fair. 7. On level 32 of Boomtown, little pink spiders began to invade Evie's field of stars, triangles, and burning orbs. The spiders doused the orbs and turned them into the irritating, sparkling blue stars that clogged up all the works. Booger. In A-Wing, the sound of the gunfire echoed piercingly. Evie was undisturbed. She had seen and heard men killing on numerous occasions. The pink spiders did bother her, though. So evil, she said to no one, sliding her colorful shapes around, searching for connections. Evie was extremely relaxed. As she played with the phone, she floated on her back a couple of centimeters above the cot. 8. Bushes twitched on the opposite side of the north fence, directly across from Billy Wettermore's position in the alley behind the garden shed. He unleashed a dozen rounds into the mass of greenery where the twitch had come from.
The bushes shook and trembled. Drew T. Barry, a crafty insurance man who always kept to the most risk-averse course, wasn't anywhere near Billy's line of fire. Instead, with a prudence that not only made him Dooling's first stop for all your indemnification needs, but also an excellent deer hunter, willing to take his time to get an ideal shot, he had halted the other two men, Pearl and Peters, in the woods behind the prison gymnasium. Peters had told him that the rear door to the prison was on the west wall of the gym. The reaction produced by the rock that Drew had thrown into the brush close to that spot had told them a lot. Yes, there must be a door, and yes, it was definitely defended. "Deputy?" Drew T. Barry asked. They were crouched behind an oak. 15 feet or so ahead of them, bits of leaf were still drifting down from where the gunfire had torn up the foliage. To judge by the sound, the shooter was perhaps 30 or 40 yards beyond the interior fence, near the wall of the prison. "What?" Don Peters replied. Sweat streaked his flushed face. He had been lugging the duffel bag with their masks and the bolt cutters. "Not you, the real deputy," Drew T. Barry said. "Yeah?" Pearl nodded at him. "If I kill this guy shooting here, there's no chance of prosecution? Are you sure Geary and Coombs will swear we acted in the legal performance of our duties?" "Yup, Scout's honor." Elmore Pearl raised his hand in the salute of his childhood, first 3 fingers raised, pinky held down by his thumb. Peters hawked some phlegm. "You need me to hustle back and fetch you a notary, Drew?" Drew T. Barry ignored this witless jibe, told them to stay put, and started backtracking into the woods, taking the northern incline in quick, quiet steps, his Weatherby rifle strapped to his back. 9. With the bulldozer halted, Frank continued to aim at the southwest corner of the prison, ready to pick off the rifleman there if he showed his face. The shooting had rattled him, had made it all real. He felt nauseated by the blood and the bodies on the ground, obscured and revealed as the clouds of tear gas shifted in the wind, but his determination was still strong. He felt horror, but no remorse. His life was Nana's life, which made the risk acceptable. So he told himself. Kronsky joined him. "Hurry," Frank said. "The sooner this is over, the better." "You got a point there, Mr. Man," Kronsky said, on one knee with his backpack on the ground. He unzipped the pack, removed the bundle of dynamite, and snipped off 3/4 of the fuse. The armored door of the bulldozer swung open. Jack Albertson climbed down, carrying his old service weapon, a .38. "Cover us from yonder shitbird down the way," Kronsky said to Albertson, pointing in the direction of Willie Burke's position. Then Kronsky turned to Frank. "Come on, and you best high-step it." The 2 men hustled along the northwest wall of the prison, ducking low. Beneath the cutout window that was one of the defenders' firing points, Kronsky stopped. He had the dynamite in his right hand and a blue plastic lighter in the other. The defender's rifle barrel that had been there before poked back out. "Grab that thing," he said to Frank. Frank didn't question the order, just reached up and closed his left hand around the metal tube. He jerked it out of the grip of the man inside. He heard a muffled curse. Kronsky flicked his lighter, lit the shortened fuse on the bundle, and casually tossed it, hookshot style, up and through the hole. Frank released the rifle and hit the ground. 3 seconds later, there was a thundercrack. Smoke and chunks of bloody flesh flew from the cutout window. 10. The earth trembled and gave an outraged roar. Clint, shoulder to shoulder with Willie Burke at the west wall, saw a tidal wave of tear gas curl from the parking lot, swept along by whatever had just exploded. Chimes rang through his skull and his joints vibrated. Beneath the noise, all he could think was that things were not going as well as he had hoped. These guys were going to kill Evie and all the rest of them. His fault. His failing. The pistol that he had been carrying around ridiculously, never once in their 15 years of marriage had he taken up Lila's invitation to go to the gun range with her, had nevertheless slid into his hand, begging to be fired. He leaned around Willie Burke, scanned the pileup at the front doors, and locked on the figure standing at the rear of the first bulldozer. This man was staring at the cloud of dust boiling from Rand Quigley's window, which had been, like everything else this morning, exploded out of its former normal shape. Jack Albertson had not expected the blast. It startled him, and he dropped his guard to look. While the chaos did not upset him, as a miner in his youth, one who had survived a good many rumbles in the earth, his nerves were cool. It did perplex him. What was wrong with these folks, that they would prefer a shootout to surrendering some damned wild woman to the law? In his view, the world got crazier and crazier with each passing year. His personal Waterloo had been Lila Norcross's election as chief of the dueling police department. A skirt in the chief's office. It didn't get much more ludicrous than that. Jack Albertson had put in his retirement papers there and then, and returned home to enjoy his lifelong bachelorhood in peace. Clint's arm lifted the pistol. The gun sight found the man behind the bulldozer, and Clint's finger pulled the trigger. The shot was followed by a succulent pop, the sound of a bullet punching through the faceplate of the man's gas mask. Clint saw the head snap back, and the body crumple. Ah, Jesus, he thought. That was probably someone I knew.
Come on,
Willie cried, hauling him away to the rear door. Clint went, his legs doing what they needed to do. It had been easier than he might have guessed to kill someone, which only made it worse. Chapter 14. 1. When Jeanette opened her eyes, a fox was lying down outside the door to Evie's cell. Its snout rested on the fissured cement floor, from which ridges of green moss sprouted. Tunnel, Jeanette said to herself. Something about a tunnel. She said to the fox, Did I go through one? I don't remember if I did. Are you from Evie? It didn't answer, as she had almost expected it might. In dreams, animals could talk, and this felt like a dream, yet at the same time didn't. The fox only yawned, looked at her slyly, and pushed itself to its feet. A wing was empty, and a hole gaped in the wall. Beams of morning sunlight poured through. There was frost on the chunks of broken cement, beading and liquefying as the temperature rose. Jeanette thought, I feel awake again. I believe I am awake. The fox made a mewling noise and trotted to the hole. It glanced at Jeanette, mewled a second time, and went through, and was swallowed by the light. 2. She gingerly picked her way through the hole, stooping under the sharp edges of gashed cement, and found herself in a field of knee-high weeds and dead sunflowers. The morning light made Jeanette squint. Her feet crunched frozen undergrowth, and the cool air raised gooseflesh under the thin fabric of her uniform. The strong sensations of fresh air and sunshine awakened her completely. Her old body, exhausted by trauma and stress and lack of sleep, was a skin that had been shucked. Jeanette felt new. The fox cut briskly through the grass, taking her past the east side of the prison toward Route 31. Jeanette had to walk fast to keep up as her eyes adjusted to the sharp daylight. She flashed a glance at the prison. Naked brambles choked the walls. The rusted hump of a bulldozer and an RV were jammed against the front of the building, also thick with brambles. Extravagant clumps of yellow grass sprouted from cracks and gashes in the parking lot. Other rusted vehicles were stranded across the tarmac. Jeanette looked in the opposite direction. The fences were down. She could see flattened chain link glinting among the weeds. Although Jeanette couldn't make sense of the how or the why, she immediately absorbed the what. This was Dueling Correctional, but the world had spun on for years. Her guide continued up from the ditch that edged Route 31, crossed the cracked and disintegrating road, and entered the blue-green dark of the rising woods on the other side. As the fox ascended, his orange brush bobbed and flashed in the dimness. Jeanette ran across the road, keeping her eye on the flicking tail. One of her sneakers skated in a patch of damp, and she had to snatch for a branch to keep from losing her feet. The freshness of the air, tree sap and composting leaves and wet earth, burned down her throat and into her chest. She was out of prison, and a memory of playing Monopoly as a girl surfaced. Get out of jail free! This wondrous new reality excised the square of forest from time itself, and made it an island beyond reach, of industrial cleaners, of orders, of jangling keys, of cellmate snores and farts, of cellmate crying, of cellmate sex, of cell doors banging shut, where she was the sole ruler, Queen Jeanette, evermore. It was sweet, sweeter even than she'd fantasized, to be free. But then, Bobby. She whispered it to herself. That was the name she had to remember, had to bring with her, so she would not be tempted to stay. 3. Judging distance was difficult for Jeanette. She was used to the level rubber track that circled the yard at the prison, each loop about half a mile. The steady southwest climb was more demanding than that, and she had to lengthen her strides, making her thigh muscles sing in a way that hurt and felt wonderful at the same time. The fox stopped once in a while to let her close some of the distance before he trotted on. She was sweating hard despite the chill. The air felt like that knife edge of time when winter teetered on the edge of spring. A few green-tipped buds flashed in the gray-brown of the woods, and where the earth was naked to the sky, it was squishy with melt. Maybe it was 2 miles, maybe 3, when the fox led Jeanette around the rear side of a fallen trailer, beached in a sea of weeds. Ancient yellow police tape fluttered on the ground. She had an idea she was getting close now. She heard a faint buzz in the air. The sun was higher, and it was getting toward noon. She was starting to feel thirsty and hungry, and there might be something to eat and drink at her destination. How perfect a cold pop would be just now. But never mind. Bobby was what she needed to be thinking about. Seeing Bobby again. Ahead, the fox disappeared beneath an arch of broken trees. Jeanette hurried after, passing a pile of rubble wigged in weeds. It might once have been a small cabin or shed. Here, moths covered the branches of the trees, their countless tan bodies pressed together so that they resembled strange barnacles. Which followed, somehow, Jeanette thought, understanding innately that the world she found herself in was outside of all she had ever known, like a land at the bottom of the sea. The moths appeared still, but she could hear them crackling softly, as if speaking. Bobby, they seemed to say. It's not too late to start again, they seemed to say. The slope finally topped out. Through the last of the woods, Jeanette could see the fox standing in the faded grasses of a winter field. She sucked at the air. A kerosene scent, wholly unexpected and seemingly unattached to anything, tingled in her nose and mouth. Jeanette stepped into the open and saw something that could not be. Something that made her sure she was no longer in the Appalachian country she had always known. 4. It was a white tiger, coat tipped with black, fin-shaped markings. It rolled its head and roared, sounding like the MGM lion. Behind it soared a tree, bursting up from the earth in a tangle of 100 trunks that twisted into a looming, sprawling fountain of branches, dripping with leaves and curling mosses, alive with the flitting bodies of tropical birds. A massive red snake, shining and glittering, coursed up the center. The fox trotted up to a gaping split in the bowl, tossed a somehow roguish look at Jeanette, and vanished into the depths. That was it. That was the tunnel that went both ways. The tunnel that would take her back to the world she had left, the one where Bobby waited. She started toward it. Stop where you are, and raise your hands. A woman in a checked yellow button-down and blue jeans stood in grass that came up to her knees, pointing a pistol at Jeanette. She had come around the side of the tree, which was, at its base, roughly the size of an apartment building. In the hand that wasn't holding the pistol, she had a canister with a blue rubber band around its middle. No closer. You're new, aren't you? And your clothes say you're from the prison. You must be confused. A peculiar smile touched Ms. Yellowshirt's lips, a futile attempt to soften the oddness of the situation. The tree, the tiger, the gun. I want to help you. I will help you. We're all friends here. I'm Elaine, okay? Elaine Nutting. Just let me do this one thing and we'll talk more. What thing? Jeanette asked, although she was pretty sure she knew. Why else the kerosene stink? The woman was getting ready to light the impossible tree on fire. If it burned, the way back to Bobby burned. Evie had pretty much said so. It couldn't be allowed, but how was the woman to be stopped? She was at least 6 yards away, too far to rush her. Elaine went down on one knee, watching Jeanette carefully as she laid the pistol aside in the dirt, but close at hand, and quickly unscrewed the cap of the kerosene canister. I already spread the first 2 around. I just need to finish making a circle, to be sure it'll go up. Jeanette took a couple of steps forward. Elaine snatched up the gun and got to her feet. Stay back. You can't do this, Jeanette said. You have no right. The white tiger sat near the crevice that had absorbed the fox. It thumped its tail back and forth and watched with half-closed eyes of a brilliant amber. Elaine splashed kerosene against the tree, staining the wood a deeper brown. I have to do this. It's better this way. It solves all the problems. How many men have hurt you? Plenty, I imagine. I've worked with women like you for my entire adult life. I know you didn't just walk into prison on your own. A man pushed you. Lady, Jeanette said, offended by the idea that one look at her could tell anyone anything that mattered. You don't know me. Maybe not personally, but I'm right, aren't I? Elaine dumped the last of the kerosene onto some roots and pitched the canister aside. Jeanette thought, you ain't Elaine nutting, you're Elaine nuts. There was a man who hurt me, yes, but I hurt him worse. Jeanette took a step toward Elaine. She was about 15 feet away now. I killed him. Good for you, but don't come any closer. Elaine waved the pistol back and forth, as if she could brush Jeanette away, or erase her. Jeanette took another step. Some people say he deserved it, even some who were his friends once. Okay, they can believe that, but the DA didn't believe it. More important, I don't believe it. Although it's true I wasn't in my right mind when it happened, and it's true that no one helped me when I needed help, so I killed him, and I wish I hadn't. It's on me, not him. I have to live with that. And I do. Another step. Just a small one. I'm strong enough to take my share of the blame, okay? But I've got a son who needs me. He needs to know how to grow up right, and that's something I can teach him. I'm done being pushed around by anyone, man or woman. The next time Don Peters tries to get me to give him a hand job, I won't kill him, but I'll scratch his eyes out. And if he hits me, I'll keep right on scratching. I'm done being a punching bag. So you can take what you think you know about me, and you can shove it where the sun doesn't shine. I believe you may have lost your mind, said Elaine. Aren't there women here who want to go back? I don't know. Elaine's eyes shifted. Probably, but they're misguided. And you get to make that decision for them? If no one else has the guts, Elaine said, with absolutely no awareness of how like her husband she sounded, then yes. In that case, it's down to me. From the pocket of her jeans, she withdrew a long-barreled trigger lighter, the kind people use to fire up the coals in a barbecue. The white tiger was watching and purring, a deep rumbling sound like an idling engine. It didn't look to Jeanette as if there would be any help from that direction. Guess you don't have any kids, huh? Jeanette asked. The woman looked hurt. I have a daughter. She's the light of my life. And she's here? Of course she is. She's safe here, and I intend to keep her that way. What does she say about that? What she says doesn't matter. She's just a child. Okay, what about all the women who had to leave boy children behind? Don't they have a right to raise their kids and keep them safe? Even if they do like it here, don't they have that responsibility? See, Elaine said, smirking. That statement alone is enough to tell me you're foolish. Boys grow up to be men, and it's men who cause all the trouble. They're the ones who shed the blood and poison the earth. We are better off here. There are male babies here, yes, but they're going to be different. We'll teach them to be different. She took a deep breath. The smirk spread, as if she were inflating it with crazy gas. This world will be kind. Let me ask you again. You mean to close the door on the life all them other ladies left behind without even asking them? Elaine's smile faltered. They might not understand, so I'm making... What are you making, lady? Besides a mess. Jeanette slid her hand in her pocket. The fox reappeared and sat beside the tiger. The red snake slithered weightily across one of Jeanette's sneakers, but she did not so much as look down. These animals did not attack, she understood. They were from what some preacher, back in the dim days of her optimistic, church-going childhood, had called the peaceable kingdom. Elaine flicked the lighter's switch. Flame wavered from the tip.
I am making an executive decision.
Jeanette pulled her hand from her pocket and hurled a handful of peas at the other woman. Elaine flinched, raised her hand with the gun in an instinctive motion of defense, and stepped back. Jeanette closed the remaining distance and caught her around the waist. The gun tumbled from Elaine's hand and fell into the dirt. She hung on to the lighter, though. Elaine stretched, the flame at the tip curling toward the knot of kerosene-dampened roots. Jeanette banged Elaine's wrist against the ground. The lighter slipped from her hand and went out, but too late. Guttering blue flames danced along one of the roots, moving up toward the trunk. The red snake slithered up the tree, wanting away from the fire. The tiger rose, lazily, went to the burning root, and planted a paw on it. Smoke rose around the paw, and Jeanette smelled singeing fur, but the tiger remained planted. When it stepped away, the blue flames were gone. The woman was weeping as Jeanette rolled off her.
I just want Nana to be safe. I just want her to grow up safe.
I know. Jeanette had never met this woman's daughter, and probably never would, but she recognized the sound of true pain, spirit pain. She had experienced plenty of that herself. She picked up the barbecue lighter, examined it. Such a small tool to close the door between two worlds. It might have worked, if not for the tiger. Was it supposed to do that? Jeanette wondered. Or had it gone beyond its purview? And if that was so, would it be punished? So many questions, so few answers. Never mind. She whipped her arm in a circle and watched the barbecue lighter go spinning away. Elaine gave a cry of despair as it disappeared into the grass 40 or 50 feet distant. Jeanette bent and picked up the pistol, meaning to put it in her belt, but of course she was wearing her inmate browns and had no belt. Belts were a no-no. Inmates sometimes hung themselves with belts, if they had them. There was a pocket in her drawstring pants, but it was shallow and still half full of peas. The gun would fall right out. What to do with it? Throwing it away seemed to be the wisest course. Before she could do that, leaves rustled behind her. Jeanette swung around with the pistol in her hand. Hey, drop it! Drop the gun! At the edge of the woods stood another armed woman, her own pistol trained on Jeanette. Unlike Elaine, this one held her weapon in both hands and with her legs planted wide, as if she knew what she was doing. Jeanette, no stranger to orders, started to lower the gun, meaning to put it in the grass beside the tree, but a prudent distance away from Elaine Nutball, who might make a grab for it. As she bent, the snake rustled along the branch above her. Jeanette flinched and raised the hand holding the gun to protect her head from a half-glimpsed falling object. There was a crack, then a faint tink, 2 coffee mugs clicking together in a cabinet, and she seemed to hear Evie in her head, an inarticulate cry of mingled pain and surprise. After that, Jeanette was on the ground. The sky was nothing but leaves, and there was blood in her mouth. The woman with the gun came forward. The muzzle was smoking, and Jeanette understood she had been shot. "Put it down," the woman ordered. Jeanette opened her hand, not knowing she still held the pistol until it rolled free. "I know you," Jeanette whispered. It felt as if there was a large, warm weight on her chest. It was hard to breathe, but it didn't hurt. "You were the one who brought Evie to the prison. The cop. I seen you through the window." "That smells like kerosene," Lila said. She picked up the overturned canister, sniffed at it, then dropped it. Outside that morning's meeting at the shopwell, someone had mentioned that one of the golf carts was missing, and no one had signed the register for it. A girl named Maisie Weddermore had volunteered that she had seen Elaine Nutting just a few minutes earlier, driving one in the direction of Adam's lumberyard. Lila, who had come with Janice Coates, had exchanged a glance with the ex-warden. There were only 2 things in the direction of Adam's lumberyard these days: the desiccated ruins of a meth lab and the tree. It had worried both of them, the idea of Elaine Nutting going out there alone. Lila had remembered Elaine's doubts about the animals there, the tiger especially, and it occurred to her that she might try to kill it. This, Lila was certain, would be unwise. So the two of them had taken out a golf cart of their own and followed. And now Lila had shot a woman she had never seen before, who lay bleeding on the ground, badly wounded. "What the hell were you going to do?" she asked. "Not me," Jeanette said, and looked over at the weeping woman. "Her. She was the one. Her kerosene. Her gun. I stopped her." Jeanette knew she was dying. Coldness like well water rising up through her, taking away her toes, then the rest of her feet, then her knees, slipping up toward the heart of her. Bobby had been afraid of water when he was little, and Bobby had been afraid someone was going to take his Coke and his Mickey Mouse hat. That was the moment captured in the photo on her little block of paint in the cell. "No, honey, no," she had told him. "Don't you worry. Those are yours. Your mother's not going to let anyone take them from you." And if Bobby were here now, asking about this water that his mother was sinking down into, oh, she'd tell him, that's nothing to worry about either. It's just a shock at first, but you get used to it. But Jeanette was no lying for prizes champion. She wasn't that caliber of contestant. She might have been able to get a fib past Bobby, but not Ree. If Ree had been there, she'd have had to admit, though the well water didn't hurt, it didn't feel right either. She could hear the host's disembodied voice. "That's all for Jeanette Sorley, I'm afraid, but we're sending her home with some lovely parting gifts. Tell her about them, Ken." The host sounded like Warner Wolfe, Mr. Let's Go to the Videotape himself. Hey, if you had to be sent home, you couldn't ask for a better announcer. Warden Coates, her hair now as white as chalk, interrupted Jeanette's sky. It kind of suited her, the hair. She was too thin, though. Big dents under her eyes, hollows at her cheeks. "Sorley?" Coates went to a knee and took her hand. "Jeanette?" "Oh, shit," the cop said. "I think I just made a very bad mistake." She dropped to her knees and put her palms against Jeanette's wound, applying pressure, knowing it was pointless. "I only meant to wing her, but the distance, and I was so afraid for the tree. I'm sorry." Jeanette felt blood leaking from both corners of her mouth. She began to gasp. "I have a son. His name is Bobby. I have a son." Jeanette's last words were directed at Elaine, and the last thing she saw was that woman's face, her wide, scared eyes. "Please, I have a son." Chapter 15. Later, when the smoke and tear gas clears, there will be dozens of stories about the battle for the Dueling Correctional Facility for Women, all of them different, most conflicting, true in some of the details and false in others. Once a serious conflict commences, a fight to the death, objective reality is quickly lost in the smoke and noise. Also, many of those who could have added their own accounts were dead. 1. As Van Lampley, hip shot, bleeding, tired to her soul, drove her ATV slowly along a dirt road that she believed might be Allen Lane, hard to tell for sure, there were so many dirt roads curling around in these hills, she heard a distant explosion from the direction of the prison. She looked up from the screen of the tracker-equipped cell phone she had liberated from Fritz Mieschaum. On that screen, the phone in her hand was represented by a red dot. The GPS gizmo on the bazooka was a green one. The two dots were now very close, and she felt she had taken the ATV as far as she could without alerting the Griners that she was after them. Maybe that boom was them shooting off another bazooka shell, she thought. It was possible, but as a mining country girl who had grown up to the rough music of dynamite, she didn't believe it. The explosion from the prison had been sharper and harder. It had been dino, all right. Apparently the Griner brothers weren't the only sleaze buckets abroad with explosives. She parked, dismounted the ATV, and staggered. The left leg of her pants was soaked with blood from hip to knee, and the adrenaline that had carried her this far was dwindling. Every part of her body ached, but her hip, Where Mishaum had shot her was agony. Something was shattered in there. She could feel the bones grinding with every step, and now she was lightheaded with blood loss as well as days upon nights of no sleep. Every part of her cried out to give up, to quit this madness and go to sleep. And I will, she thought, grabbing her rifle and the antique pistol Mishaum had used to shoot her. But not yet. I may not be able to do anything about what's happening at the prison, but I can put a hurt on those two bastards before they make it any worse. After that, I can rack out. Branching off from the lane and angling up through the scrubby second-growth trees were two weedy ruts that might once have been a road. 20 yards along, she found the truck the Greiners had stolen. She looked inside, saw nothing she wanted, and continued on, her leg a rake that she dragged alongside the rest of her body. She no longer needed the tracker app because she knew where she was, although she hadn't been here since her high school days, when it had been a less-than-prime make-out spot. A quarter-mile up, maybe a bit more, the overgrown track ended on a knoll where there were a few tilted gravestones. The family plot of a family that had long since departed, probably the Allen family, if this really was Allen Lane. It had been the third or fourth choice for randy kids, because the view from the knoll was of Dooling Correctional, not exactly conducive to romance. I can do this, she told herself. Another 50 yards. She made the 50 yards, told herself she could make another 50, and continued that way until she heard voices ahead. Then there was an explosive whoosh, followed by little Lowell Greiner and his brother Maynard, whooping and slapping each other on the back. I wasn't sure it'd have the range, brother, but look at that, one of them cried. The response was a rebel yell. Van cocked Mishaum's pistol and moved toward the sounds of redneck celebration. 2. Clint would have believed the phrase, his heart sank, was nothing but a poetic expression, until his actually did it. Unaware that he had left the cover provided by the southwestern corner of the main building, he stared, slack-jawed, at the concrete showering down from a sea-wing. How many of the sleeping women in that cell block had been killed in the blast, incinerated or torn to pieces in their cocoons? He barely heard something buzz past his left ear, and didn't feel the tug as another bullet, this one thrown by Mick Napolitano from behind the second bulldozer, tore open one of his pants pockets and spilled loose change down his leg. Willie Burke seized him by the shoulders and yanked him back so hard Clint nearly fell over. You crazy, Doc? You want to get yourself killed? The women, Clint said. There were women up there. He swiped at his eyes, which were smarting from the acrid gas and welling with tears. That son of a bitch Geary put a rocket launcher or something up on that knoll where the little graveyard is. Nothing we can do about it now. Willie bent over and gripped his knees. You got one of the bastards anyway, and that's a start. We need to be inside. Let's get to the back door. Pull Billy in with us. He was right. The front of the building was now a free-fire zone. Willie, are you all right? Willie Burke straightened up and offered a strained smile. His face was pale, his forehead dotted with sweat. Well, shoot a pickle. Might be having a little heart episode. Doctor told me to give up the pipe after my last checkup. Should have listened. Oh, no, thought Clint. Oh, fucking no. Willie read the thought on Clint's face. There was nothing wrong with his eyes, and clapped him on the shoulder. I ain't done yet, Doc. Let's go. 3. From his position outside the visitor's room, now most surely gutted by the dynamite blast, along with whoever had been inside, Frank saw Jack Albertson go down with his gas mask torn askew. There was nothing but blood where his face had been. His own mother wouldn't recognize him, Frank thought. He lifted his walkie-talkie. Report! Everybody report! Only 8 or so did, mostly those who had been using the bulldozers for cover. Of course, not all of the men had walkies, but there should have been at least a few more responses. Frank's most optimistic guess was that he had lost 4 men, including Jack, who had to be as dead as dirt. In his heart, he guessed it might be 5 or 6, and the wounded would need hospitalization. Maybe the kid, Glass, whom they had left at the roadblock with Miller, could drive them back to St. Teresa's in one of the buses, although God knew who might still be on duty at St. Terry's, if anyone. How had it come to this? They had the bulldozers, for God's sake. The dozers were supposed to end it fast. Johnny Lee Kronsky grabbed his shoulder. We need to get on in there, buddy. Finish them off with this. His backpack was still unzipped. He pushed aside the towel he'd wrapped the dynamite in and showed Frank the Greiner brothers' bump of C4. Kronsky had shaped it into something that looked like a child's toy football. Embedded in it was an android. That's my phone, Kronsky said. I'm donating it to the cause. It was a piece of shit anyway. Frank asked, Where do we go in? The tear gas was blowing away, but he felt as if his mind was full of it, obscuring all thought. The daylight was strengthening, the sun rising red. Right up the gut would be best, Kronsky said, and pointed at the half-crushed Fleetwood RV. It was tilted against the building, but there was room to squeeze through and reach the main doors, which had been smashed inward and twisted off their hinges. Struthers and those bulldozer guys will give us cover. We go in, and we keep moving until we get to the bitch that caused all this. Frank was no longer sure who had caused all this, or who was in charge, but he nodded. There seemed to be nothing else to do. Gotta set the timer, Kronsky said, and powered up the phone embedded in the C4. There was a wire plugged into the cell's headphone port. The other end was attached to a battery pack stuck in the explosive. Looking at it made Frank remember Elaine preparing Sunday dinners, pulling the roast out of the oven and sticking in a meat thermometer. Kronsky whapped him on the shoulder, and not gently. How much time do you think? And think about it careful, because when the count gets down to single numbers, I'm going to throw it, no matter where we are. I guess... Frank shook his head, trying to clear it. He had never been in the prison, and had expected Don Peters would give them all the layout they needed. He just hadn't realized how useless Peters was. Now that it was too late, that seemed like a glaring oversight. How many other things had he overlooked? 4 minutes? Sounding like a crabby high school teacher faced with a thick-headed pupil, Kronsky said, Are you asking me or telling me? They heard spatters of gunfire, but the attack seemed to have fallen into lull. The next thing might be his men deciding to fall back. That could not be allowed. Nana, Frank thought, and said, 4 minutes, I'm sure. Frank thought, in 4 minutes I'll either be dead or this will be on the way to being over. Of course it was possible the woman herself would be killed in the final assault, but that was a chance he would have to take. That made him think of his caged strays, their lives held hostage to forces they did not understand. Kronsky opened an app, tapped the screen, and 4 minutes appeared. He tapped again, and the numbers began to count down. Frank watched, fascinated, as 3:59 became 3:58, became 3:57. You ready, Geary? Kronsky asked. In his manic grin, a gold tooth glimmered. What are you doing? The son of a bitch agitator had called to Kronsky that day in the Ulysses Energy's Greystone No. 7 mine. Quit lagging! The son of a bitch agitator had been at least 20 yards down the hall. In the deep black of the underground, Kronsky hadn't been able to see the dumb bastard's face, let alone his Woody Guthrie t-shirt, just his headlamp. Power in a union, the son of a bitch agitator liked to say. More power in a dollar, and the man from Ulysses Energy had given Johnny Lee Kronsky a few crisp ones to take care of their problem. Fuck you, your union, and the horse you rode in on, Kronsky had told the son of a bitch agitator before throwing the dynamite and running like hell. I think we ought to... Frank began, and that was when Lowell Greiner fired the bazooka for the first time. There was a whooshing sound almost directly overhead. Frank had a blurred glimpse of something flying, some projectile. Hit the deck! Kronsky screamed, but didn't give Frank a chance to do so, just grabbed him around the neck and yanked him down. The bazooka shell hit Sea-Wing and exploded. In the world beyond the tree, 14 former dueling correctional inmates disappeared, flashing once, before clouds of moths spilled into the open air where they had stood. 4. Although he had a walkie, Drew T. Barry was one of those who had not responded to Frank's command to report in. He didn't even hear it, because he had turned the walkie off. He'd gotten as high up as he could while maintaining cover, and unslung his Weatherby. The angle wasn't quite as good as he'd hoped. Through the Weatherby's scope, he could see a corrugated metal shed. The back door to the prison was open. Light spilled out in an oblong, but that guy was behind the shed, defending the way in. Barry saw an elbow, a shoulder, part of a head, but quickly withdrawn after a single peek at where Elmore Pearl and Don Peters were still stationed. Drew T. Barry had to put that guy down, and itched to take the shot. Yes, his trigger finger was literally itching, but he knew that no shot was better than a bad one. He had to wait. If Pearl or Peters would throw another rock, that might make the guy down there stick his whole head out to see what was happening, but Drew T. Barry did not expect this to happen. Elmore Pearl was too cautious, and that fat little shit Peters was as numb as a pounded thumb. Move, you sucker, Drew T. Barry thought. 2 steps would be enough. Maybe just 1. But although he cringed into a crouch when the bundle of dynamite went off, Billy Wettermore held his position behind the shed. It took the exploding bazooka shell to get him on his feet. He stepped out from behind the protection of the shed, looking toward the sound, and that gave Drew T. Barry the clean shot he had been waiting for. Smoke was billowing above the prison. People were yelling. Guns were firing, wildly, no doubt. Drew T. Barry had no patience with wild shooting. He held his breath and squeezed the trigger of his rifle. The result was entirely satisfactory. In his scope, he saw the defender fly forward, his shirt billowing out in shreds. Got him, by God, Drew T. Barry said, looking at the remains of Billy Wettermore with a species of doleful satisfaction. Was a good shot, if I do say so myself. From the trees below came another gunshot, followed by the unmistakable voice of Deputy Elmore Pearl. Oh, you fucking idiot! What did you do? What did you do? Drew T. Barry hesitated, then ran back toward his mates, keeping low, wondering what had gone wrong now. 5. Clint and Willie saw Billy Wettermore thrown in the air. When Billy came down, he was boneless. One of his shoes flew from his foot, spun up, and banged off the lip of the shed roof. Clint started toward him. Willie Burke's hand pulling him back was surprisingly strong. Nope, Willie said. Back it up, Doc. That way's no good now. Clint tried to think. We might be able to get into my office through the window. The glass is reinforced, but not barred. I can take care of the window, Willie said. Let's go. But instead of moving, he bent over and grasped his knees again. 6. Don Peters hardly heard Elmore Pearl shouting at him. Down on his knees, he was staring at his erstwhile zombie patrol partner, who was spread-eagled on the ground with blood gushing from a hole in the base of his throat. Eric Blass stared up at him, gagging on more blood. Partner! Don shouted. His football helmet slid down, obscuring his eyes, and he pushed it back up with the heel of his hand. Partner, I didn't mean to! Pearl hauled him to his feet. You dumb asshole! Didn't anybody ever teach you to see what you were shooting at before you pulled the trigger? Eric made a thick glugging sound, coughed out a fine spray of blood, and pawed at the ruins of his throat. Don wanted to explain. First the roar of the dynamite, then a second explosion, then the rustling bushes behind him. He had been sure it was more of that fucking shrink's men. How was he supposed to know it was Blass? He had shot without thinking, let alone aiming. What evil brand of providence had caused the shot to hit Blass as he came through the trees to join them? Drew T. Barry appeared, his Weatherby slung over his shoulder. What in hell's name? Wild Bill Hickok here just shot one of ours, Pearl said. He socked Don in the shoulder, driving him down beside Eric. Kid was coming to help out, I guess. I thought he was back at the buses, Don gasped. Frank told him to stay back in case there was wounded. I heard him. This much was true. Drew T. Barry hauled Don to his feet. When Pearl balled up a fist to hit the weeping, white-faced man again, Barry grabbed him. Beat him all you want later. Beat him like a red-headed stepchild for all of me. Right now, we might need him. He knows the lay of the land in there, and we don't. Did you get him? Pearl asked. The guy down there by that shed? I got him, Drew T. Barry said. And if this ever winds up in a courtroom, remember you gave me the green light. Now let's end this. From a knoll above the prison, They saw a flash of bright light and a contrail of white smoke. This was followed by another explosion on the other side of the prison.
"Who in fuck is shooting rockets from up on that hill?"
Pearl asked. "Don't know and don't care," Barry said. "Being as how we're behind the prison, we've got 1,000 or so tons of concrete between us and them." He pointed down the hill and across the track. "What's inside that door, Peters?" "The gym," Don said, eager to atone for what he was already coming to believe had been a justifiable mistake, the sort of thing anyone might have done. I was trying to protect Pearl as well as myself, he thought, and when this madness is over, Elmore will see that. Elmore will probably thank me and buy me a drink down at the Squeak. And hey, it was just Blass, a lunatic delinquent if ever there was one, lighting that poor homeless bag on fire before Don could stop him. "It's where the cunts play basketball and volleyball. The main corridor starts on the other side, what we call Broadway. The woman's in a cell in A wing, down to the left, not far." "Then let's go," Pearl said. "You lead, Quick Draw. I got clippers for the fence." Don didn't want to lead.
"Maybe I ought to stay here with Eric. He was my partner after all."
"No need," Drew T. Barry said. "He has expired." 7. A year before Aurora, when Michaela had still been relegated to taping filler features for News America, stuff like Dogs That Could Count, and twin brothers meeting by accident after 50 years of separation, she had done a story about how people with large collections of books had lower heating bills than non-readers, because books made good insulation. With this in mind, she repaired to the prison library once the shooting started, scurrying with her head low. What she discovered was mostly shelves of battered paperbacks, not exactly the insulation she'd had in mind, and when the dynamite bundle exploded in the room next door, she was pelted with Nora Roberts and James Patterson novels as the wall buckled. She ran back onto Broadway, this time not bothering to duck, but pausing, horrified, to look into the visitors' room, where what remained of Rand Quigley was puddled on the floor and dripping from the ceiling. She was totally disoriented, on the verge of panic, and when the bazooka shell hit C-Wing and a cloud of dust billowed toward her, reminding her of news footage she'd seen following the collapse of the Twin Towers, she turned to go back the way she had come. Before she managed 3 steps, a strong arm encircled her throat, and she felt a cold steel edge press against her temple.
"Hey there, sweet cheeks,"
Angel Fitzroy said. When Michaela did not immediately respond to this greeting, Angel pressed harder with the chisel she'd borrowed from the furniture shop.
"What the fuck's going on out there?"
"Armageddon?" Michaela managed in a gasping voice that sounded nothing like her chirrupy TV tones. "Please stop choking me." Angel let go and turned Michaela to face her. The smoke drifting down the corridor carried the bitter tang of tear gas, making them cough, but they could see each other well enough. The woman with the chisel was pretty in a narrow, intense, predatory sort of way. "You look different," Michaela said. Possibly a supremely stupid comment with the prison under attack and a convict brandishing a chisel in front of her eyes, but all she could think of. Awake. Really awake.
"She woke me up,"
Angel said proudly.
"Evie, same as she did you, 'cause I had a mission."
"What mission would that be?"
"Them,"
Angel said, and pointed as 2 female creatures came shambling down the corridor, seemingly untroubled by the smoke and gunfire. To Michaela, the shreds of cocoon hanging from Maura Dunbarton and Kaylee Rawlings looked like bits of rotted shroud in a horror movie. They passed by without looking at Michaela and Angel. "How can they—" Michaela began, but a second bazooka shell hit out front before she could finish her question. The floor shook, and more smoke billowed in, black and stinking of diesel fuel.
"Don't know how they can do anything, and don't care,"
Angel said.
"They got their job, and I got mine. You can help out, or I can put this chisel in your gizzard. Which would you prefer?"
"I'll help," Michaela said. Journalistic objectivity aside, it would be hard to report the story later if she was, dead. She followed Angel, who at least seemed to know where she was going. "What's the job?"
"Gonna protect the witch," Angel said, "or die trying."
Before Michaela could reply, Jared Norcross stepped out of the kitchen, which was adjacent to the prison laundry where Michaela had left him. Angel raised the chisel. Michaela grabbed her wrist. "Don't No, he's with us. Angel was giving Jared her best stare of death.
Are you? Are you with us? Will you help protect the witch?
Well, Jared said, I was planning to go clubbing and drop some E, but I guess I could change my plans. I told Clint I'd protect you, Michaela said reproachfully. Angel brandished her chisel and bared her teeth.
No one gets protection today but the witch. No one gets protection but Evie.
Fine, Jared said. If it helps my dad and gets my mom and Mary back, I'm in.
Is Mary your girlfriend?
Angel asked. She had lowered the chisel. I don't know. Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Angel seemed to chew on that for a moment.
You treat her right? No pushing, no hitting, no yelling?
We need to get out of here before we choke, Michaela said. Yeah, I treat her right.
Damn well better,
Angel said.
Let's get trucking. Evie's in the soft cell down on A Wing. Soft cell, but hard bars. You gotta stand in front of her. That way, anyone that wants to get to her will have to go through you.
Michaela thought that sounded like a terrible plan, which might explain why Angel was talking you instead of us. Where will you be?
Commando mission,
Angel said.
Maybe I can drop a few before they get this far.
She brandished her chisel.
I'll be with you soon, don't fear.
A few guns might help if you really... Jared was drowned out by the loudest explosion yet. This time shrapnel, mostly pieces of wall and ceiling, rained down. When Michaela and Jared straightened up again, Angel was no longer with them. 8. What the fuck was that? Frank asked in the seconds after the first bazooka shell hit C-Wing. He got to his feet, brushing dust, dirt, and a few crumbles of cement out of his hair. His ears weren't ringing, exactly. What he heard was the high, steely whine he sometimes got in his head after taking too much aspirin. Someone's shooting off ordnance from up on yonder knoll, Kronsky said. Probably the same ones who took out the sheriff's station. Come on, Mr. Acting Sheriff. Time's a-wastin'. He once more bared his teeth in a gold-twinkling grin so cheerful it looked surreal. He pointed at the screen of the phone embedded in the plastic explosive. 307 became 306, became 305. Okay, Frank said. Remember, don't hesitate. He who hesitates is butt-fucked. They headed for the crushed front doors. In his peripheral vision, Frank could see the men who had come in behind the bulldozers, watching them. None seemed eager to join this particular assault, and Frank did not blame them. Probably some were wishing they had left with Terry Coombs. 9. As the battle for Dueling Correctional approached its climax, Terry was parked in his garage. The garage was a small one, the door was closed. Unit 4's windows were open and its big V8 engine was running. Terry inhaled exhaust in long, chest-filling gulps. It tasted bad to begin with, but you got used to it pretty fast. It's not too late to change your mind, Rita said, taking his hand. His wife sat beside him in the passenger seat. You might still be able to take control out there, impose a little sanity. Too late for that, hun, Terry said. The garage was now blue with toxic vapor. Terry took another deep breath, stifled a cough, and inhaled again. I don't know how this is going to come out, but I see no good ending. This way is better. Rita squeezed his hand sympathetically. I keep thinking of every mess on the highway I ever cleaned up, Terry said. And that guy's head pushed right through the wall of that meth cooker's trailer. Dimly across the miles, from the direction of the prison, came the sound of explosions. Terry repeated, This way is better, and closed his eyes. Although he knew he was alone in Unit 4, he could still feel his wife squeezing his hand as he drifted away from dueling and everything else. 10. Frank and Johnny Lee Kronsky were working their way between the wreckage of Barry Holden's RV and the wall of the prison. They were almost to the smashed main doors when they heard the second bazooka shell whistling toward them. Incoming! Kronsky shouted. Frank looked over his shoulder and saw an amazing thing. The bazooka shell struck the parking lot on its rear fin, bounced high without exploding, and dropped nose down toward the bulldozer that had been piloted by the late Jack Albertson. The roar of its detonation was deafening. The driver's seat was blown through the thin shell of the dozer's roof. Disintegrating treads rose in the air like steel piano keys, and one of the iron shields that had been placed to guard the cockpit doors shot outward, punching through the RV ahead of it like the peen of a giant's sledgehammer. Frank stumbled over the twisted base of one of the main doors, and thus his life was saved. Johnny Lee Kronsky, still upright, was not just decapitated by a flying wedge of the Fleetwood siding, he was cut in two at the shoulders. Yet he staggered on 2 or 3 more steps, his heart beating long enough to send 2 gaudy jets of blood into the air. Then he collapsed. The C4 football fell from his hands and wobbled toward the security station. It came to rest with the embedded Android phone visible, and Frank saw 149 become 148, become 147. He crawled toward it, blinking concrete dust out of his eyes, then rolled to one side and into the shelter of the half-collapsed reception desk, as Tig Murphy leaped up behind the security station's bulletproof glass and fired his sidearm through the slot where visitors were supposed to surrender their IDs and phones. The angle was bad, and Tig's slug went high. Frank was okay if he stayed down, but if he tried to go forward, toward the doors leading into the prison proper, he'd be a sitting duck. Going back, ditto. The lobby was filling with diesel smoke from the burning bulldozer. Added to this was the high, nauseating stench of Kronsky's spilled blood, gallons of it from the look. Beneath Frank was one of the reception desk's legs, its splintered end digging into his back between his shoulder blades. Lying just out of Frank's reach was the C4. 129 became 128, became 127. "There's men all around the prison," Frank shouted. "Give up and you won't be hurt." "Suck shit! This is our prison! You're trespassing and you got no authority!" Tig fired another shot. "There's explosive! C4! It's going to blow you to pieces!" "Right, and I'm Luke fucking Skywalker!" "Look out! Look down! You'll see it!" "So you can try putting one in my gut through the slot? Think I'll pass." Desperate, Frank looked around toward the doors he'd come through, partially blocked by the remains of the RV. "You guys out there," he shouted. "I need some covering fire." No covering fire came. No reinforcements either. 2 of the men, Steve Pickering and Will Whitstock, were in full retreat, carrying the wounded Roop Whitstock between them. On the littered floor of the lobby, almost at the base of the security station manned by Tig Murphy, the cell phone continued to count down toward 0. 11. Seeing Billy Weddermore undeniably dead made Don Peters feel a little better. Don had gone bowling with him once. The little princess had rolled a 252 and taken $20 off Don. It was pretty obvious that he'd used some sort of doctored bowling ball, but Don had let it pass, the way he let so many things pass, because that was the kind of easygoing guy he was. Well, sometimes the world tilted the right way, and that was a fact. One less fag in the world, he thought, and we all say hooray. He hustled toward the gymnasium. Maybe I'll be the one to get her, he thought. Put a bullet right into Evie Black's quacking mouth and end this for good. They'd forget all about that mistake with Junior, and I wouldn't have to buy a drink down at the Squeak for the rest of my life. He stepped toward the door, already imagining Evie Black in his sights, but Elmore Pearl shoved him away. "Stand back, quick draw." "Hey," Don bleated. "You don't know where you're going." He started forward again, but Drew T. Barry grabbed him and shook his head. Barry himself had no intention of being first inside, not when he didn't know what was waiting. Probably the one he'd shot had been their only rear guard, but if there was someone, Pearl had a better chance of knocking him down than Peters, whose only kill this morning had been one of their own. Pearl was looking over his shoulder at Don and grinning as he stepped into the gym. "Relax and let a man lead the That was as far as he got before Maura Dunbarton's cold hands gripped him, one by the neck and the other by the back of his head. Elmore Pearl gazed into those soulless eyes and began to screech. He didn't screech for long. The reanimated thing that had been Maura stuck her hand into his mouth, ignored his biting teeth, and yanked straight down. The sound of his upper and lower jaws parting company was like the sound of a drumstick being torn off a Thanksgiving turkey. 12.
Damn if we ain't a couple of lucky sons of bitches, Maynard Griner exulted. Any more distance and them shells would just explode in the parking lot. Did you see that last one bounce, Lo?
I saw it, Lo agreed. Skipped like a stone on a pond and took out a bulldozer. Not bad, but I can do better. Reload me.
Below, the prison was boiling smoke from the hole in the western wall. It was a glorious sight, reminiscent of the gush that came out of a mine when a blast went off, except much better, obviously, because they weren't cracking rocks. They were cracking a goddamn state facility. It would have been worth doing even if they hadn't needed to close Kitty McDavid's snitching mouth. May was reaching into the ammo bag when he heard a branch snap. He whirled, reaching for the gun stuffed into his belt at the small of his back. Van fired the pistol Fritz Mieschaum had tried to kill her with. The range was short, but she was exhausted, and instead of taking Maynard in the chest, the bullet only clipped his shoulder and sent him sprawling over the depleted bag of bazooka shells. His unfired gun fell into some bushes and caught by the trigger guard.
"Brother!" he shouted. "Shot! She shot me!"
Lowe dropped the bazooka and snatched up the rifle lying beside him. With one of them out of commission, Van could afford to focus. She secured the butt of the pistol at the center of her considerable bosom and pulled the trigger. Little Lowe's mouth exploded. His brains exited the back of his skull, and he aspirated his teeth with his final breath.
"Lowe!" Maynard screamed. "Brother!"
He grabbed the gun hanging in the bushes, but before he could bring it to bear, his wrist was gripped by something more like an iron manacle than a human hand. "You should know better than to point a gun at an arm-wrestling champ, even when she's been awake for a week," Van said in an oddly gentle voice, and twisted. From inside May's wrist came a sound like breaking twigs. He shrieked. The gun dropped from his hand, and she kicked it away.
"You shot Lowe,"
Maynard blubbered.
"Killed him."
"So I did." Van's head was ringing, her hip was throbbing. It felt like she was standing on a deck in rough waters. She was near the end of her considerable endurance, and she knew it. But this had been a sight more useful than killing herself, no doubt about that. Only now what? May had the same question, it seemed.
"What are you going to do with me?"
I can't tie him up, Van thought. I've got nothing to tie him up with. Am I just going to go to sleep and let him get away? Probably after he puts a few rounds in me while I'm growing my cocoon. She looked down at the prison, where a crushed RV and a blazing bulldozer blocked the main doors. She meditated on the hole the first bazooka shell had put in Sea Wing, where dozens of women had been sleeping, defenseless in their cocoons. How many had been killed by these two country-fried assholes? "Which one are you, Lowell or Maynard?"
"Maynard, ma'am."
He tried on a smile. "You the stupid one or the smart one, Maynard?" His smile grew.
"I'm the stupid one, no doubt. Failed out of school in the 8th grade. I just do whatever Lowell says."
Van returned the smile. "Well, I guess I'll just let you go, Maynard. No harm and no foul. You've got a truck down there. I took a peek, and the keys are in the ignition. Even driving one-handed, I think you could be most of the way to Pedro's south of the border by noon, if you don't spare the horses. So why don't you get going before I change my mind?"
"Thank you, ma'am."
May started jogging back among the tombstones of the little country graveyard. Van briefly considered following through on her promise, but the chances were fair to good that he'd double back and discover her sleeping beside his dead brother. Even if he didn't, they'd been laughing over their dirty ambush like boys throwing baseballs at wooden bottles during county fair week. She didn't dare let him get far, either, because she no longer trusted her aim. At least he won't know what hit him, she thought. Van raised Mieschaum's pistol and, not without regret, put a round in May's back. "Oof," was his final word on Mother Earth as he tripped forward into a pile of dry leaves. Van sat down with her back against a leaning gravestone, so old the name once carved thereon was almost completely worn away, and closed her eyes. She felt bad about shooting a man from behind. but this feeling was quickly smothered beneath a rising wave of sleep. Oh, it felt so good to give in. Threads began to spin from her skin. They blew prettily back and forth in a morning breeze. It was going to be another beautiful day in mountain country. 13. The glass was supposed to be bulletproof, but 2 close-range shots from the M4 Willie was toting blew Clint's office window out of its frame. Clint hauled himself in and landed on his desk. It seemed to him that he had sat behind it writing reports and evaluations in another lifetime. He heard screams and shouting from the direction of the gymnasium, but that was nothing he could deal with now. He turned to assist Willie and saw the old man leaning against the building with his head lowered. His breathing was harsh and rapid. Willie raised his arms.
"Hope you're strong enough to pull me in, Doc, because I ain't going to be able to give you much help."
"Give me your gun first." Willie handed up the M4. Clint put it on his desk with his own weapon, atop a stack of good report forms. Then he seized Willie's hands and pulled. The old man was able to help after all, pedaling his work shoes against the building below the window, and he practically flew in. Clint went over on his back. Willie landed on top of him.
"This is what I call pretty goddamn intimate,"
Willie said. His voice was strained, and he looked worse than ever, but he was grinning. "In that case, you better call me Clint." He got Willie to his feet, handed him the M4, and grabbed his own gun. "Let's get our asses down to Evie's cell."
"What are we going to do when we get there?"
"I have no idea," said Clint. 14. Drew T. Barry couldn't believe what he was seeing. 2 women who looked like corpses, and Elmore Pearl with his mouth pulled into a yawning cavern. His lower jaw seemed to be lying on his chest. Pearl staggered away from the creature that held him. He made almost a dozen steps before Mora caught him by the sweat-soaked collar. She drew him against her and stuck a thumb deep into his right eye. There was a pop, like a cork coming out of a bottle. Viscous liquid spilled down Pearl's cheek, and he went limp. Kaylee turned jerkily toward Don Peters, like a wind-up toy with a tired spring. He knew he should run, but an incredible lassitude seemed to have filled him. "I have gone to sleep," he reasoned, "and this is the world's worst nightmare. Has to be, because that's Kaylee Rawlings. I put that bitch on bad report just last month. I'll let her get me, and that's when I'll wake up." Drew T. Barry, whose life's work involved imagining the worst things that could happen to people, never considered the old "I must be dreaming" scenario. This was happening, even though it seemed like something straight out of that show where rotting dead people came back to life, and he had every intention of surviving it. "Duck!" he shouted. Don might not have done so if the plastic explosive hadn't detonated at that instant on the other side of the prison. It was actually more of a fall than a duck, but it did the job. Instead of grasping the soft meat of his face, Kaylee's pallid fingers slapped off the hard plastic shell of the football helmet. There was a gunshot, amplified to monstrous levels in the empty gymnasium, and a point-blank round from the Weatherby, a gun that could literally stop an elephant, did the job on Kaylee. Her throat simply exploded, and her head lolled back, all the way back. Her body crumpled. Mora cast Elmore aside and lurched toward Don, a boogie lady whose hands opened and snapped closed, opened and snapped closed. "Shoot her!" Don screamed. His bladder let go, and warm piddle coursed down his legs, soaking his socks. Drew T. Barry considered not doing it. Peters was an idiot, a loose cannon, and they might be better off without him. Oh well, he thought, okay. But after this, Mr. Prison Guard, you're on your own. He shot Mora Dunbarton in the chest. She flew back to center court, landing beside the late Elmore Pearl. She lay there a moment, then struggled up and started toward Don again, although her top and bottom halves no longer seemed to be working together very well. "Shoot her in the head!" Don screamed. He seemed to have forgotten that he had a gun himself. "Shoot her in the head like you did the other one!" "Will you please just shut up?" said Drew T. Barry. He sighted and blew a hole through Mora Dunbarton's head that vaporized the upper left quadrant of her skull. "Oh, God!" Don gasped. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Let's get out of here! Let's go back to town!" Little as Drew T. Barry liked the pudgy ex-guard, he understood Peters's impulse to run, even sympathized with it to a degree. But he had not become the most successful insurance man in the Tri-Counties by giving up on a job before it was finished. He grabbed Don by the arm. "Drew, they were dead! What if there are more?" "I don't see any more, do you?" "But—" "Lead the way. We're going to find the woman we came for." And out of nowhere, a bit of Drew T. Barry's high school French recurred to him. "Cherchez la femme." "Churchy, what?" "Never mind." Drew T. Barry gestured with his high-powered rifle. Not exactly at Don, but in his general vicinity. "You go first. 30 feet ahead of me should be good." "Why?" "Because," Drew T. Barry said, "I believe in insurance." 15. While Vanessa Lampley was putting paid to Maynard Griner, and Elmore Pearl was undergoing impromptu oral surgery from the reanimated corpse of Maura Dunbarton, Frank Geary was beneath the half-collapsed reception desk, watching as 46 seconds became 45, became 44. There would be no help from outside, he knew that now. The remaining men out there were either hanging back or gone. If he was going to get past the goddamn security station and into the prison proper, he would have to do it on his own. The only alternative was to scurry back outside on his hands and knees and hope the guy behind the bulletproof glass didn't shoot him in the ass. He wished none of this had happened. He wished he was cruising one of the pleasant roads of Dooling County in his little truck, looking for someone's pet raccoon. If a domesticated coon was hungry, you could coax him close enough to use the net with a piece of cheese or hamburger on the end of the long pole Frank called his treat stick. That made him think of the shattered desk leg poked into his back. He rolled on his side, grabbed it, and pushed it along the floor. The leg was just long enough to reach the lethal football. Nice to finally catch a break. "What are you doing?" Tig asked from behind the glass. Frank didn't bother answering. If this didn't work, he was a dead man. He speared the football with the jagged end of the leg. Johnny Lee had assured him that even driving over the stuff wouldn't cause it to explode, and the stick didn't set it off. He lifted the desk leg and leaned it just below the window with its ID slot. 17 seconds became 16, became 15. Tig fired once, and Frank felt the bullet pass just above his knuckles. "Whoever you are in there, you better get gone," he said. "Do it while you've got the chance." Taking his own advice, Frank dove toward the front doors, expecting to take a bullet. But Tig never fired again. Tig was peering through the glass at the white football stuck on the end of the desk leg like a big piece of gum. He got his first good look at the phone, where 4 seconds became 3. He understood then what it was and what was going to happen. He bolted for the door giving on the prison's main corridor. His hand was on the knob when the world went white. 16. Outside the main doors, shadowed from the brightening sun by the remains of the Fleetwood RV, never to take Barry Holden and his family on camping expeditions again, Frank felt the badly mauled building shudder from the latest blast. Glass that had survived the earlier explosions thanks to reinforcing wire belched out in glittering shards. "Come on," shouted Frank. "Any of you who are left, come on. We're taking her right now." For a moment there was nothing. Then 4 men, Carson Struthers, Deputy Treat, Deputy Ordway, and Deputy Barrows, trotted from cover and ran to the blasted front doors of the prison. They joined Frank and disappeared into the smoke. 17. "Holy fucking shit," Jared Norcross breathed. Michaela was, for the time being, incapable of speech, but found herself wishing with all her heart for a film crew. Except a crew wouldn't help, would it? If you broadcast what she was seeing, the audience would dismiss it as a camera trick. You had to actually be here to believe it. You had to actually see a naked woman floating a foot over her bunk with a cell phone in her hands. You had to see the green tendrils twisting through her black hair. "Hello there," Evie called cheerily, but without looking around. The better part of her attention was on the cell phone in her hands. "I'll be with you in a minute, but right now I've got an important piece of business to finish." Her fingers on the phone were a blur. Jared? It was Clint. He sounded both amazed and afraid. What are you doing here? 18. Leading the way, little as he liked it, now, Don Peters had reached the halfway point of the corridor leading to Broadway, when Norcross and an old bearded fellow with red suspenders appeared out of the drifting smoke. Norcross was supporting his companion. Red Suspenders was plodding slowly in a hunch. Don guessed he'd been shot, although he couldn't see any blood. You'll both be shot in a minute, Don thought, and raised his rifle. 30 feet behind him, Drew T. Barry raised his own rifle, although he had no idea what Peters had seen. The drifting smoke was too thick, and Peters was in the way. Then, as Clint and Willie headed past the booth and down the short A-wing corridor leading to the soft cell, a pair of long white arms reached out of the infirmary and seized Don by the throat. Drew T. Barry watched, amazed, as, like a magic trick, Don vanished. The infirmary door slammed shut. When Barry hurried up to where Peters had been standing and tried the knob, he found the door locked. He peered through the wire-reinforced glass and saw a woman who looked like she might be high on drugs, holding a chisel to Peters's throat. She had stripped away the ridiculous football helmet. It lay overturned on the floor beside his gun. Peters's thinning black hair was plastered to his skull in sweaty strings. The woman, an inmate wearing prison browns, saw Barry looking in. She raised her chisel and motioned with it. The gesture was clear enough. Get out of here. Drew T. Barry considered shooting through the glass, but that would draw any defenders who were left. He also remembered the promise he'd made to himself before shooting the second boogie lady in the gym. After this, Mr. Prison Guard, you're on your own. He gave the crazy-looking inmate a little salute, plus a thumbs up for good measure. Then he headed down the corridor, but cautiously. Before being grabbed, Peters had seen something. 19.
Oh, look who I found, said Angel. It's the one who likes to grab girls' tits and twist their nips and rub up against their heinies until he shoots off in his underwear.
When she had lifted her hand to wave off the insurance man, Don had slipped away, putting a little space between them. Put that chisel down, inmate. Put it down this instant, and I won't have to write you up.
That ain't cum on your pants this time, Angel observed. Too much of it, even for a jizzhound like you. You wet yourself, didn't you? Mommy wouldn't like that, would she?
At the mention of his sainted mother, Don threw caution to the wind and rushed forward. Angel slashed at him, and might have ended things right there, had he not stumbled over the football helmet. Instead of cutting his throat, the chisel drew a deep gash across his forehead. Blood sheeted down his face as he went to his knees.
Ow! Ow! Stop it! That hurt! Yeah, see how this does,
Angel said, and kicked him in the stomach. Trying to blink blood out of his eyes, Don grabbed one of Angel's legs and yanked her down. Her elbow struck the floor and jarred the chisel out of her hand. Don wriggled up her body and reached for her throat. I ain't gonna fuck you after you're dead, he told her. That's nasty. I'll just choke you unconscious. I won't kill you until I'm fit. Angel grasped the football helmet, swung it in a wide-armed arc, and brought it crashing into Don's bleeding forehead. He rolled off her, clutching at his face. Ow, no, you stop that, inmate! That helmet-smashing stuff is also a big penalty in the NFL, Angel thought. But since no one's showing this on TV, I guess I won't lose any yardage. She hit Don with the helmet twice more, perhaps breaking his nose with the second blow. It was certainly bent badly enough. He managed to turn over and get to his knees with his ass sticking up. He was shouting something that sounded like, "Stop it, inmate," but it was hard to tell because the pig was panting so hard. Also, his lips were busted and his mouth was full of blood. It sprayed out with each word, and Angel remembered what they used to say when they were kids. Do you serve towels with your showers? No more, Don said. Please, no more. You broke my face. She cast the helmet aside and picked up the chisel.
Here's your titty rub, Officer Peters.
She buried the chisel between his shoulder blades, all the way up to the wooden handle. Mom, he cried.
Okay, Officer Peters. Here's one for your ma.
She ripped the chisel out and buried it in his neck, and he collapsed. Angel kicked him a few times, then straddled him and began to stab again. She went on until she could no longer lift her arm. Chapter 16. 1. Drew T. Barry reached the booth and saw what had stopped Peters before the woman grabbed him. 2 men, one of them possibly Norcross, the arrogant bastard who had instigated this mess. He had his arm around the other one. This was good. They had no idea he was here, and were probably on their way to the woman. To protect her. It was insane, given the size of the force Geary had mustered, but look how much damage they'd managed to inflict already. Good townspeople killed and wounded. They deserved to die just for that. And then 2 more came out of the smoke, a woman and a younger man, all with their backs to Drew T. Barry. Better and better. 2. Jesus Christ, Clint said to his son. You were supposed to be hiding. He looked reproachfully at Michaela. You were supposed to take care of that. Jared replied before Michaela could. She did what you told her, but I couldn't hide. I just couldn't. Not if there's a chance we can get Mom back. And Mary, Molly, too. He pointed to the woman in the cell at the end of the corridor. Dad, look at her. She's floating. What is she? Is she even human? Before Clint could answer, a burst of music came from Hicks's phone, followed by the proclamation of a tiny electronic voice. Congratulations, Player Evie! You have survived! Boomtown is yours! Evie dropped to her bunk, swung her legs onto the floor, and approached the bars. Clint would have thought he was beyond surprise at this point, but was shocked to see her pubic hair was mostly green. Not hair at all, in fact. It was some kind of vegetation. I won, she cried happily. And not a minute too soon. I was down to the last 2% of battery. Now I can die happy. You're not going to die, Clint said. He no longer believed it, though. She was going to die. And when what remained of Geary's force got here, which would be momentarily, it was likely that they were going to die with her. They had killed too many. Frank's men wouldn't stop. 3. Drew T. Barry slid around the side of the booth, liking what he saw more and more. Unless some of the defenders were hiding in the cells, all that remained of Norcross's little cabal was at the end of this corridor, clustered together like pins in a bowling alley. They had no place to hide, and they were all out of running room. Excellent. He raised the Weatherby, and a chisel pressed into his throat, just below the angle of his jaw.
No, no, no,
Angel said in the voice of a cheery primary school teacher. Her face, shirt, and baggy pants were stippled with blood.
Move, and I'll cut open your jugular vein. I got the blade right on it. Only reason you're not dead already is you let me finish my business with Officer Peters. Put that elephant gun on the floor. Don't bend. Just drop it.
This is a very valuable weapon, ma'am, said Drew T. Barry.
Ask me if I give a shit.
It might go off.
I'll take that chance.
Drew T. Barry dropped it.
Now hand me the one you got slung over your shoulder. Don't try anything weird, either.
From behind them, Lady, whatever you're holding on his throat, put it down. Angel snatched a quick look over her shoulder and saw 4 or 5 men with their rifles pointed. She smiled at them.
You can shoot me, but this one here will die with me. That's a stone promise.
Frank stood, indecisive. Drew T. Barry, hoping to live a little longer, handed over Dawn's M4.
Thank you,
Angel said, and hooked it over her own shoulder. She stepped back, dropped the chisel, and raised her hands to either side of her face, showing Frank and the others that they were empty. Then she backed slowly down the short hall to where Clint was standing with his arm still around Willie, supporting him. She kept her hands up the whole way. Drew T. Barry, surprised to be alive, but grateful, picked up his Weatherby. He felt lightheaded. He supposed anyone would feel lightheaded after having a lunatic female inmate hold a chisel to his throat. She had told him to put the gun down, then let him pick it up again. Why? So she could be on the killing ground with her friends? It seemed the only answer. A crazy one, but she was crazy. They all were. Drew T. Barry decided it was up to Frank Geary to make the next move. He had inaugurated this colossal shit show, let him figure out how to clean it up. That was best, because to the outside world, what they had done in the last half hour would look a lot like a vigilante action. And there were parts of it, the walking corpses in the gym, for instance, or the naked green woman he spied standing at the cell bars a few steps behind Norcross, that the outside world would simply not believe. Aurora or no Aurora. Drew T. Barry felt lucky to be alive, and would be happy to fade into the background. With luck, the world might never know he'd even been here. "What the fuck?" said Carson Struthers, who had seen the green woman down the hall. "That ain't right nor normal. What do you want to do with her, Geary?" "Take her, and take her alive," Frank said. He had never felt so tired in his life, but he would see this through. "If she really is the key to Aurora, let the docs figure her out. We'll drive her to Atlanta and hand her over." Willie started to raise his rifle, but slowly, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It wasn't hot in A-Wing, but his round face was wet with sweat. It had darkened his beard. Clint grabbed the rifle away from him. At the end of the corridor, Carson Struthers, Treater, Ordway, and Barrows raised their own guns. "That's it!" Evie cried. "Here we go! Shootout at the OK Corral! Bonnie and Clyde! Die hard in a women's prison!" But before the short A-Wing corridor could become a free-fire zone, Clint dropped Willie's rifle and yanked the M4 from Angel's shoulder. He held it over his head for Frank's group to see. Slowly, and with some reluctance, the men who had raised their guns now lowered them. No, Evie said. "People won't pay to see such a poor excuse for a climax. We need a rewrite." Clint paid no attention. He was focused on Frank. "I can't let you take her, Mr. Geary." In an eerily good John Wayne imitation, Evie drawled, "If you hurt the little lady, you're going to have to answer to me, you varmint." Frank also ignored her. "I appreciate your dedication, Norcross, although I'll be damned if I understand it." "Maybe you don't want to," Clint said. "Oh, I think I've got the picture," Frank said. "You're the one who's not seeing clearly." "Too much shrinky-dink shit in his head," Struthers said, and this brought a few grunts of tense laughter. Frank spoke patiently, as if lecturing a slow pupil. "So far as we know, she's the only woman on Earth who can sleep and wake up again. Be reasonable. I only want to take her to doctors who can study her, and maybe figure out how to reverse what's happened. These men want their wives and daughters back." There was a rumble of agreement at this from the invaders. "So stand aside, tenderfoot," Evie said, still doing the Duke. "I reckon—" "Oh, shut up," Michaela said. Evie's eyes flew wide, as if she had been unexpectedly slapped. Michaela stepped forward, fixing Frank with a stare that burned. "Do I look sleepy to you, Mr. Geary?" "I don't care what you are," said Frank. "We're not here for you." This raised another chorus of agreement. "You ought to care. I'm wide awake. So is Angel. She woke us up, breathed into us, and woke us up." "Which is what we want for all the women," Frank said, and this brought a louder chorus of agreement. The impatience that Michaela read on the faces of the men gathered before her was close to hate. "If you're really awake, you should get that. It's not rocket science." "You don't get it, Mr. Geary. She was able to do that because Angel and I weren't in cocoons. Your wives and daughters are. That's not rocket science either." Silence. She finally had their attention, and Clint allowed himself to hope. Carson Struthers spoke one flat word. "Bullshit." Michaela shook her head. "You stupid, willful man. All of you stupid and willful. Evie Black isn't a woman, she's a supernatural being. Don't you understand that yet, after all that's happened? Do you think doctors can take DNA from a supernatural being, put her in an MRI tube, and figure out how she ticks? All the men who have died here, it was for nothing. Pete Ordway raised a Garand rifle. I could put a bullet in you, ma'am, and stop your mouth. Tempted to do it. Put it down, Pete. Frank could feel this thing dancing on the edge of control. Here were men with guns faced with a seemingly insoluble problem. To them, the easiest way to deal with it would be to shoot it to pieces. He knew this because he felt it himself. Norcross, have your people stand aside. I want a good look at her. Clint stepped back, one arm around Willie Burke to hold him up, and one hand laced through Jared's fingers. Michaela flanked Jared on the other side. Angel stood defiantly in front of the soft cell for a moment, shielding Evie with her body, but when Michaela took her hand and pulled gently, Angel gave in and stood beside her. Better not hurt her, Angel said. Her voice was trembling. Tears stood in her eyes. Just better not, you bastards. She's a fucking goddess. Frank took 3 steps forward, not knowing or caring if his remaining men followed. He looked at Evie so long and hard that Clint turned to look himself. The greenery that had twined in her hair was gone. Her naked body was beautiful, but in no way extraordinary. Her pubic hair was a dark triangle above the joining of her thighs. What the fuck? Carson Struthers said. Wasn't she just green? It's nice to finally make your acquaintance in person, ma'am, Frank said. Thank you, said Evie. Bold nakedness notwithstanding, she sounded as shy as a schoolgirl. Her eyes were downcast. Do you like it, Frank, putting animals in cages? I only cage those that need to be caged, said Frank, and for the first time in days, he really smiled. If there was one thing he knew, it was that wild went 2 ways. The danger a wild animal presented to others, and the danger that others presented to a wild animal. In general, he cared more about keeping the animals safe from the people. And I've come to let you out of yours. I want to take you to doctors who can examine you. Would you allow me to do that? I think not, Evie said. They would find nothing and change nothing. Remember the story of the golden goose? When the men cut it open, there was nothing inside but guts. Frank sighed and shook his head. He doesn't believe her because he doesn't want to believe her, Clint thought, because he can't afford to believe her. Not after all he's done. Ma'am? Why don't you call me Evie? She said. I don't like this formality. I thought we had a lovely little rapport when we talked on the phone, Frank. But her eyes were still downcast. Clint wondered what was in them that she had to hide. Doubt about her mission here? That was probably wishful thinking, but possible. Hadn't Jesus Christ himself prayed to have the cup taken from his lips? As, he supposed, Frank wished that scientists at the CDC would take the cup from his. That they would look at Evie's scans and blood work and DNA and say, aha. Evie it is, Frank said. This inmate, he tilted his head toward Angel, who was staring at him with wrath. She says that you're a goddess. Is that true? No, Evie said. At Clint's side, Willie began to cough and rub the left side of his chest. This other woman, this time the tilt went toward Michaela, she says you're a supernatural being. And Frank didn't like to say it aloud, to get close to the fury that it could lead to, but he had to. You knew things about me that you couldn't have known. Plus, she can float, Jared blurted. You may have noticed that. She levitated. I saw it. We all did. Evie looked at Michaela. You're wrong about me, you know. I am a woman, and in most ways like any other. Like the ones these men love. Although love is a dangerous word when it comes from men. Quite often they don't mean the same thing as women do when they say it. Sometimes they mean they'll kill for it. Sometimes when they say it, they don't mean much of anything. Which, of course, most women come to know. Some with resignation, many with sorrow. When a man says he loves you, that means he wants to get his pecker up inside your pants, Angel put in helpfully. Evie returned her attention to Frank and the men standing behind him. The women you want to save are at this very moment living their lives in another place. Happy lives, by and large, although of course most miss their little boys and some miss their husbands and fathers. I won't say they never behave badly, they are far from saints, but for the most part they're in harmony. In that world, Frank, no one ever pulls your daughter's favorite shirt, shouts in her face, embarrasses her, or terrifies her by putting his fist through the wall. They're alive? Carson Struthers asked. Do you swear it, woman? Do you swear to God? Yes, Evie said. I swear to your God and every God. How do we get them back, then? Not by poking me or prodding me or taking my blood. Those things wouldn't work, even if I were to allow them. What will? Evie spread her arms wide. Her eyes flickered, the pupils expanding to black diamonds, the irises roiling from pale green to brilliant amber, turning to cat's eyes. Kill me, she said. Kill me and they'll awake. Every woman on earth. I swear this is true. Like a man in a dream, Frank raised his rifle. 4. Clint stepped in front of Evie. No, Dad, no! Jared screamed. Clint took no notice. She's lying, Geary. She wants you to kill her. Not all of her. I think part of her has changed her mind, but it's what she came here to do. What she was sent here to do. Next you'll be saying she wants to be hung on a cross, Pete Ordway said. Stand aside, Doc. Clint didn't. It's a test. If we pass it, there's a chance. If we don't, if you do what she expects you to do, the door closes. This will be a world of men until all the men are gone. He thought of the fights he'd had growing up, battling not for milkshakes, not really, but just for a little sun and space, a little room to fucking breathe, to grow. He thought of Shannon, his old friend, who had depended on him to pull her out of that purgatory as much as he had depended on her. He had done so to the best of his ability, and she had remembered. Why else would she have given her daughter his last name? But he still owed a debt. To Shannon for being a friend, to Lila for being a friend and his wife and his son's mother. And those who were with him, here in front of Evie's cell, they also had women to whom they owed debts. Yes, even Angel. It was time to pay off. The fight he'd wanted was over. Clint was punched out, and he hadn't won a thing. Not yet. He held his hands out to either side, palms up, and beckoned. Evie's last defenders came and stood in a line in front of her cell. Even Willie, who appeared on the verge of passing out. Jared stood next to Clint, and Clint put a hand on his son's neck. Then, very slowly, he picked up the M4. He handed it to Michaela, whose mother slept in a cocoon not far from where they now stood. Listen to me, Frank. Evie's told us that if you don't kill her, if you just let her go, there's a chance the women can come back. He's lying, Evie said. But now that he couldn't see her, Frank heard something in her voice that gave him pause. It sounded like anguish. Enough bullshit, Pete Ordway said and spat on the floor. We lost a lot of good men getting this far. Let's just take her. We can decide what comes next later. Clint lifted Willie's rifle. He did so reluctantly, but he did it. Michaela turned to Evie. Whoever sent you here thinks this is how men solve all their problems. Isn't that right? Evie made no reply. Michaela had an idea that the remarkable creature in the soft cell was being torn in ways she had never expected when she appeared in the woods above that rusted trailer. She turned back to the armed men, now halfway down the corridor. Their guns were pointed. At this range, their bullets would shred the little group in front of the strange woman. Michaela raised her weapon. It doesn't have to go this way. Show her it doesn't have to. Which means doing what? Frank asked. It means letting her go back to where she came from, Clint said. Not on your life, said Drew T. Barry. And that was when Willie Burke's knees buckled and he went down, no longer breathing. 5. Frank handed his rifle to Ordway. He needs CPR. I took the course last summer. Clint pointed his rifle at Frank's chest. No. Frank stared at him. Man, are you crazy? Step back, Michaela said, pointing her own gun at Frank. She didn't know what Clint was doing, but she had an idea he was playing the last card in his hand. In our hand, she thought. Let's shoot 'em all, Carson Struthers said. He sounded near hysterics. That devil woman, too. Stand down, Frank said. And to Clint, you're just going to let him die? What would that prove? Evie can save him, Clint said. Can't you, Evie? The woman in the cell said nothing. Her head was lowered, her hair obscuring her face. Geary, if she saves him, will you let her go? That old cocksucker's faking, Carson Struthers shouted. It's all a setup they planned. Frank began. Can I just check if... Okay, yes, Clint said. But be quick. Brain damage starts after 3 minutes, and I don't know if even a supernatural being could reverse that. Frank hurried to Willie, dropped to one knee, and put his fingers to the old man's throat. He looked up at Clint. His clock's stopped. I should start CPR. A minute ago, you were ready to kill him, Reed Barrows grumbled. Officer Treat, who thought he had witnessed some shit in Afghanistan, groaned. I don't understand any of this. Just tell me what it's going to take to get my kid back, and I'll do it. To whom exactly this statement was directed was unclear. No CPR. Clint turned to Evie, who stood with her head down, which he thought was good because she couldn't help seeing the man on the floor. This is Willie Burke, said Clint. His country told him to serve, and he served. These days, he goes out with the volunteer fire department to fight brush fires in the spring. They do it without pay. He helps at every bean supper the Ladies' Aid puts on for indigent families the state is too chintzy to support. He coaches Pop Warner football in the fall. He was a good coach, too, Jared said. His voice was thick with tears. Clint continued. He took care of his sister for 10 years when she was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's. He fed her. He brought her back when she took it into her head to wander. He changed her shitty diapers. He came out here to defend you because he wanted to do the right thing by you and by his conscience. He never hurt a woman in his life. Now he's dying. Maybe you'll let him. After all, he's just another man, right? Someone was coughing on the smoke drifting down Broadway. For a moment there was no other sound. Then Evie Black shrieked. Lights burst in their overhead cages. Cell doors that had been locked slammed open and then banged shut in a sound that was like iron hands applauding. Several of the men in Frank's group screamed, one of them in a pitch so high that he sounded like a little girl of 6 or 7. Ordway turned and ran. His footfalls echoed through the cinder-block halls. Pick him up, Evie said. Her cell door had opened with the others, if, that was, it had ever been locked in the first place. Clint had no doubt that she could have left whenever she wished, at any time during the last week. The rats had only been part of her theater. Clint and Jared Norcross lifted Willie's limp form. He was heavy, but Evie took him as if he were no more than a bag of goose feathers. You played on my heart, she said to Clint. That was a cruel thing to do, Dr. Norcross. Her face was solemn, but he thought that he saw a glint of amusement in her eyes, maybe even merriment. She encircled Willie's considerable waistline with her left arm and placed her right hand on the matted, sweat-soaked hair at the back of the old man's head. Then she pressed her mouth to his. Willie shuddered all over. His arms lifted to encircle Evie's back. For a moment, the old man and the young woman remained in a deep embrace. Then she let him go and stood back. How do you feel, Willie? Damn good, Willie Burke said. He sat up. My God, Reed Barrows said. He looks 20 years younger. I ain't been kissed like that since I was in high school, said Willie. If ever. Ma'am, I think you saved my life. I thank you for that, but I think the kiss was even better. Evie began to smile. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I rather liked it myself, although it wasn't as good as beating Boomtown. Clint's blood was no longer up. Exhaustion and Evie's latest miracle had cooled it. He looked on the rage he had felt so recently like a man looking at a stranger who has broken into his house and cluttered the kitchen while making himself an extravagant and gluttonous breakfast. He felt sad and regretful and terribly tired. He wished he could just go home, sit beside his wife, share space with her, and not have to say a word. "Geary," Clint said. Frank was slow to look at him, like a man shaking off a daze. "Let her go. It's the only way." "Maybe, but even that's not sure, is it?" "No," Clint agreed. "What in this fucked up life is?" Angel spoke up then.
"Bad times and good times," she said. "Bad times and good. All the rest is just horse shit in the barn."
"I thought it would take at least until Thursday, but—" Evie laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "I forgot how fast men can move when they set their minds to a thing." "Sure," Michaela said. "Just think of the Manhattan Project." 6. At 10 minutes past 8 on that fine morning, a line of 6 vehicles drove down West Lavin Road, while behind them the prison smoldered like a discarded cigar butt in an ashtray. They turned onto Balls Hill Road. Unit 2 led the way with its flashers turning slowly. Frank was behind the wheel. Clint was in the shotgun seat. Behind them sat Evie Black, exactly where she had been sitting after Lila arrested her. Then she had been half naked. On this return trip, she was wearing a dueling correctional red top. "How we're ever going to explain this to the state police, I don't know," Frank said. "Lot of men dead. Lot of men wounded." "Right now, everyone's got their hands full with Aurora," Clint said. "And probably half of them aren't even showing up. When all the women come back, if they come back, no one will care." From behind them, Evie spoke quietly. "The mothers will. The wives. The daughters. Who do you think cleans up the battlefields after the shooting stops?" 7. Unit 2 stopped in the lane leading to Truman Mayweather's trailer, where yellow crime scene tape still fluttered. The other vehicles, 2 more police cruisers, 2 civilian cars, and Carson Struthers' pickup truck pulled up behind them. "Now what?" Clint asked. "Now we'll see," Evie said. "If one of these men doesn't change his mind and shoot me after all, that is." "That won't happen," Clint replied, not nearly as confident as he sounded. Doors slammed. For the moment, the trio in Unit 2 sat where they were. "Tell me something, Evie," Frank said. "If you're just the emissary, who's in charge of this rodeo? Some, I don't know, life force? Big Mama Earth, maybe, hitting the reset button?" "Do you mean the great lesbian in the sky?" Evie asked. "A short, heavy-set deity wearing a mauve pantsuit and sensible shoes. Isn't that the image most men get when they think a woman is trying to run their lives?" "I don't know." Frank felt listless, done up. He missed his daughter. He even missed Elaine. He didn't know what had happened to his anger. It was like his pocket had torn, and it had fallen out somewhere along the way. "What comes to mind when you think about men, smartass?" "Guns," she said. "Clint, there appear to be no door handles back here." "Don't let that stop you," he said. She didn't. One of the back doors opened, and Evie Black stepped out. Clint and Frank joined her, one on each side, and Clint was reminded of the Bible classes he'd been forced to attend at one foster home or another. Jesus on the cross, with the disbelieving bad guy on one side and the good thief on the other, the one who would, according to the dying Messiah, shortly join him in paradise. Clint remembered thinking that the poor guy probably would have settled for parole and a chicken dinner. "I don't know what force sent me here," she said. "I only know I was called, and—" "You came," Clint finished. "Yes, and now I'll go back." "What do we do?" asked Frank. Evie turned to him, and she was no longer smiling. "You'll do the job usually reserved for women. You'll wait." She drew in a deep breath. "Oh, the air smells so fresh after that prison." She walked past the clustered men as if they weren't there, and took Angel by the shoulders. Angel looked up at her with shining eyes. "You did well," Evie said, "and I thank you from my heart." Angel blurted, "I love you, Evie." "I love you too," said Evie, and kissed her lips. Evie walked toward the ruins of the meth shed. Beyond it sat the fox, its brush curled around its paws, panting and looking at her with bright eyes. She followed it, and then the men followed her. 8. "Dad," Jared said in a voice that was little more than a whisper, "do you see it? Tell me you see it." "Oh my God," Deputy Treat said. "What is that?" They stared at the tree with its many twisting trunks and its flocks of exotic birds. It rose so high that the top could not be seen. Clint could feel a force radiating out from it like a strong electric current. The peacock spread his tail for their admiration, and when the white tiger appeared from the other side, its belly swishing in the high grass, several guns were raised. "Lower those weapons!" Frank shouted. The tiger lay down, its remarkable eyes peering at them through the high grass. The guns were lowered, all but one. "Wait here," Evie said. "If the women of Dueling come back, all the women of Earth come back?" Clint asked. "That's how it works?" "Yes. The women of this town stand for all women, and it must be all of your women who come back. Through there." She pointed at a split in the tree. "If even one refuses—" She didn't have to finish. Moths flew and fluttered around her head in a kind of diadem. "Why would they want to stay?" Reed Barrows asked, sounding honestly bewildered. Angel's laugh was as harsh as a crow's caw.
"I got a better question. If they built up a good thing, like Evie says, why would they want to leave?"
Evie started toward the tree, the long grass wickering against her red pants, but stopped when she heard the snap-clack of someone racking a shell into the chamber of a rifle. A Weatherby, as it happened. Drew T. Barry was the only man who hadn't lowered his gun at Frank's command, but he wasn't pointing it at Evie. He was pointing it at Michaela. "You go with her," he said. "Put it down, Drew," said Frank. "No." Michaela looked at Evie. "Can I go with you to wherever it is, without being in one of the cocoons?" "Of course," Evie said. Michaela returned her attention to Barry. She no longer looked afraid. Her brow was furrowed in puzzlement. "But why?" "Call it insurance," said Drew T. Barry. "If she's telling the truth, maybe you can persuade your mother, and your mother can persuade the rest of them. I'm a strong believer in insurance." Clint saw Frank raising a pistol. Barry's attention was fixed on the women, and it would have been an easy shot, but Clint shook his head. In a low voice, he said, "There's been enough killing." Besides, Clint thought, maybe Mr. Double Indemnity is right. Evie and Michaela walked past the white tiger to the split in the tree, where the fox sat waiting for them. Evie stepped in without hesitation and was lost to sight. Michaela hesitated, and then followed. The remaining men who had attacked the prison, and those remaining who had defended it, settled down to wait. At first they paced, but as time passed and nothing happened, most of them sat down in the high grass. Not Angel. She strode back and forth, as if she couldn't get enough of being beyond the confines of her cell, and the woodshop, and the booth, and Broadway. The tiger was dozing. Once Angel approached it, and Clint held his breath. She was truly insane. It raised its head when Angel dared to stroke its back, but then the great head dropped back to its paws, and those amazing eyes closed.
"It's purring,"
she called to them, in what sounded like exultation. The sun rose to the roof of the sky and seemed to pause there. "I don't think it's going to happen," Frank said. "And if it doesn't, I'm going to spend the rest of my life wishing I'd killed her." Clint said, "I don't think it's been decided yet." "Yeah? How do you know?" It was Jared who answered. He pointed at the tree. "Because that's still there. If it disappears or turns into an oak or a weeping willow, Then you can give up." They waited. Chapter 17. 1. In the Shopwell supermarket, where the meetings were traditionally held, Evie spoke to a large gathering of those who now called our place home. It didn't take long for her to speak her piece, which boiled down to one thing. It was their choice. If you stay here, every woman, from Dueling to Marrakesh, will appear in this world, in the place where they fell asleep, free to begin again, free to raise their children the way they want to, free to make peace. It's a good deal, or so it seems to me. But you can go, and if you do, every woman will awaken where they fell asleep in the world of men. But you all must go. "What are you?" Janice Coates, holding Michaela tight, spoke to Evie over her daughter's shoulder. "Who gave you this power?" Evie smiled. A green light hovered around her. "I'm just an old woman who looks young for the time being, and I don't have any power. Like the fox, I'm only an emissary. It's you, all of you, who have the power." "Well," Blanche McIntyre said, "let's talk it out, like a jury, because I guess that's what we are." "Yes," Lila said, "but not here." 2. It took until the afternoon to gather the inhabitants of the New World. Messengers were sent to every corner of the town to call forth the women who hadn't been at the supermarket. They walked from Main Street in a quiet column and climbed up Ball's Hill. Blanche McIntyre's feet were bothering her, so Mary Pack drove her in one of the golf carts. Blanche held Andy Jones, the infant orphan, bundled in a blue blanket, and told him a very short story. "Once upon a time, there was a little guy who went here and there, and every lady in the place loved him." Tufts of green were sprouting. It was cold, but spring was on the verge. They had almost caught up to the time of year it had been in the old world when they had left. The realization surprised Blanche. It felt to her as though a far longer period had elapsed. When they left the road and started up the moth-lined path through the woods, the fox appeared to conduct them the rest of the way. 3. Once Evie's terms had been re-explained for those who needed to be caught up, Michaela Coates stood on a milk crate, donned her reporter's hat, perhaps for the last time, perhaps not, and told them all what had happened on the outside. "Dr. Norcross convinced the vigilantes to stand down," she said. "A number of men gave their lives before reason prevailed." "Who died?" one woman shouted out. "Please say my Micah wasn't one of them." "What about Lawrence Hicks?" asked another. There was a babble of questioning voices. Lila raised her hands. "Ladies, ladies!" "I ain't no lady," grumbled an ex-inmate named Frida Elkins. "Speak for yourself, Chief." "I can't tell you who's dead," Michaela resumed, "because during most of the fighting I was stuck in the prison. I know that Garth Flickinger is dead, and—" She was about to mention Barry Holden, then saw his wife and remaining daughters looking at her expectantly, and lost her nerve. "And that's about all I know. But I can tell you that all the boy, children, and infants in Dueling are fine and well," praying with all her heart that this was so. The audience erupted in cheers, whoops, and applause. When Michaela was finished, Janice Coates took her place, and explained that everyone would be given a turn to make her choice known. "For myself," she said, "I vote with some regret to return. This is a much better place than the one we left, and I believe the sky is the limit. Without men, we make decisions fairly and with less fuss. We share resources with less argument. There has been very little in the way of violence among the members of our community. Women have irritated me my entire life, but they have nothing on men." Her personal irony that her own husband, poor Archie, bounced from life by that early heart attack, was such an equable, sensible man, she did not mention. Exceptions were not the point. The point was the general case. The point was history. Where Janice's features had once been lean, now they were burned down to the bone. Her white hair flowed down her back. Plunged in their sockets, her eyes had a distant shine. It struck Michaela that her mother, no matter how straight she stood or how clearly she spoke, had become ill. "You need a doctor, Mom." "However," Janice went on, "I also believe I owe it to Dr. Norcross to go back. He risked his life, and the others risked theirs, for the women of the prison when I doubt many others would have. Related to that, I want to make it known to you women who are inmates at the prison that I will do whatever I can to see your sentences commuted, or at the very least, lessened. And if you want to double time it for the Hills, I will inform the authorities in Charleston and Wheeling that I believe you were killed in the attack." Those former prisoners came forward in a block. There were fewer than there had been that morning. Kitty McDavid, among others, had vanished without a trace, except for a brief flurry of moths. No doubt remained about what that might mean. Those women were dead in both worlds. Men had killed them. And yet every single inmate voted to go back. This might have surprised a man, but it didn't surprise Warden Janice Coates, who knew a telling statistical fact. When women escaped prison, most were recaptured almost immediately, because they did not usually double time it for the Hills, as men were wont to do. What women did was go home. First on the minds of the former inmates who spoke at that final meeting were the male children in that other world. For example, Celia Frode. Celia said Nell's boys would need mothering, and even if Celia had to go back to lockup, Nell's sister could be counted on to stand for them. But Nell's sister won't be much use to them if she's asleep, will she? Claudia Stevenson spoke to the ground so softly that the crowd called for her to repeat herself. "I don't want to hold anybody down," she repeated. "I'll go along with the majority." The First Thursdays also voted to return. "It's better here," Gail said, speaking for all of them. "Janice is right about that, but it's not really our place. It's someplace else. And who knows, maybe all that's apparently happened over there will make that place better." Michaela thought she was probably right, but likely just in the short term. Men promised never to raise another hand to their wives or children often enough, and meant it at the time, but were only able to keep their promises for a month or two, if that. The rage came around again, like a recurring bout of malaria. Why would this be different? Large, cool gusts rippled through the high grass. V-shaped flocks of geese, returning from the uninhabited south, crossed the blue pane above the crowd. It feels like a funeral, Mary Pack thought. It was so undeniable, like death was, bright enough to scald your eyes, cool enough to go through your coat and your sweater and raise goosebumps along your skin. When it was her turn, she said, "I want to find out what it feels like to really fall in love with a boy." This confession surely would have sundered Jared Norcross's heart had he been present to hear it. "I know the world's easier for men, and it's lousy and it's stacked, but I want a chance at a regular life like I always expected to have. And maybe that's selfish, but that's what I want, okay? I might even want to have a baby. And that's all I got." These last words broke apart into sobs, and Mary stepped down, waving away the women who tried to comfort her. Magda Dubček said that of course she had to go back. "Anton needs me." Her smile was terrible in its innocence. Evie saw that smile, and her heart broke. From a spot a few yards distant, scraping his back against a pin oak, the fox eyed the blue bundle that was Andy Jones, nestled in the rear of the golf cart. The baby was fast asleep, unguarded. There it was, the dream of dreams. Forget the hen. Forget the whole fucking hen house. Forget all the hen houses that had ever been. The sweetest of all morsels, a human baby. Did he dare? Alas, he did not. He could only fantasize. But oh, what a fantasy. Pink and aromatic flesh like butter. One woman spoke of her husband. He was a great guy. He really, really was. Did his share, pulled for her, all that. Another woman talked about her songwriting partner. He was nobody's idea of a picnic, but there was a connection they had, a way they were in tune. He was words, she was music. Some just missed home. Carol Layton, the civics teacher at the high school, Said she wanted to eat a Kit Kat that wasn't stale, and sit on her couch and watch a movie on Netflix and pet her cat. My experiences with men have been 100% lousy, but I am not cut out for starting over in a new world. Maybe I'm a coward for that, but I can't pretend. She was not alone in her wish for ordinary creature comforts left behind. Mostly it was the sons, though, that drew them back. A new start for every woman in the world was goodbye forever to their precious sons, and they couldn't bear that. This also made Evie's heart break, too. Sons killed sons. Sons killed daughters. Sons left guns out where other sons could find them and accidentally shoot themselves or their sisters. Sons burned forests, and sons dumped chemicals into the earth as soon as the EPA inspectors left. Sons didn't call on birthdays. Sons didn't like to share. Sons hit children, choked girlfriends. Sons figured out they were bigger and never forgot it. Sons didn't care about the world they left for their sons or for their daughters, although they said they did when the time came to run for office. The snake glided down the tree and drooped into the blackness, lolling before Evie. "I saw what you did," she said to it. "I saw how you distracted Jeanette, and I hate you for it." The snake said nothing in return. Snakes do not need to justify their behavior. Elaine Nutting stood beside her daughter, but she wasn't present, not really. In her mind, she was still seeing the dead woman's wet eyes. They were almost gold, those eyes, and very deep. The look in them wasn't angry, just insistent. Elaine couldn't deny those eyes. "A son," the woman had said. "I have a son." "Elaine?" someone asked. It was time for her to make a decision. "I have things I need to do," Elaine said. She put her arm around Nana. "And my daughter loves her father." Nana hugged her back. "Lila," asked Janice, "what about you?" They all turned to her, and Lila understood she could talk them out of it, if she wanted to. She could ensure the safety of this new world and destroy the old one. It would only take a few words. She could say, "I love you all, and I love what we made here. Let's not lose it." She could say, "I'm going to lose my husband, no matter how heroic he may have tried to be, and I don't want to lose this." She could say, "You women will never be what you were and what they expect, because part of you will always be here, where you were truly free. You'll carry our place with you from now on, and because of that, you will always mystify them." Except really, when had men not been mystified by women? They were the magic that men dreamed of, and sometimes their dreams were nightmares. The mighty blue sky had faded. The last streaks of light were magnesium smears above the hills. Evie was watching Lila, knowing it all came down to her. "Yeah," she told them. "Yeah. Let's go back and get those guys in shape." They cheered. Evie cried. 4. By twos they departed, as if from the Ark beached on Ararat. Blanche and baby Andy, Claudia and Celia, Elaine and Nana, Mrs. Ransom and Platinum Elway. They went hand in hand, carefully stepping over the giant riser of a gnarled root, and then into the deep night inside the tree. In the space between there was a glimmer, but it was diffuse, as if the light source came from around a corner. But the corner of what? It deepened the shadows without revealing much of anything. What each traveler did recall was noise and a feeling of warmth. Inside that faintly lit passage there was a crackling reverberation, a tickling sensation over the skin, like moths' wings brushing. And then they awakened on the other side of the tree, in the world of men, their cocoons melting away. But there were no moths, not this time. Magda Dubček sat up in the hospital room where the police had conveyed her body, after they discovered her asleep in the room with the body of her dead son. She wiped the webbing from her eyes, astonished to see a whole ward of women rising up from their hospital beds, tearing at the shreds of their cocoons in an orgy of resurrection. 5. Lila watched the tree shed its glossy leaves, as if it were weeping. They sifted to the ground and formed shiny mounds. Strings of moss slid down, whooshing from the branches. She watched a parrot, its marvelous green wings banded with silver marks, arise from the tree and pierce the sky. Watched it flap right into the dark and cease to be. Whorls of speckles, not unlike the Dutch elm that Anton had warned her about, rapidly spread along the tree's roots. There was a sick smell in the air, like rot. She knew that the tree had become infested, that something was devouring it from the inside while it died on the outside. "See you back there, Miss Norcross," said Mary Pack, waving one hand, holding Molly's hand with the other. "You can call me Lila," said Lila, but Mary had already gone through. The fox trotted after them. In the end, it was Janice, Michaela, Lila, and Jeanette's body. Janice brought a shovel from one of the golf carts. The grave they made was only 3 feet deep, but Lila didn't think it mattered. This world wouldn't exist after they left it. There would be no animals to get at the body. They'd wrapped Jeanette in some coats and covered her face with an extra baby blanket. "It was an accident," Janice said. Lila bent down, scooped a handful of dirt, and tossed it on the shrouded figure in the hole. "The cops always say that after they shoot some poor black man or woman or child. She had a gun. She didn't mean to use it. She came to save the tree." "I know," said Janice. She patted Lila's shoulder. "But you didn't. Remember that." A thick branch of the tree moaned and cracked, smashing to the ground with an explosion of leaves. "I'd give anything to take it back," Lila said. She wasn't crying. For now, tears were beyond her. "I'd give my soul." "I think it's time to go," said Michaela. "While we still can." She took her mother's hand and drew her into the tree. 6. For a handful of minutes, Lila was the last woman in our place. She did not ponder this wonder, however. She had decided to be practical, starting right now. Her focus was on the dirt, on the shovel, and on filling the grave. Only when the work was done did she enter the dark of the tree and cross over. She went without looking back. Doing that, she felt, would break her fragile heart. Part 3. In the morning. The maid is not dead, but sleepeth. Matthew 9:24. 1. To most people in the weeks after the women awoke, the world seemed a bit like some dismal thrift store board game. There were pieces missing, not necessarily the important pieces, but definitely some that you'd like to have had. You sensed that, at the very least, certain cards that might have helped you to victory were absent. Grief was everywhere, like a disfigurement. But what did you do when you lost a wife, or a daughter, or your husband? Unless you were like Terry Coombs, and some were, you lived with the loss and went on playing the game. Pudge Marone, bartender and owner of the Squeak, had lost a piece of himself and learned to live with it. His right thumb now ended below the knuckle. It took him a while to lose the habit of reaching for beer taps with that hand, but he made do. Then he received an offer for the building from a guy who wanted to open a TGI Fridays franchise. Pudge told himself the squeaky wheel would never have recovered from Aurora anyway, and the payday was not bad. Certain people, Don Peters, for instance, were not missed much at all. They were so completely forgotten it was like they never existed. The wreck of the Peters property was sold at auction. Johnny Lee Kronsky's few possessions were bagged up with the trash, but his grim apartment remains unoccupied to this day. Van had left the door open when she left Fritz Michaum's house that last day of Aurora, and after he had been dead a day or two, the turkey vultures came in and helped themselves to the free buffet. Smaller birds came inside to harvest Fritz's wiry red beard for nesting materials. Eventually, an enterprising bear dragged the carcass outside. In time, insects polished his skeleton clean, and the sun bleached his overalls white. Nature made use of him, and, as was her way, managed to make something beautiful, a bone sculpture. When Magda Dubček learned what had happened to Anton, the blood on her bedroom carpet told most of the story. She bitterly regretted her vote to come back. "What a mistake I have made," she said to herself too many times to count, over too many rum and cokes to count. To Magda, her Anton wasn't a piece, or 2 pieces, or 3 pieces. To her, he was the whole game. Blanche McIntyre tried to get Magda involved in volunteering. There were so many children who had lost a parent and needed help, and she invited her to join the book club, but Magda wasn't interested. "There is no happy ending for me here," she said. On long, sleepless nights, she drank and watched Boardwalk Empire. When she finished that one, she moved on to The Sopranos. She filled the empty hours with stories of mean men doing mean things. 2. For Blanche, there was a happy ending. She awoke in Dorothy's apartment, on the floor where she had fallen asleep a few days before, and peeled herself out of the remains of her decaying cocoon. Her friends were there, too, likewise coming around and tearing themselves free. But one thing was different. Andy Jones. The baby was not in Blanche's arms, as he had been when she entered the tree. He was asleep in a crude crib made of woven twigs on the floor nearby. "Holy shit," Dorothy said. "The kid! Yippee!" Blanche took it as a sign. Tiffany Jones Daycare was built on the site of a home that had burned down during Aurora. The project was financed from Blanche's retirement fund and from that of her new boyfriend, which, in Willie Burke's case, had been accruing without interest in the lining of his yellowed mattress since 1973, and from many community donations. In the wake of Aurora, it seemed that many more people were charitably inclined than had previously been the case. The Norcross family was particularly generous, in spite of their difficulties. On the sign outside, below Tiffany's name, was a picture of a crib made of woven twigs. Blanche and her staff accepted any child between the ages of 1 month and 4 years, regardless of the parents' ability to pay. After Aurora, it was small community operations like Blanche's, in large part funded and staffed by men, that began the movement that led to the establishment of a universal childcare program. Many men seemed to understand that a rebalancing was necessary. They had, after all, been warned. Blanche thought once or twice of the novel they had met to talk about on that last night before everything changed. The story of a girl who told a lie that changed many lives. Blanche often considered the penance that weighed so heavily on that girl's life. She, Blanche, did not feel that she owed any such penance. She was a decent person, had been a decent person all along, a hard worker and a good friend. She had always been good to the inmates of the prison. The daycare was not about atonement. It was about decency. It was natural, obvious, and essential. If the board game was missing pieces, it was sometimes, often even, possible to make new ones. Blanche had met Willie when he showed up at the door of the daycare, then still undergoing renovations, with a wad of $50 bills. "What's this now?" she asked. "My share," he said. Except it wasn't. Mere money wasn't enough. If he wanted to share, he'd have to do his share. "Kids crap so much," Willie observed to Blanche one evening after they had been courting for a while. She was standing by her Prius, waiting for him to finish dragging 2 straining, translucent bags of used diapers to the bed of his truck. They would be washed at Tiny Tot Laundry in Maylock. Blanche had no intention of filling a landfill with used Pampers. Willie had lost weight and bought new suspenders. Blanche had thought he was cute before, but now, with his beard trimmed and those pesky eyebrows, he was downright handsome. "If you die on me, Willie," said Blanche, "we're going to have fun with the obituary. Willie Burke died doing what he loved, transporting poopy diapers across a parking lot." She blew him a kiss. 3. Jared Norcross volunteered at Tiffany Jones Daycare the following summer, and part-time during his senior year. He liked helping out. The kids were sort of demented. They made dirt castles and licked walls and rolled in puddles, and that was just when they were happy. But he was endlessly fascinated, like so many before him, at the easy way the boys and the girls played together. So what changed later on? Why did they suddenly split into largely separate playgroups almost as soon as they began organized school? Was it chemical? Genetic? Jared didn't accept that. People were more complex. People had root systems, and their root systems had root systems. He had an inkling that in college he might like to study child behavior and eventually become a psychiatrist, like his father. These thoughts comforted Jared and distracted him when he needed distracting, which was, during that period of his life, almost all the time. His parents' marriage was breaking up, and Mary was dating Molly Ransom's older cousin, a lacrosse star at a high school in the next county. He had seen them together once, Mary and her guy. They had been sitting at a picnic table outside an ice cream parlor, feeding each other ice cream cones. It could only have been more horrible if they were having sex. Molly bird-dogged him once, heading out of his house. "What's going on, dude? Mary and Jeff are coming over. You want to hang with us?" The little girl had braces now, and it seemed like she'd grown about 7 feet. Soon the boys who didn't want to play with her after school would be chasing her for maybe a kiss. "I wish I could," Jared said. "So why can't you?" Molly asked. "Broken heart," Jared said, and winked. "I know you'll never love me, Molly." "Oh, please, get a life," she said, and rolled her eyes. Sometimes Jared's steps carried him past the empty house where he'd hidden Mary and Molly and Mom. He and Mary had been a sweet team, he thought, but she had put all that firmly into the past. "It's just a whole different world now, you know," Mary had told him, as if that was any consolation or explained anything at all. Jared told himself that she had no idea what she was missing, but decided, gloomily, that she probably wasn't missing anything. 4. Cocoons, it turned out, could float. 3 women, passengers on the flight that had crashed in the Atlantic Ocean, awoke in their webs on a rocky beach in Nova Scotia. Their cocoons were wet, but the women inside them were dry. They walked to an empty rescue station and called directory assistance for help. This item was relegated to the back pages of newspapers and webzines if reported at all. In the shadow of that year's major miracle, such minor ones were of little interest. 5. To find one's husband dead inside an exhaust-filled garage was a terrible way to return home. Rita Coombs had some bad moments after that. Despair, terror of a single life, and of course her own sleepless nights when it seemed the next day would never come. Terry had been steady, smart, and genial. That he had bogged down in a depression so hideous and encompassing that he had taken his own life was hard to square with her experience of the man who had been her partner and the father of her child. She wept until she was sure all the tears were gone, and then more tears came. A fellow named Geary visited her one afternoon to offer his condolences. Rita knew, though there were conflicting stories, and a desire to protect everyone involved had thrown a hush over the details of the event, that it was Geary who had directed the attack on the prison. But his manner was soft-spoken and kind. He insisted she call him Frank. "What happened to my husband, Frank?" Frank Geary said that he believed Terry just couldn't bear it. Everything was out of hand, and he knew it, but he couldn't stop it. The only thing he could stop was himself. She gathered herself and asked one of the questions that plagued her on her sleepless nights. "Mr. Geary, my husband, he had a little bit of a drinking problem. Was he—" "Sober the whole time," Frank said. He raised his ringless left hand. "My word on it. Hand to God." 6. Aurora's mass outbreaks of violence and property damage, plus the disappearance of so many women, resulted in massive restructuring of the insurance industry nationwide and worldwide. Drew T. Barry and the team at Drew T. Barry Indemnity wrote it out as well as any company in America, and managed to facilitate life insurance settlements for both Nate McGee's widow and Eric Glass's parents. Since both had died in the midst of an unauthorized assault on a penal institution, this had been no small feat. But Drew T. Barry was no mean insurance agent. It was less difficult to achieve remuneration for the relatives, near and distant, of the Honorable Oscar Silver, Barry and Gerda Holden, Linnie Mars, Officer Vern Wrangle, Dr. Garth Flickinger, Officer Rand Quigley, Officer Tig Murphy, and Officer Billy Wettermore, all of whom, it could be legitimately claimed, had died under circumstances covered by their respective policies. Not that the various resolutions weren't a long and involved process. It was the work of years, work that would see Drew T. Barry's hair turn salty and his skin turn gray. And in the midst of it, during early mornings of emails and late nights of filings, Drew T. Barry lost his taste for hunting. It seemed decadent in juxtaposition to the seriousness of his work on behalf of the abandoned and the aggrieved. He'd sit in a stand and see, on the other end of his scope, a deer with a 10-point rack wander through the mist, and think to himself, Act of God insurance. Does that buck have Act of God insurance? Because to a deer, that's what getting shot must be, right? Will his children be taken care of? Can a dead buck with good insurance make a little dough? Of course not. The idea was even more ridiculous than the pun. So he sold his Weatherby, and even tried to become a vegetarian, although that didn't work out so well. Sometimes, after a day in the existential toils of the insurance biz, a man needed a pork chop. Loss changes you. Sometimes that's bad. Sometimes it's good. Either way, you eat your goddamn pork chop and go on. 7. Due to the absence of identification, Lowell and Maynard Greiner were buried in unmarked graves. Much later, when the Aurora craziness began to subside, not that it ever did entirely, their fingerprints were matched with the extensive sheets on file, and the brothers were officially declared dead. It was doubted by many, however, especially by folk who lived out in the breaks and hollers. Rumors abounded that Little Low and Maynard had made themselves a home in the shaft of an abandoned wildcat mine, that they were running Acapulco Gold further south under assumed names, that they drove the hills in a jacked-up midnight black Ford F-150 with a severed boar's head chained to the grill and Hank Williams Jr. blasting from the stereo. An award-winning author, a man who had lived in Appalachia as a young man and fled as soon as he turned 18, heard some of the legends from his relatives and used them as the basis of a children's picture book titled The Bad Stupid Brothers. In the picture book, they end up as miserable toads in Poopy Swamp. 8. The stream that the Bright Ones cult had dammed near their compound in Hatch, New Mexico, broke, and the waters ripped the community's buildings from their foundations. When the waters receded, the desert moved in. Sand covered up the few discarded weapons that had been overlooked by the feds, a few pages of their new nation's constitution, which declared their dominion over the lands and waters they had seized and their rights to bear arms, and the United States federal government's lack of standing to demand they pay their share of taxes, were speared on cactus needles. A graduate student studying botany, hiking to collect specimens of native desert plants, discovered several of these spiked pages. "Thank you, God," she cried and snatched them off the cactus. The graduate student's stomach was bothering her. She hustled off the mountain path, defecated, and used the providential papers to wipe herself. 9. To continue the march to her 30-year pension, Van Lampley took a job at the women's prison in Curly, which was where the vast majority of Dooling's surviving prisoners were shifted. Celia Frode ended up there, though not for long, paroled, and so did Claudia Stevenson. They were, by and large, a rough bunch at Curly Correctional, lots of tightly wired girls, lots of tough women with felony priors, but Van was up to it. One day, a white girl with faux gold teeth, cornrows, and a forehead tattoo, it said, "empty," in bleeding letters, asked Van how she got the limp. The inmate's sneer was both piggy and jovial. "I kicked a little too much ass," Van said, a harmless lie. She had kicked exactly the right amount of ass. The officer rolled up her sleeve to show the tattoo on her mighty left bicep, "Your Pride," etched on the gravestone with the wee arm. She turned the other way and rolled up the other sleeve. On her equally impressive right bicep, another gravestone had been inked. "All your fucking pride" was etched on this one. "Okay," the tough girl said, losing the sneer. "You're cool." "You better believe it,"
Van said. Now move along. Sometimes Van prayed with Claudia, now the ordained Reverend Stevenson. They prayed for forgiveness for their sins. They prayed for Ree's soul. They prayed for Jeanette's soul. They prayed for the babies and the mothers. They prayed for whatever needed praying on. What was she, Claudia? Van asked once. It's not what she was, Vanessa, said Reverend Stevenson. It's what we are. And what would that be? The Reverend was stern, very unlike the old Claudia, who would not say boo to a goose. Resolved to be better. Resolved to be stronger. Ready to do whatever we have to do. 10. It would have killed her, the cervical cancer that had been brewing in Janice Coates, but the clock on the other side of the tree had slowed its growth somehow. Also, her daughter had seen it on the other side of the tree. Michaela took her mother to an oncologist 2 days after the women awoke, and the warden was receiving chemotherapy 2 days after that. Janice acquiesced to Michaela's demand that she step down from her position immediately, allowing Michaela to make all the arrangements to take care of her, to order her to the doctor, to bed, and to take her meds on a regular basis. Michaela also made sure her mother stopped smoking. In Michaela's humble opinion, cancer was horseshit. She had lost her father at a young age, and she was still working through some of the emotional horseshit that had come with that. But horseshit abounded. Horseshit was something you had to shovel pretty much nonstop if you were a woman, and if you were a woman in television, you had to shovel it double time. Michaela could shovel it triple time. She had not driven home from D.C., rammed a bad biker's vintage ride, stayed awake for days smoking Garth Flickinger's meth, and survived a gruesome armed conflict in order to succumb to any variety of horseshit whatsoever, even if that horseshit was a disease that actually belonged to her mother. Following her course of chemo, when the clean scan came back that told them Janice was in remission, Michaela said to her mother, "All right, what are you going to do now? You need to stay active." Janice said Mickey was absolutely right. Her first plan, to drive Michaela to D.C. Her daughter needed to go back to work. "Are you ever going to try and report on what happened?" Janice asked her daughter. "Personal experience type of thing?" "I've thought about it, but..." "But?" "There were problems. That was the but. First, most people would say that the adventures of the women on the far side of the tree were horseshit. Second, they would say that no such supernatural creature as Evie Black had ever existed, and that Aurora had been caused by perfectly natural, if as yet undiscovered, means. Third, if certain authorities decided Michaela wasn't spouting horse shit, questions would be raised that the authorities in Dueling, especially former Chief Lila Norcross, could not answer. For a couple of days, Janice stayed with her daughter in the capital. The cherry blossoms were long gone. It was hot, but they did a lot of walking anyway. On Pennsylvania Avenue, they saw the president's motorcade, a train of gleaming black limos and SUVs, and went straight through without stopping. "Look," Michaela pointed. "Who gives a shit?" Janice said. "Just another swinging dick." 11. In Akron, Ohio, at the apartment he lived in with his Aunt Nancy, checks began to arrive, made out to Robert Sorley. The amounts were never large, $22 here, $16 there, but they added up. These checks were drawn from the account of a woman named Elaine Nutting. In the cards and letters that accompanied the checks, Elaine wrote to Bobby about his late mother, Jeanette, about the life of kindness and generosity and achievement that she had envisioned for him. Though Bobby had not known her as well as he had wanted, and because of her crime, had never quite been able to trust her while she was alive, Bobby had loved his mother. The impression she seemed to have made on Elaine Nutting convinced him that she had been good. Elaine's daughter, Nana, included drawings with some of her mother's letters. She was really talented. Bobby asked her to please draw him a picture of a mountain so he could look at it and think of the world beyond Akron, which wasn't such a bad place, but was, Akron. She did. It was a beauty. Streams, a monastery in a crook of a valley, birds circling, clouds lit from above, a winding footpath leading to the unseen far side. "Because you said please," Nana wrote. "Of course I said please," he wrote back to her.
Who doesn't say please? In her next letter, she wrote, I know a lot of boys who don't say please. I don't have room on this paper to write the names of all the boys I know who don't say please. In response, he wrote, I'm not one of those boys. They became regular correspondents and eventually planned to meet, which they did. 12. Clint never asked Lila if she'd taken a lover during her time on the other side of the tree. It was as though there was a universe inside her husband, an arrangement of meticulously detailed and landscaped planets hanging down from wires. The planets were ideas and people. He explored them and studied them and came to know them, except they didn't move, didn't rotate, didn't change over time the way actual bodies, astral and otherwise, did. Lila sort of understood that, knowing that once he'd lived a life where there had been nothing but movement and uncertainty, yet that didn't mean she had to like it, or accept it. And how it felt to have killed Jeanette sorely, accident though it had been, that was something he could never understand, and the few times he tried, she walked away fast, fists clenched, hating him. She did not know exactly what it was that she wanted, but it was not to be understood. Upon waking that first afternoon, Lila drove her cruiser from Mrs. Ransom's driveway directly to the still smoldering prison. Tiny bits of dissolving cocoon were still clinging to her skin. She organized the removal of the attackers' bodies and the sweeping up and disposal of police weapons and gear. The helpers she marshaled in this task were primarily the inmates of Dooling Correctional. These women, convicted criminals who had surrendered their freedom, virtually all of whom were survivors of domestic abuse, or survivors of addiction, or survivors of poverty, or survivors of mental illness, or some combination of all four, were not unaccustomed to distasteful labor. They did what they had to. Evie had given them a choice, and they had made it. When the state authorities finally turned their attention to Dooling Correctional, the cover story had been spread and codified among the people of the town and the prison. Marauders, a heavily armed blowtorch brigade, had laid siege, and Dr. Clinton Norcross and his officers had defended their position heroically, assisted by the police and by volunteers such as Barry Holden, Eric Blass, Jack Albertson, and Nate McGee. Given the overarching, inexplicable fact of Aurora, this story held a little less interest than the floating women who'd washed up in Nova Scotia. After all, it was only Appalachia. 13. His name's Andy. His mother died, Lila said. Andy was crying when she introduced him to Clint. She had retrieved him from Blanche McIntyre. His face was red and he was hungry. I'm going to say that he was mine, that I gave birth to him. It'll be simpler that way. My friend Jolie is a doctor. She's already filed the paperwork. Hunt, people are going to know you weren't pregnant. They won't believe it. Most will, she said, because time was different over there. For the rest, I don't care. Because he saw she meant it, he held out his arms and accepted the wailing child. He rocked Andy back and forth. The baby's screams became howls. I think he likes me, Clint said. Lila didn't smile. He's constipated. Clint didn't want a child. He wanted a nap. He wanted to forget it all, the blood and death, and Evie, especially Evie, who had bent the world, who had bent him. But the videotape was in his head. Any time he wanted to do a Warner Wolf and go to it, it ran on a loop. He remembered Lila on that awful night when the world was burning down, informing him that she had never wanted the pool. Do I get a say in this? He asked. No, Lila said. I'm sorry. You don't sound sorry. Which was true. 14. Sometimes, usually at night when she lay wakeful, but sometimes even on the brightest afternoons, names would go through Lila's head. They were the names of white police officers, like her, who had shot innocent black civilians, like Jeanette Sorley. She thought of Richard Haste, who had shot 18-year-old Romarley Graham in the bathroom of the youth's Bronx apartment. She thought of Betty Shelby, who killed Terrence Crutcher in Tulsa. Most of all, she thought of Alfred Olongo, shot dead by Officer Richard Gonzalez when Olongo playfully pointed a vaping device at him. Janice Coates and other women from our place had tried to convince her that she'd had perfectly valid reasons for what she had done. These exhortations might or might not be true. Either way, they were of no help. One question recurred like a maddening earworm. Would she have given a white woman more time? She was terribly, dreadfully afraid she knew the answer to that, but knew she would never be sure. The question would haunt her for the rest of her life. Lila stayed on the job until the situation at the prison was sorted, then handed in her resignation. She brought baby Andy to Tiffany Jones daycare and stayed to help out. Clint was commuting to Curly, an extra hour in travel. He was fixated on his patients, especially on those inmates transferred from dueling who had crossed over, because he was the only person they could talk to about what they'd seen and experienced who wouldn't label them as crazy. "Do you regret your choice?" he asked them. They all said no. Their selflessness astounded Clint, shrank him, kept him awake, sitting in his armchair in the AM gloom. He had risked his life, yes, but the inmates had handed their new ones over, had made a gift of them. What group of men would ever have made such a unanimous sacrifice? No group of men was the answer, and if you recognized that, then, Christ, hadn't the women made an awful mistake? He ate drive-through food at both ends of his day, and the softening he had worried about that spring became a healthy front porch by the following fall. Jared was a melancholy ghost, skimming at the edges of his perception, coming and going, sometimes offering a small salute or a "Yo, Dad." Erotic dreams of Evie rattled away any real serenity Clint might have found. She captured him in vines and blew wind across his naked body. And her body? It was a bower where he thought he could rest, but never reached before awakening. When he was in the same room with the baby, it grinned at him as if it wanted to make friends. Clint grinned back and found himself crying in his car on the way to work. One night, unable to sleep, he Googled the name of his second patient, Paul Montpelier, he of the sexual ambition. An obituary popped up. Paul Montpelier had died 5 years before, after a long battle with cancer. There was no mention of a wife or children. What had his sexual ambition gained him? A very short and sad obituary, it seemed. Clint cried for him, too. He understood this was a well-known psychological phenomenon known as transference, and didn't care. One rainy evening, not long after reading Montpelier's obituary, exhausted from a day of group meetings and one-on-one consultations, Clint stopped at a motel in the little town of Eagle, where the heater rattled and everyone on the TV looked green. 3 nights later, he was in the same room when Lila called his cell phone to ask if he was coming home. She didn't sound particularly concerned about his answer. "I think I'm beat, Lila," he said. Lila heard his meaning, the larger encircling defeat it conveyed. "You're a good man," she said. This was a lot to give him right then. The baby didn't sleep much. She was beat herself. "Better than most." He had to laugh. "I believe that's known as damning with faint praise." "I do love you," she said. "It's just been a lot, hasn't it?" It had. It had been a hell of a lot. 15. The warden at Curly told Clint he absolutely didn't want to see his face over the Thanksgiving holiday. "Heal thyself, Doc," said the warden. "Eat some vegetables, anyway. Something besides Big Macs and moon pies." He abruptly decided to drive to Coughlin to see Shannon, but ended up parked outside her house, unable to go in. Through the thin drapes of the ranch house, he observed the shadows of female figures moving. The warmth of the lights was cheerful and inviting. Snow had started to fall in huge flakes. He thought of knocking on her door. He thought of saying, "Hey, Shan, you are the milkshake that got away." The thought of a milkshake running on Shannon's shapely legs made him laugh, and he was still laughing when he drove off. He ended up in a tavern called O'Byrne's, with melting slush on the floor, the Dubliners on the jukebox, and a bleary-eyed, white-headed bartender who moved in slow motion between the taps and the glasses, as if he were not pouring beers, but handling radioactive isotopes. This fine fellow addressed Clint. "Guinness, son? Tasty on a night like this." "Make it a bud." The current Dubliners' tune was the Auld Triangle. Clint knew it and sort of liked it, in spite of himself. There was a romance to the song that was nothing like his experience of prison, but it got you, those voices gathering. Someone, he thought, ought to add another verse, though. The warden, the screw, and the lag all got turns. Where was the shrink? He was just about to take his beer to a dark corner when a finger tapped him on the shoulder. Clint? 16. What did it was the hug. Frank's daughter didn't just hug him when they were reunited. She dug her girl's hands into his upper arms so that he could feel her fingernails through his shirt. Everything that had happened, everything he had done, had made it clear that he needed to do something, anything, about himself, but that hug had tipped the dominoes. The last time he had seen her awake, he had almost ripped her favorite shirt off her body. His daughter loved him anyway. He didn't deserve it, but he wanted to. The anger management program was 3 days a week. At the first meeting, it was just Frank and the therapist in the basement of the dueling VFW. Her name was Viswanathan. She wore large round spectacles and was so young-looking, Frank figured she didn't remember cassette tapes. She asked why he was there. Because I scare my kid and I scare myself. I also trash my marriage, but that's just a side effect. The therapist took notes as he explained his feelings and compulsions. It came more easily than Frank would have guessed, sort of like expressing pus from an infected wound. In a lot of ways, it was like talking about another person, because that pissed-off dog catcher didn't feel like him. That pissed-off dog catcher was someone who showed up and took control when Frank didn't like what was happening, when he just couldn't deal. He told her about putting animals in cages. He kept coming back to that. My friend, said Dr. Viswanathan, this 26-year-old girl with glasses the color of Kool-Aid, have you ever heard of a drug called Zoloft? Are you patronizing me? Frank wanted to get himself together, not be fucked with. The therapist shook her head and smiled. No, I'm being jaunty, and you're being brave. She introduced him to a psychopharmacologist, and the psychopharmacologist wrote Frank a prescription. He took the prescribed dosage without feeling especially different, and continued to go to the meetings. Word got around, and more men began to appear, filling half the chairs in the basement of the VFW. They said they wanted to make a change. They said they wanted to get their shit together. They said they wanted to stop being so fucking angry all the time. No amount of therapy or big pharma happy pills could change the fact that Frank's marriage was kaput. He had broken Elaine's trust too many times, not to mention the kitchen wall. But maybe that part was okay. He discovered he didn't actually like her that much. The best thing was to let her go. He gave her full custody and told her he was grateful for his 2 weekends a month with their daughter. In time, if things went well, it would be more. To his daughter, he said, I've been thinking about a dog. 17. How are you doing? Frank asked Clint as the Dubliners played and sang. Frank was on his way to Thanksgiving in Virginia with his former in-laws. The Zoloft and the meetings helped him control his temper, but in-laws were still in-laws, only more so when their daughter had divorced you. He'd stopped in at O'Byrne's to postpone his execution for a half hour. I'm hanging in there. Clint rubbed his eyes. Need to lose some weight, but yeah, hanging in there. They took seats at a booth in a dark corner. Frank said, You're drinking in an Irish dive on Thanksgiving. Is that your idea of hanging in there? I didn't say I was great. Besides, you're here too. Frank thought, what the hell, and just said it. I'm glad we didn't kill each other. Clint raised his glass. I'll drink to that. They toasted. Clint didn't feel any anger toward Frank. Anger wasn't something he felt toward anyone. What he felt was great disappointment in himself. He had not expected to save his family only to lose them. It was not his idea of a happy ending. It was his idea of an American shit show. He and Geary talked about their children. Frank's girl was in love with some kid in Ohio. He was a little worried he might be a grandfather at 45, but he was playing it cool. Clint said that his son was awfully quiet these days, probably couldn't wait to blow town, go to college, see what the world was like beyond coal country. And your wife? Clint waved to the bartender for another round. Frank shook his head. Thanks, but not for me. Booze and Zoloft don't mix all that well. I should shove off. The outlaws are expecting me. He brightened. Hey, why not come along? I'll introduce you to Elaine's folks. Gotta keep on their good side. They are my daughter's grandparents, after all. Visiting them is sort of like hell, but with slightly better food. Clint thanked him, but declined. Frank started to get up, then settled back. Listen, that day at the tree. What about it? Do you remember when the church bells started ringing? Clint said he would never forget. The bells began when the women started to wake up. Yeah, Frank said. Right about then, I looked around for that crazy girl and saw she was gone. Angel, I think her name was. Clint smiled. Angel Fitzroy. Any idea what became of her? None at all. She's not at Curly, I know that much. Barry, the insurance guy, he told me he was pretty sure she killed Peters. Clint nodded. He told me the same thing. Yeah? What did you say? Good riddance to bad rubbish, that's what I said. Because Don Peters was the problem in a nutshell. He paused. Shell. That's what I mean. Nutshell. My friend, I think you should go home. Clint said, Good idea. Where is it? 18. 2 months after what had become known as the Great Awakening, a Montana rancher saw a woman hitchhiking on Route 2, just east of Chinook, and pulled over. Hop in, young lady, he said. Where are you headed?
Not sure,
she said.
Idaho to start with. Maybe out to California after that.
He offered his hand. Ross Albright. Got to spread 2 counties over. What's your name?
Angel Fitzroy.
Once she would have refused the shake, used an alias, and kept her hand on the knife she always stored in her coat pocket. Now there was no knife and no alias. She felt no need of either. Nice name, Angel, he said, fetching 3rd gear with a jerk. I'm a Christian myself, born and born again.
Good,
Angel said, and without a trace of sarcasm. Where are you from, Angel?
a little town called Dooling.
That where you woke up? Once Angel would have lied and said yes, because that was easier, and besides, lying came naturally to her. It was a real talent. Only this was her new life, and she had resolved to tell the truth to the best of her ability in spite of the complications.
I was one of the few who never went to sleep, she said.
Wow! You must have been lucky. And strong.
I was blessed,
Angel said. This was also the truth, at least as she understood it. Just hearing you say so is a blessing, said the rancher, and with great feeling. What's next, Angel, if you don't mind me asking? What are you going to do when you finally decide to nail your traveling shoes to the floor? Angel looked out at the glorious mountains and the never-ending western sky. At last, she said,
The right thing. That's what I'm going to do, Mr. Albright. The right thing.
He took his eyes off the road long enough to smile at her and said, Amen, sister. Amen to that. 19. The women's correctional facility was fenced off and condemned, marked with signs warning against trespassers, and left to crumble while the government allocated funds to more pressing public works. The new fence was strong, and its base was embedded deep into the turf. It took the fox several weeks of digging, and all his reserves of patience to tunnel beneath it. Once he had accomplished this engineering feat, he trotted into the building through the massive hole in the wall, and set about constructing his new den in a cell close by. He could detect the scent of his mistress there, faded but sweet and tangy. An emissary came from the rats. This is our castle, the rat said. What are your intentions, fox? The fox appreciated how straightforward the rat was. He was a fox, but he was getting older. Perhaps it was time to quit with tricks and risks, find a mate, and stay close to his skulk. My intentions are humble, I assure you. And they are? Pressed the rat. I hesitate to say aloud, the fox said. It's a little embarrassing. Speak, said the rat. All right, the fox said. He tipped his head shyly. I'll whisper it. Come up close to me, and I'll whisper it to you. The rat came close. The fox could have bitten her head off. It was his talent. Each of God's creatures has at least one. But he didn't. I want to be at peace, he said. The morning after Thanksgiving, Lila drives to the gravel turnaround on Balls Hill and parks. She pops Andy, bundled in his infant snowsuit, into a baby carrier. She starts to hike. Maybe they could put their Humpty-Dumpty marriage back together, Lila muses. Maybe, if she wants him to, Clint could love her again. But does she want him to? There is a mark on Lila's soul. The name of the mark is Jeanette Sorley, and she does not know how to erase it. Or if she wants to. Andy makes small, amused noises as she walks. Her heart aches for Tiffany. An unfairness and a randomness knits into the fabric of everything, and it inspires as much awe in Lila as it does resentment. The icy woods creak and tick. When she gets to Truman Mayweather's trailer, it's frosted with snow. She gives it just a passing glance and moves on. Not far to go now. She emerges into the clearing. The amazing tree isn't there. Jeanette's grave is not there. There is nothing but winter grass and a haggard oak stripped of its leaves. The grass wavers. An orange shape flashes, vanishes, and the grass resettles. Her breath steams. The baby hums and expresses what sounds like a question. Evie? Lila moves around in a circle, searching. Woods, ground, grass, air, milky sunshine. But there's no one. Evie, are you there? She yearns for a signal, any kind of signal. A moth flutters from the branch of the old oak tree and settles on her hand.
A conversation with Stephen King and Owen King.
Hi, I'm Stephen King.
And I'm Owen King.
And we're here to talk about our new audiobook, Sleeping Beauties.
The idea for Sleeping Beauties was pretty random. In our family, we do a lot of pitching of ideas to each other, not generally with the intention of making a novel out of them. I had the idea and I said, what about a story about the world where all the women have fallen asleep? And my dad said, that's an awesome idea. And I said, great, go write it. And he said, no, you have to write it. We went back and forth in that fashion for quite a while, but eventually we settled on writing it together.
For me, when Owen pitched that idea, I immediately started to think of all the ramifications that were possible. And I said, we really ought to write this. Then Owen said to me, what if we did it as a limited TV series, like 9 or 10 episodes? And so we started to do a screenplay. We actually did a pilot episode.
Yeah, we did a second episode as well.
Owen just kind of said, whoa, wait, we got to do this as a book, right?
It was an exciting TV series, but I felt hemmed in terms of the characterizations and the 1 hour spaces. I wanted to do more with the characters, and I felt like it should be a book before it was a show.
The women weren't singing the way that we wanted them to sing.
No, they weren't popping out.
So at that point, Owen said, we have to get some boots on the ground type experience.
Probably 10% of the things that we learned made their way into the book, but knowing the other 90% made it possible for us to feel confident enough to write it. We did, in fact, tour a women's prison, Goffstown State?
Goffstown, yeah.
In New Hampshire.
Goffstown, New Hampshire.
We were fortunate enough to be allowed to take a tour. The warden took us around, and we saw the grounds and got a feeling for how the inmates lived and
what the routine was, too.
Exactly.
In terms of intake, and we saw what they called the soft room, where women who are agitated, who come in, they have to sit down. We saw the library. We saw some of the places where they work. To me, it energized the process. Owen likes to say now, when we read the book, it's hard for us to remember who wrote what, because I collaborated before, and Peter Straub and I, when we did The Talisman in Black House, we started with a kind of Bible-type outline, and he wrote, and then I wrote. It was like playing tennis. But when Owen and I wrote, Owen proposed this idea where we would take the specific place where we were in the book, and I would write that particular sequence. But in the middle of it, I would leave a donut hole, an empty place. And then before he went on to the next part, you'd fill it.
Right,
So
you'd tell me what you wanted, or I would tell you what I wanted in that space. It's like, I think that Clint's going to do this right here. You write that, and then you would write it. And that was to throw off anybody that was naughty enough to try to figure out who wrote what. But then ultimately we rewrote each other quite a lot.
We went that way back and forth, and finally we had a first draft. Then when we rewrote the book, Owen rewrote me, and I rewrote Owen. And the thing is, when we finished this process, we were still friends. We still got along. We were still taking each other's calls, which was a great thing. It's wonderful to be asked to collaborate with your son. It's like a terrific gift. But you only want to do it if the product that comes out at the end is something that's going to be worthy of both of you, and readers are going to say, wow, that's fantastic. It's like a unified effort. And I knew from the books that Owen had written that he was going to be able to do the job. What I didn't know was how good it was going to be.
I think it would have been a rewarding experience even if we didn't end up with something that was publishable, because we had such a good time, and we had this months-long conversation with each other, and never argued about anything. You know, I can recall once or twice I would say, well, I want to have this happen, and he would say, oh, no, give it a shot. Or he would say the same thing to me, and it always worked out. I will read things back to myself out loud very quietly sometimes, just to hear how they play. But actually, when I was a child, my childhood job was reading books on tape for this guy.
That's right.
And I didn't mow the lawn, but I read your books on tape.
You did?
He would say, I want you to read The Watchers by Dean Koontz. I'd get my cassette recorder, 60 or 90-minute audio tapes, and I'd say, welcome to side one, tape one of The Watchers by Dean Koontz, and I would read that sucker until, until the end of the side, and then I'd flip it over. I must have done... How many books do you think I did for you over the years?
Oh, man, you did probably 24, and that's a conservative thing. I can remember you did White Jazz by James Ellroy.
Oh, that one killed me because I totally didn't understand. I was like 12.
Yeah.
I did Ariel by Larry Block, I remember.
Yeah,
I did,
you did
Fellowship of the Ring.
You also did a book by Charles Willeford, you know.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was a great experience, though. I'm very comfortable reading my writing out loud, and it's part of my writing process, and I wouldn't have gotten that if you hadn't hired me to do that for all those years.
We're both professional writers, and we've both done readings in public, so we're comfortable with that. But the thing about audio and reading those sections aloud that are troublesome sometimes, for me, is that oral reading is unforgiving. It's totally unforgiving. You can read a book with your eyes to yourself, and the novelist can get away with sloppy phrasing or sloppy prose. But when it's read aloud, you hear every flaw and every ding. So sometimes that's a good thing. But when a pro reader reads a book, I think it's one of the greatest experiences that you can have as a reader. It is bona fide reading. I love audiobooks. Owen read me War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy on CDs. Actually, I think he started on cassettes, and by the time
Took me so long.
it was CDs. I got my kids to read me books on tape because I thought it would be a broadening experience for them, or a good experience. It was totally selfish. At that time, audiobooks had just begun. The first audiobook I ever listened to, the FAA, Reagan fired the air traffic controllers, and I was going back and forth to Pittsburgh, and on a flyer, just as an experiment, I got the cassettes of The Thornbirds by Colleen McCullough. And after that, I was just hooked on audiobooks. But at that time, you couldn't get a lot, and so the stuff that I couldn't get, I got my kids to read. But it was great. It worked.
Sleeping Beauties is set in Appalachia, so could be Southern Ohio, could be Kentucky, could be West Virginia. I think that Appalachia made a lot of sense for us as a setting because the book is very of the moment in a lot of the issues that it butts up against. And if you think about it, Appalachia is sort of at the heart of a lot of things that are happening in our country right now. It's a place that's been economically and environmentally ravaged, and the political system hasn't been able to help Appalachia. You know, there's this terrible epidemic of opioid addiction there. But at the same time, it's one of the most beautiful places in our nation. And there's this juxtaposition between how people are struggling there and how beautiful it is and how the natural world of Appalachia. It made a lot of sense for the book, which has a lot of environmental themes.
I've traveled in West Virginia and through Appalachia, through the Blue Ridge, and some of my favorite novelists are from that area. But also, Owen's from upstate New York. I'm from Maine. We've both written about our areas, and I think we wanted to find neutral ground.
Maine had suffered enough.
Yeah, Maine had suffered enough from
There's
Stephen
no question
King.
about that.
So it's time for West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, for those places to take their dogs.
Print from Scribner. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Dead Zone, by Stephen King, read by James Franco, and Double Feature, a novel, by Owen King, read by Holter Graham.